The Tears of God is a polemical novel following Michael and Christina, later using several assumed names, as they travel through Muslim-majority societies to document the abuse of women and minorities. The entire epic narration is divided into 6 books, each addressing distinct episodes. Book 1, The Arab Sugar Daddy and the Beautiful Indian Girl. Book 2, The Indian Child Bride and the Old Arab Husband. Book 3, The Indian Miss World and the Rage of Muslims of the World. Book 4, Christina and the Complete Jew. Book 5, The Tears of God, Jews, Blacks, and Muslim Women. And Book 6, The Hidden Life of the Prophet Muhammad. The central narrative of the 5th book, The Tears of God, focuses on their undercover conversion from Christianity to Islam and travel through Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Dubai, Lebanon, and Sudan, and their encounters with religious control, sexual exploitation, racism, persecution, and social hypocrisy. The book presents critiques of Islamic law, Muslim women's treatment, child marriage, polygamy, female genital mutilation, jihad, anti-Semitism, and minority persecution, often through critical evaluations. A major theme is the suffering of Muslim women, Jews, Black people, Christians, converts, refugees, and domestic workers, especially in societies the novel portrays as governed by religious extremism, patriarchy, and social corruption. The work also contrasts the Middle East and parts of Africa with the United States, which the narrator presents as a symbol of freedom, human rights, religious liberty, and refuge. The main themes of The Tears of God include religious oppression and critique of Islam. The novel is polemical and presents Islam, Sharia law, and religious authorities as sources of injustice, hypocrisy, coercion, and violence. The suffering of women. A central theme is the abuse of girls and women through child marriage, forced marriage, polygamy, marital control, domestic violence, sexual exploitation, female genital mutilation, and restrictions on dress, travel, education, and independence. Identity, disguise, and survival. Michael/Christina repeatedly adopt new religious and cultural identities, Malik/Malaika, then Samir/Samira, to move through dangerous environments and gather testimony while trying to protect themselves. Freedom versus authoritarian control. The book contrasts Western ideals, especially American freedom, human rights, religious liberty, and individual dignity, with societies portrayed as governed by fear, religious authority, patriarchy, and social conformity. Minority persecution. The novel focuses not only on Muslim women but also on Jews, Christians, Black people, converts, migrant workers, refugees, and domestic servants, portraying them as vulnerable to discrimination, violence, and exploitation. Sexual hypocrisy and moral corruption. A recurring idea is that societies publicly claiming religious purity are, in the novel's view, full of hidden sexual abuse, prostitution, pornography, harassment, and exploitation. Anti-Semitism and Christian responsibility. Later sections emphasize Jewish suffering, criticize anti-Semitism among Muslims and Arab Christians, and argue that Christians should support Jews and Israel rather than adopt replacement theology or hatred. Nominal versus true faith. The novel distinguishes between people who inherit religion culturally and those who live by sincere moral conviction, especially in its critique of nominal Christians in the Middle East. Trauma as testimony. Much of the book is structured around first-hand observation, memory, and witness. The protagonist's journey becomes a mission to document suffering and expose what they believe the world ignores. America as refuge. The United States is portrayed idealistically as a place of safety, dignity, religious freedom, and human rights in contrast to the violence and repression described elsewhere. Here are the key characters in the novel The Tears of God. Michael Lewinsky/Malik Khan/Samir Ahmed, the American husband of Christina. He is protective, strategic, and central to the undercover research mission. He helps devise the plan to pose as Muslim converts, travel through Muslim-majority countries, and document abuses. Later, he becomes increasingly focused on Christian evangelism and defending Jewish identity and Israel. Christina Lewinsky/Aphrodite Krishna/Malaika Khan/Samira Ahmed, the Indian wife and former Miss World figure at the center of the narrative. She has a traumatic past involving child marriage, abuse, exploitation, and religious conflict. Her experiences motivate the couple's mission to expose the suffering of women, especially in Muslim societies. She acts as the main observer of women's lives because she can enter female-only spaces. The Egyptian Imam, a Muslim Brotherhood-linked religious leader in the United States who oversees Michael and Christina's staged conversion to Islam. He gives them Muslim names, remarries them under Islamic law, instructs them in religious duties, and encourages their journey to Mecca and Egypt. Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed, a wealthy Saudi businessman from Christina's past. He is portrayed as one of her earliest and most abusive husbands, connected to her childhood suffering and the novel's critique of child marriage and sexual exploitation. Mahmood Khan, a famous Bollywood film director and another abusive figure from Christina's past. Along with Sheikh Ahmed, he represents the male exploitation Christina wants to expose through her writing. Rehana Khan, Christina/Ifat's Muslim mother. She is associated with her childhood trauma, especially the circumstances that led to Christina/Ifat being taken to Saudi Arabia and exploited and abused by Sheikh Ahmed. The Imam's wife, a conservative religious woman who teaches Christina/Malaika how to behave as a good Muslim wife. She reinforces rules about dress, obedience, modesty, gender separation, and women's duties. The Lebanese Christian police officer, a senior anti-terrorism officer who saves Michael/Malik and Christina/Malaika from a Hezbollah kidnapping plot. He becomes a turning point in the Lebanon section, helping move the couple from Muslim West Beirut to Christian East Beirut. The Maronite Christian family in Lebanon, a nominal Christian household that hosts the couple. The family is used to explore what the novel sees as moral decline, nominal Christianity, and the contrast between inherited religion and sincere faith. Sakina, an elderly Sudanese widow who rents part of her home to the couple after they arrive in Western Sudan. She becomes part of the couple's access point into local domestic life, widowhood, poverty, and traditional customs. Sulwa, Sakina's widowed daughter-in-law. Her husband died fighting in Sudan's war and is celebrated as a martyr. Through her, the novel explores martyrdom, widows, poverty, and religious militarism. Khalid, Sulwa's deceased husband and Sakina's son. He is presented as a Sudanese soldier and martyr whose death is celebrated as entry into paradise, while the text strongly condemns his violence during jihad. Mona and Zara, Eritrean refugee girls hired by the couple in Sudan. Mona serves as interpreter and guide, while Zara works as a domestic helper. They help the couple understand local language, customs, and women's spaces. The three rival wives of the butcher, neighboring Sudanese women married to the same polygamous husband. They illustrate the novel's themes around polygamy, jealousy, domestic conflict, women's insecurity, and the effects of patriarchal marriage structures. The main conflicts in The Tears of God include Christina/Samira's trauma versus her desire to testify. She wants to expose the abuse she has suffered and witnessed, while Michael/Samir worries that telling the truth openly could put her life in danger. The couple versus religious authority. Their staged conversion brings them into conflict with imams, religious rules, gender restrictions, and expectations around dress, marriage, obedience, and ritual practice. Women versus patriarchal systems. A major conflict is between women's dignity and social/religious structures that the novel portrays as enabling child marriage, polygamy, domestic control, female genital mutilation, sexual exploitation, and forced dependence. Truth-seeking versus disguise and survival. Michael and Christina must hide behind false Muslim identities, Malik/Malaika, then Samir/Samira, to gain access to communities, but this creates constant danger, deception, and fear of exposure. The couple versus sexual violence and exploitation. Their travels repeatedly place them near sexual harassment, prostitution, trafficking, child abuse, and exploitation of migrant women and girls, which become central external conflicts. The couple versus extremist violence. In Lebanon, they face a kidnapping threat from Hezbollah-linked figures, and later the novel frames jihadist groups and martyrdom ideology as broader sources of violence and fear. Christian faith versus nominal Christianity. After moving through Lebanon and other Arab Christian settings, the couple becomes disillusioned by churches and Christian communities portrayed as racist, morally compromised, fearful, or spiritually inactive. Minorities versus discrimination. Jews, Black Africans, migrant workers, Christians, converts, refugees, and domestic servants are shown as vulnerable to persecution, racism, exclusion, or exploitation. America/freedom versus societies of control. The story repeatedly contrasts the United States as a place of liberty, rights, and safety with societies portrayed as restrictive, dangerous, corrupt, or hypocritical. Mission versus despair. The couple repeatedly considers abandoning their research after traumatic experiences, but each new injustice renews their determination to document suffering and expose what they see as hidden abuses. Plot summary of The Tears of God. Christina and Michael, newly married and living in the United States, decide to author a book exposing the abuse of women in Muslim societies. But Michael persuades Christina to avoid writing only her personal story and instead gather first-hand evidence through undercover travel. To protect themselves and gain access, they stage a pseudo-conversion to Islam, taking the names Malik and Malaika Khan, learning Islamic rituals, and preparing to travel through Muslim-majority countries as supposed converts. Quotations from the novel. After the newly married lovers settled down in the United States of America, the first idea that came to Christina's mind was to write her tragic life story and publish it as a book. She wants the entire world to know the abuse, captivity, rape, injustice, and other evils that she went through, especially at the hands of two Muslim old men. The Saudi business tycoon Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed and the greatest Indian film director in Bollywood, Mr. Mahmood Khan. Those two evil men took advantage of a religion that permits and encourages the rape and abuse of underage girls. One of them began to rape her through the Islamic halal marriage when she was a mere child of 7 years. Although the idea of his Indian wife sounded noble, her American husband strongly opposed it. Michael argued that such a book is going to expose Christina to the attack of ruthless Muslim terrorists. He reminded her of her controversial statements about the Prophet Muhammad and the Quran when she was crowned Miss World in London, which resulted in the loss of her Muslim husband and their daughter. Similarly, Michael anticipated that Muslims would label her book as a fabrication concocted by an evil ex-Muslima, an apostate Muslim woman, who married an ex-Yahudi, who is a hater of Islam and Muslims, an ex-Jewish guy who became a Christian man. Due to their bitter hatred of Islam, they want to defame their infallible Prophet Muhammad and destroy their beautiful religion, which all Muslims of the world consider as the religion of peace. Notwithstanding, the Indian girl Christina has become adamant and insisted on writing and producing her book. The problem that such a pivotal issue may create a division between husband and wife has not missed the notice of the shrewd mind of the American boy Michael. He agreed to work out a plan based on a compromise that would make both happy. Eventually, he suggested that instead of his wife's life story, they could author a book about the life and abuse of women in Muslim societies. According to his new idea, since his wife now has over $120 million and does not know what to do with such great wealth, they must go on an overseas trip and live a while in some Muslim countries. When they are over there, they can start a small charitable organization to help poor Muslim women and children and collect social and religious data for their book. When and only when they are safely back to America, they can draft a book based on first-hand eyewitness accounts. The idea involves some risk, but Michael suggested that they must take fake identities. Both husband and wife must change their first and last names and pretend to be newly converted American Muslims. Immediately, the Indian wife became thrilled with the brilliant idea and agreed to everything her American husband suggested. Before executing their overseas undercover plan, the newly wedded couple traveled to a nearby city and met with the imam of a big mosque and expressed their desire to embrace Islam. The imam was one of the leaders of the Muslim Brotherhood in Cairo. After the Muslim Brotherhood rule was ousted from power through a military coup d'état, he fled from the Egyptian strict regime of President Abdul Fattah al-Sisi, crossed the border on foot, and entered Libya. Then he smuggled himself to Europe on a boat across the Mediterranean Sea. He became a persecuted political refugee in the Netherlands and resettled in the United States of America a few years ago. He gladly welcomed the newly wedded American couple Michael and Christina and showed great interest and zeal in adding them to his religious order. He made them repeat after him the Shahada, the Islamic creed for embracing Islam. Michael and Christina repeated some difficult phrases in Arabic, which they understood none of them, Ashahada anno la ilaha illallah and Ashahada anno Muhammadan Rasulullah. The Egyptian imam translated the phrases after he ordered the couple to say them after him. I bear witness there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. Although this is the official Shahada of Sunni Islam, still the Egyptian imam knows that the American guy Michael and the Indian girl Christina are from a Christian background. He read them the following hadith of the Prophet of Islam, narrated on the authority of Ubadah ibn Samit, that the Messenger of Allah, may peace be upon him, observed, he who said, there is no God but Allah, he is one and there is no associate with him, that Muhammad is his servant and his messenger, that Christ is his servant and the son of his slave girl, and his word which he communicated to Mary, and he is his spirit, that paradise is a fact and hell is a fact, Allah would make him. He who affirms these truths enter paradise through any one of its 8 doors which he would like. Sahih Muslim. Book 1. Hadith number 43. After that, the Imam asked them once again to tell him the following confession of the Islamic faith. I bear witness that there is no God but Allah, and I bear witness that Muhammad is his servant and messenger. I bear witness that Jesus is his servant, word, spirit, and the son of his slave girl, Mary. And we bear witness that paradise and hell are true. After their pseudo-embracement of Islam, the Imam sent the newly converted Muslim couple to the washroom. Michael is escorted to the men's washroom by one of his Muslim brothers, and Christina accompanies a Muslim sister to the women's toilet. Then, the two lovers have been taught by their new brethren in Islam how to do the Islamic ablution. When they returned, the Imam asked them to attend their first prayer with their Muslim brothers and sisters and have dinner in the mosque. After that, the couple has been taught how to perform the prayer. Before the congregational prayer is commenced, the couple have been separated on a gender basis. It is strictly forbidden in Islam that in no uncertain terms, men and women do not stand side by side or shoulder to shoulder and perform their prayer. They are not even permitted to perform their prayer together in the same room. Moreover, women under no circumstances can lead men and women in prayer. It happened once in the history of Islam, and that daring Muslim woman was condemned as an infidel and apostate, and her prayer was declared null by the Muslim scholars of the Al-Azhar Al-Sharif University and many more Muslim clerics all over the world. Her name is Dr. Amina Wadud. She was born to an African-American family as a Methodist Christian girl in Bethesda, Maryland, but when she was 20 years old, she pronounced the Shahada and became a Muslim woman. Then, she changed her name from Mary Teasley to Amina Wadud. Before she retired in 2008, Dr. Wadud worked as a female associate professor of religion and philosophy at Virginia Commonwealth University. No mosque in the entire United States of America agreed to allow her to conduct her mixed prayer of men and women in its facilities until finally, she did it in a Catholic church. This controversial prayer took place on Friday, March 18, 2005. By the way, according to a survey conducted in 2010 by the USA Today newspaper, there are 2,106 mosques in the USA. After the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, the number of mosques in the states rose dramatically from 1,109 Islamic places of worship in the year 2000 to 2,106 Islamic mosques in the year 2010. Michael remained in the main prayer hall downstairs, and Christina was sent to the women's upstairs prayer hall. Before she is admitted to the prayer hall, Christina is asked by an elderly woman whether she is menstruating, and when she answers negatively, she is declared holy enough to join the female group in their prayer. Shortly after the 5-minute prayer, the new converts have been allowed to meet again in the dining hall. It is during their welcoming dinner that the Egyptian imam, in a polite manner and with a big smile decorating his bearded face, said that it is imperative for Michael and Christina must discard their infidel names and take Muslim names. He proposed that Michael can change his name to Malik. Malik is a corruption of the Jewish name Michael. In the Holy Bible, the name Michael is an archangel, but in Islam, Malik is the keeper of the gates of hell. Either it is unlawful for the man to change a strange woman's name, or out of politeness, only God knows. The imam asked his newly joined young sister, Christina, to decide which Islamic name she loved to have. The only 2 Muslim names she knows are her mother's name Rayhana and Ifit, which is her childhood name. Being still harboring some grudge against her Muslim mother who denied and betrayed her in the Mumbai courtroom, Christina rejected the first name. Likewise, she discarded the second name because it always reminded her of her kidnap and rape by the evil Saudi old man Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed. The other 2 dear names in her heart are Aphrodite and Christina. The first name is always a reminder to her of her glorious and golden period of success when she acted in a leading role in a movie at Bollywood and when she was crowned Miss India and Miss World. The second name also is holy and very dear to her. It represents her deliverance from the domain of Satan and her conversion to Christianity. Unfortunately, her precious name Christina is disqualified and rejected as a filthy infidel name by the imam. Therefore, Christina said softly, "I prefer to change my name to Aphrodite." "I seek refuge in Allah from the accursed devil," shouted the imam. "My young sister, how could you come out of a false and corrupted religion and then choose the name of a pagan goddess? Please, my dear sister, choose a name from among the wives and daughters of our blessed Prophet Muhammad. May peace and prayers of Allah be upon him." Christina knows none of the names of the wives and daughters of Muhammad. She looked at her husband for help. But her American husband does not know in this regard either. One of the sisters volunteered to choose on her behalf. "I prefer to choose the name Malaika for my new sister in Islam. In the Swahili language, that name means angel." The sister who chose that beautiful name is originally from Mombasa City in Kenya. She is so much fascinated by the unmatchable beauty of her new Muslim sister and hence decides to name her an angel. When this African girl saw the former Miss World walking inside the mosque, she whispered in the ear of another sister, Subhanallah. This girl is not a human being. She is an angel. Everybody seemed to like the new name. Howbeit, before the beautiful name is confirmed on her, another sister out of jealousy suggested the name Maria. She is a Pakistani immigrant. Due to hatred and envy, she disliked the beautiful new female convert. Many Pakistani Muslims hate every Indian, even Indian Muslims, and consider them not true Muslims, but betrayers and collaborators with their Hindu enemies. If they are true Muslims, then they should leave Hindustan and move to Pakistan, is a phrase often heard. The Imam strongly opposed the name Maria because it sounded like a Christian woman's name. In the biography of the Messenger of Allah, Maria the Copt was just a domestic help. She was a slave to the Prophet Muhammad and used to help his 13 wives with their house chores. She did not convert to Islam and died in her kufr, or unbelief, as a Christian woman. The Prophet Muhammad used to have sex with her without marrying her and fathered with her his only son Ibrahim without the sanctity of Islamic marriage. For that reason, Maria was not counted among the mothers of the faithful, the wives of the Prophet of Islam. Another leader in the mosque seconded the justification of the Imam, and accordingly, Christina became Malaika. After changing their first names, the Imam demanded that the couple must as well get rid of their last name, Lewinsky. He could not make out what is the religious root of that Western name. However, his memory suddenly recollected the presidential scandal that was almost about to impeach the former American president, Bill Clinton. He remembered that the girl involved in that sex scandal was a beautiful Jewish young woman called Monica Lewinsky. Therefore, suspecting it as a Jewish name, the Imam abhorred it. He immediately produced a list of Muslim names, which all belonged to the Messenger of Islam: Muhammad, Mahmud, Mustafa, Ahmed, Taha, Yasin, al-Bashir, Mudassir, and Muzammil. Nonetheless, this time the Indian wife put her foot down and insisted on having her previous Muslim family name Khan. For Pakistani and Indian Muslims, the name Khan is more precious than silver and gold, and even preferable to the name Muhammad. Whereas the Arabic name Muhammad means the one who has been praised, the Urdu name Khan means the King of Kings. After the changing of the names of the newly married American couple who converted from Christianity to Islam, from Michael and Christina to Malik and Malaika, and their last name from Lewinsky to Khan, the Egyptian Imam came up with an important religious obligation, which made the two lovers extremely angry. According to him, since both Malik and Malaika are new Muslim converts, he recommended that both of them must be genitally circumcised. At first, this compulsory Islamic obligation created great disputation between the Imam and the new converts. Naturally, the other brothers and sisters backed the decision of their religious leader. After much argument from one side and the counter-disputation from the other side, which is backed by some authentic hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad, the issue is solved with a compromise. Malik was able to save his wife Malaika from becoming a genitally mutilated girl. He argued that female genital mutilation is barbaric, painful, and harms the woman. Besides that, he reminded them it is illegal in the states to practice it. Despite his argument and justification, Malaika has been given the right to decide whether she wants to be religiously cleansed through female circumcision, which is the sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad, and therefore becomes a holy Muslim woman in her secret private parts. She chose to remain as God created her. But Malik has been convinced by hook or crook to undergo the circumcision on the following day. He has been told that he cannot be considered a complete Muslim man unless he is circumcised. He also has been reminded that Allah may not admit him in his paradise if he does not get circumcised after his conversion from distorted Christianity to the truth of Islam. He then has been given the address of a Pakistani Muslim doctor who can circumcise him without asking him to pay any fees for the circumcision procedure. Although he acquiesced, still the American boy has determined in his heart never to undergo circumcision. He knows his conversion to Islam is a pseudo-conversion, and hence it does not matter to him if the God Allah does not allow him to enter his hell, and also, he is not interested in having his so-called 72 virgins. For the American husband, his Indian wife, who is a former Miss World, is 100 times more beautiful and hot than those imaginary 72 virgins of paradise. Following that hotly debated topic, Malik and Malaika have been given a small book of the Holy Quran for beginners called Gozuama. It contained only the short surahs. Even so, they have been advised by the Imam to buy a complete copy of the Holy Quran in English with the translation of Yusuf Ali. Moreover, they have been ordered to attend the mosque regularly so that they can learn more about their new faith. They are also told to cut ties with all their infidel friends, and if it is possible their relatives too, and to always seek the company of their Muslim brothers and sisters. Finally, the Egyptian imam took the newly converted American couple to his office, spent time with them, and asked them hundreds of embarrassing questions. Many of his inquiries are related to their marital relationship. He asked them how they met, when they met, in which country they met, what they did before they got married, any physical contact before their marriage, such as hugging, kissing, bodily caressing, sexual fondling, whether they had practiced premarital sex to find out whether they were sexually compatible, or had they involved in pornographic sex, what is the name of the priest who conducted their Christian marriage, where it took place, and how was it done. As a result of that private interview, the Imam told them to forget about their Christian marriage and have an Islamic blessed marriage in accordance with the Sunnah of Allah and His infallible messenger Muhammad. The newly converted to Islam Christian couple tried desperately to prevent their new religious leader from remarrying them again, but they could not succeed. The so-called blessed Islamic marriage ceremony took place shortly after their conversion and is attended by a few Muslim brothers and sisters. Then, the groom, his bride, the Egyptian imam who conducted the marriage, and all other Muslim brothers and sisters enjoyed the delicious food that had been cooked by some immigrant women. After their Islamic halal marriage, the newly wedded couple received an official Islamic marriage certificate, making it for the Indian bride her marriage number 7th. Her first husband was Sheikh Firoz bin Ahmed, her second husband was Mahmud Khan, her third husband was Uncle Jimmy, her fourth husband was Rahul Patel, her fifth husband was Bruno Fernandez, her sixth husband was Michael Lewinsky, and her seventh husband was Malik Khan. The matter has not stopped with changing her religion and name and remarrying her with her husband, but Malaika is required to dress and behave like a good Muslim wife. The wife of the Imam of the mosque wants to convince her husband to encourage the new Indian Muslim girl to cover her entire face because she is a great temptation to pious Muslim men in the mosque and all other males on the streets. She argued that the Indian wife has extremely beautiful and sexy eyes. Nevertheless, Malik rejected that demand and said he did not want to walk on the street with a wife who looked like a black ghost or a scary Halloween witch. He further said everyone would think he is the one who ordered her to put on the demeaning black burqa and cover her face with the ugly niqab. Therefore, Malaika bought an Islamic abaya and hijab and covered her body from head to toe except for her face and a little part of her hands. She has been informed that the Quran instructs all Muslim women to don hijabs. See Surah Al-Nur 24, verse 31, and Surah Al-Ahzab 33. Verse 59. This imperative religious obligation is also supported by the hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad. When the verse was revealed which said that they should wrap their outer garments over their breasts, the women of Ansar came out as if they had crows hanging down over their heads by wearing outer garments. Sunan Abu Dawud Book 32, page 4090. Aisha used to say, when the verse they should wrap their veils, kamar, over their breasts, juyab, was revealed, the Muslim ladies had cut their waist sheets at the edges and veiled themselves, and covered their heads and faces with the cut pieces of cloth. Sahih Muslim, Book 6, Volume 60, Hadith number 282. The newly converted wife Malaika Khan is also stopped from putting on shirts, trousers, and short pants. This is because the Prophet Muhammad said, "Allah curse the man who put on women's clothes and the woman who put on men's clothes." Of course, she is strictly banned from wearing bikinis or visiting any swimming pool or beach. She is not supposed to practice any sports or go to the gym. The wife of the Imam has made her believe that as a woman, she poses a great danger to men and society. Therefore, she also is forbidden from shaking hands with men. Moreover, the wife of the Imam of the mosque taught the Indian wife Malaika what her duties as a Muslim wife are and what her husband's rights are over her. The Prophet also said, "By the one in whose hand is the soul of Muhammad, no woman can fulfill her duty towards Allah until she fulfills her duty towards her husband. If he asks her for intimacy, even if she is on her camel saddle, she should not refuse." Sunan Ibn Majah, Book 9, Hadith number 1926. In this regard, a prominent Malaysian Islamic scholar, Parak Mufti Tan Sri Harasani Zakaria said, "Even the Prophet says even when they're riding on the back of the camel when the husband asks her, she must give," he exclaimed. So there's no such thing as rape in marriage. This is made by European people. Why should we follow? In other words, the Muslim husband is allowed to rape his wife if she refused to sleep with him. The Prophet of Allah said, "When a man calls his wife to satisfy his desire, let her come to him though she is occupied at the oven." Mishkat al-Masabi, Book 1, Hadith number 61. In addition, the Prophet said, "Had I ordered anybody to prostrate before anyone, I would have ordered women to prostrate before their husbands on account of men's rights over the women ordained by Allah." Mishkat al-Masabi, Hadith number 70. Also, the Indian wife is forbidden from using perfume. Everything the wife of the Imam of the mosque ordered her to do, she backed it up with a verse from the Quran or a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad. For instance, the above restriction is based on an authentic hadith uttered by the Prophet Muhammad. "The woman who applies perfume on herself and passes through a gathering of men is an adulteress." Sunan Abu Dawud and Sunan at-Tirmizi. This hadith has also been reported by Al-Nasi'i, Ibn Khuzaymah, and Ibn Hibban. Any woman who perfumed herself and passes by a group of people so that her scent reaches the men, she is an adulteress. Malaika has been told that as a woman she is just Satan and therefore she poses a great danger to men and society. In this regard, the Prophet Muhammad said, "The woman is a wara or bare naked. When she goes outside the house, the devil takes charge of her." He also said, "When the woman comes, she comes in the form of Satan, and when she retreats in the shape of the devil." He also said, "Be wary and cautious of this world, and be wary and cautious of women." Verily, the first trial that afflicted the tribes of Israel was concerning women. Sahih Muslim. Again, the Prophet said, "I have not left behind me any temptations more harmful for men than women." Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. As a Muslim woman, Malaika is told it is unlawful for her to travel from her city to another city or another country without having a muharram, such as her father and brother. The Prophet Muhammad said, "A woman does not travel except with a mahram." Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim. A muharram means a relative to the woman, such as her father, brother, and grandfather, whom she can neither marry nor commit adultery with any one of them. Of course, she can go out of her house or travel anywhere with her lawful Muslim husband. Nevertheless, the Arab wife of the Egyptian Imam did not teach Malaika the misogynistic hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad and verses of the Quran that treat the woman like a wild female brute or lower than a dumb animal. For instance, she did not tell her about female genital mutilation, wife beating, female underage marriage, and child marriage, polygamy. The testimony of the woman in court equals half of the man's testimony. The share of the woman in inheritance half of the male share. The inability of the woman to divorce her husband while the husband can divorce her with or without a cause. Custody of the children after divorce goes to the father. Among many more evil teachings against women. Malaika thought that she became a Christian nun when she began to follow the strict rules and regulations of Islam. The only dividing line between her and the Catholic nun is that in Islam, she can marry a man and have sex. After attending that mosque for a couple of months and learning enough about Islam's religious practices and rituals, Malik and Malaika shared their overseas trip plan of traveling to the Muslim world with their religious leader and sought his advice. The Egyptian imam welcomed the idea with immense joy and advised them to travel to Egypt and help their poor Muslim brothers and sisters in that great Islamic nation. He praised the Muslim Egyptians and the prestigious Islamic Learning Center of the Al-Azhar Al-Sharif University. He claimed to be a graduate of that great learning center of Islam. While he is praising the greatness of his former country, he weeps until tears have fallen from his red eyes and wetted his long white beard. He claimed that Al-Azhar University is the first founded university in the world. His claim is false because Al-Azhar Al-Sharif was only ratified as a university in 1961. Before that, it was merely an Islamic madrasa or a religious school. Hundreds of universities were founded before that date in many European countries, in the United States of America, South America, Asia, and Africa. In 1902, the British founded the first university college for higher education in the Arab world, which came to be known as Victoria College, in Cairo and has a branch in Alexandria, Egypt. The new college was to raise the standard of imperial education and free it from the influences of the Muslim madrasas, Islamic religious schools, which made the British Foreign Office uneasy. Most of the Arab leaders who took over after the British left were graduates of Victoria College. Those who received religious teachings from the Al-Azhar Al-Sharif University revolted against those British-installed Arab leaders and founded the famous Islamic movement of the Muslim Brotherhood, out of which came the various branches of the Islamic Jihad movements. As a matter of fact, there are 86 operating Salafi jihadist groups in the world today. The evilest of them are Al-Qaeda and Taliban in Afghanistan, Hamas in Gaza, the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt, the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades in West Bank, Boko Haram in Nigeria, Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Janjaweed in Sudan, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Lashkar-Taiba in Pakistan, CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations in the USA, Al-Muhajirin in London at the United Kingdom, and has a branch in Australia, and the Islamic Caliphate of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, and their female counterpart, which is called Al-Qansa Female Brigades. All those Islamic groups revolted against the Western educational system, which they considered a kind of brainwashing of Muslims. They all agreed upon the importance of restoring the compulsory obligation of the Islamic jihad or armed struggle for spreading Islam all over the world and fighting the influences of the West, restoring the Islamic Caliphate government, and implementing the Sharia law. The Egyptian imam assured Malik and Malaika that by traveling to that great Islamic nation they are going to live among pious men and righteous women. He claimed that all over Egypt there are no liquor stores, bars, nightclubs, beaches full of naked young women, and immoral mixing between the sexes. Also, there are not thousands of prostitutes like those American girls who are walking half-naked on the streets of New York and Los Angeles. They will not find young men and women living together without marriages, men and men getting married as gays and practicing sodomy, and women living together as lesbians. And there are no devils living side by side with human beings as in America and Europe. He promised to give them letters of recommendation to very prominent Muslim leaders in Cairo City. But before traveling to Egypt, the imam insisted that the couple must first visit the House of Allah in Mecca and perform the compulsory Hajj rituals in Saudi Arabia. The two newly converted Americans to Islam trusted the words of their religious leader and immediately set the wheels of their overseas trip plan in motion. The lovers' undercover journey begins in Saudi Arabia, where they perform the Hajj. The experience is portrayed as chaotic, dangerous, sexually threatening, and spiritually oppressive, convincing them that women's suffering is hidden beneath religious ritual. Quotations from the novel. Malik and Malaika arrived at the Jeddah International Airport after an exceedingly long trip from the United States of America to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The first thing that caught their attention was the huge masses of passengers. Every year, over 2 million Muslims from all over the world arrive in Saudi Arabia to perform the Hajj rituals. The person can't move one step forward in that crowded arrival hall without touching or being touched by a stranger. Even a young married woman like Malaika cannot prevent male passengers from physically contacting her body and violating her privacy. Many times, she felt a stranger man's hands purposely touching her chest, breasts, buttocks, legs, and parts around her private parts. The only thing she can do is to keep pushing away those hands and protect her body as much as she can. More than once, she felt a male body on her backside rubbing his erect phallus on her big buttocks. To prevent it, the Indian wife asked her American husband to watch her back. Whenever Malik walked behind her and his body shielded her back, Malaika found herself being exposed from the front, and male hands would keep reaching out to her breasts and touching them. Finally, she understood that she could do nothing to stop those evil men from forcing themselves on her body. When they reached the Jeddah International Airport authorities, the Saudi police ordered the American couple to surrender their passports, cell phones, cameras, laptops, and any other electronic devices. They are told that those belongings shall be returned to them on the day of their departure out of the Saudi kingdom. It took them over 2 hours to emerge out of the sea of passengers and climb into a crowded bus. Fortunately, as soon as they entered the bus, Malaika found an empty seat between two Arab women. When she sat, she felt her dress was wet from behind. She stretched her hand and examined the liquid that was smearing her long abaya. She is shocked when she finds semen on her dress. She became extremely angry. She understood she could do nothing to punish that wicked man who dared to abuse her to that extent. She then opened her handbag, took out her handkerchief, and wiped away the semen. Immediately, she threw her hanky inside the bus, as if it were dirty toilet paper. If she could, she would have flushed it down through the window. The bus took over 2 hours to travel a distance of 80 kilometers between Jeddah City and the holy city of Mecca. The car can cover that distance in less than an hour on normal days. When they reached the Muslims' holiest city on earth, the bus dropped them at a place where the rituals of the Hajj were supposed to commence. Once again, the couple found themselves in a more crowded place than the airport arrival hall. They can hardly advance one step forward without pushing and forcing their way through the masses of pilgrims. There are no separate places for ladies. Males and females are mixing freely. There are also no restrictions on the movements of women. Even the washrooms are open for both sexes. Every woman is wearing the Islamic hijab and abaya, while her face and hands are exposed. Women are not permitted to perform the Hajj rituals while their faces are covered by niqabs or burqas. Ironically, women are not allowed to reveal their faces and expose their hands in any public place in the entire Kingdom of Saudi Arabia except in the two holy cities of Mecca and Medina. Male pilgrims are hardly covering their bodies. They are wrapping their lower parts, while their upper parts are half exposed. Men are not allowed to wear any underwear while performing the Hajj rituals. Every male pilgrim is covering his body with a small white sheet of linen known as the ihram dress. If anyone else stepped on that bedsheet-like covering, the male pilgrim would become fully naked. Malaika is astonished when she sees Malik and other male pilgrims dressed up in those semi-naked garments. Even men on beaches in the States may not agree to come out in public in those shameful costumes. Once again, Malaika found herself facing annoying sexual harassment by the male pilgrims. Her marvelous beauty and sexy body made her a marked target for lustful men. This time, the harassment is more serious than the previous one. She regretted coming to this hellish country. When she was in America, she heard many stories about the strict segregation between males and females in Arab countries, especially in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In addition, her childhood memory still retains some images of Saudi women of Jeddah who wrapped their entire bodies and concealed their faces with those black abayas and niqabs. Her first day in the holy city of the Muslims refuted those claims and childhood memories. When she was 7 years old child, Malaika was brought by her Muslim mother Rayhana, who came to work as a maid in a Saudi house in Jeddah City. The cultural shock that overtook Malaika's surprise compelled Malik to try to educate his wife on some of the little information he gathered at college about the Hajj. He told her that the Hajj rituals are religious practices, which the pagans of Arabia practiced hundreds of years before the advent of Islam. The Islamic Hajj has nothing to do with the two Abrahamic religions, Judaism and Christianity. In the olden days, these rituals were called by the Arab polytheists hahak, which means rubbing of the body. The Arab pagan women used to rub their bodies against the Kaaba, the black house of their moon god Allah, and apply their menses blood on the black stone to increase their fertility. Pagan men, on the other hand, performed their rituals naked. Instead of rubbing themselves, they used to kiss the black stone. Women, likewise, used to perform the Hajj rituals fully naked, but at night, while the men performed them while they were stark naked in the day. Islam incorporated with its religious duties all the pagan rituals of the Hajj with slight changes. According to the Arab historian Abu Zanid, who wrote in 747 AD, Hajj rituals and the fasting of Ramadan are pagan ceremonies practiced by the Arab Sabaeans and Iranians. Ramadan predated Islam. It originated in the ancient Arabian Baal worship. Muhammad's father and grandfather were pagans who worshipped Baal. Muhammad followed the religion of his father and grandfather and fasted from childhood as a Baal believer. Additionally, from an early age, Muhammad practiced Hajj rituals which were also part of the pagan Arabs' worship of the moon god, Baal. Narrated Asim, I asked Anas ibn Malik, did you used to dislike performing tawaf between Safa and Marwa? He said, yes, as it was of the rituals of the days of Jahiliyyah, ceremonies of the pagan Arabs who lived before the advent of the Islamic religion, till Allah revealed, verily, the two mountains, as Safa and Al-Marwa, are among the symbols of Allah. It is, therefore, no sin for him who performs the pilgrimage to Kaaba or performs Umrah, to perform tawaf between them. Sahih al-Bukhari, Volume 2, Book 26, page 710, Quran, Surah al-Baqarah 2, verse 158. Al-Safa and Al-Marwa originally were two idols of the Quraysh tribe named Asaf and Naila. Those two idols were placed in two mountains known as Al-Safa and Al-Marwa. The polytheist Arabs used to worship those idols. According to the Jordanian historian, Dr. Rafat Amari, Asaf and Naila were the names of a Jewish husband and his wife who claimed to be gods and made the pagan Arabs worship them. After their death, the Arabs continued to worship them as Al-Safa and Al-Marwa. Dr. Amari maintained that Asaf and Naila had sex inside the holy Kaaba, and for that transgression, God punished them by transforming them into the two stony idols, Al-Safa and Al-Marwa. Muhammad incorporated in his Quran this pagan ritual of Al-Safa and Al-Marwa, Surah al-Baqarah 2, verse 158. The Arabian Baal religion is mentioned in the Quran in Surah al-Hajj 22, verse 17, Surah al-Baqarah 2, verse 62, and Surah al-Ma'idah 5, verse 69. The Quran and the Sunnah incorporated many practices and rituals of the pagan Arab polytheists. Muhammad had also borrowed extensively from the Sabaeans of Mesopotamia, modern-day Iraq. The Sabaeans were also Arab tribes who observed fasting 30 days in the year, the holy month of Ramadan, and prayed 7 times in the day. Islam retained 5 of them. Moreover, they celebrated twice in the year, the first one immediately after completing 30 days of fasting, and the second during their visit to Mecca for performing the Hajj rituals. Today, Muslims celebrate the same after Ramadan and during the Hajj. Many Muslim historians, commentators, and scholars openly admitted that Islam is the continuation of the pagan Arabs' god Baal worship. See Ibn Hazm, Volume 1, page number 34, Ibn al-Jawzi, page number 84, al-Masudi in Muraj al-Thahab, Volume 2, page number 213, Ibn Hajar in al-Isaba, Volume 4, page number 315, and Tafsir al-Tabari, Volume 16, page number 56. After that, the lovers Malik and Maliaka continued to Egypt and Dubai, but instead of finding straightforward access to women's stories, they encounter hypocrisy, prostitution, gender exploitation, migrant worker abuse, and public sexual corruption, especially around Dubai's nightlife. Quotations from the novel. Following their short visit to the House of Allah, the Black Kaaba, in Saudi Arabia, the American lovers, Malik and Malaika, traveled from the holiest Muslim land to the greatest Islamic country in the world, which is called Egypt. They stayed for a couple of weeks in a small hotel in a crowded area called Al-Adaba in downtown Cairo. They visited many tourist attractions, including popular places like the Pyramids of Giza, the Sphinx, the Bazaar Khan el-Khalili, and the Al-Haram Street. During those 2 weeks, they hardly gathered any information about the abuse of women in the Muslim world. All the places they visited were crowded with semi-nude female foreigners and Egyptian prostitutes. Everything is allowed in those tourist sites as if it is not a Muslim city by any stretch of the imagination. Nightclubs, liquor stores, bars, discos, beaches filled with women in bikinis, cabarets for Egyptian girls dancers, dancing nude, belly dancers, and prostitutes everywhere. Therefore, what the American couple has seen so far in the greatest Islamic nation in the world has refuted all the false claims that the Egyptian imam in the States had told them about his so-called holy homeland. The Muslim Brotherhood political party knew that the highest revenues of Egypt come from tourism. Therefore, during their political campaigns, they proposed to introduce halal tourism, and that could be achieved through the Islamization of tourism all over the country. They wanted to stop selling alcohol and putting burqas on all naked statues of the pyramids. They also proposed to force all semi-nude female dancers of cabarets, belly dancers, film actresses, female tourists, and thousands of Egyptian prostitutes to don hijabs or niqabs and close all nightclubs, liquor stores, bars, discos, and beaches. This impractical proposal reminds us of the suggestion of some American Muslims who wanted to make for their daughters Barbie dolls in burqas in the States. When the Muslim Brotherhood won the presidential election and came to power, they could not immediately implement their impracticable proposal. No tourist, Arab or Westerner alike, will come to a country where alcohol is forbidden. Women are forced to dance in cabarets while they are wrapped with black hijabs or niqabs, or visit a beach where girls are clad in ubiquitous abayas, niqabs, and burqas. Before Muslims could implement their so-called halal tourism proposal, they were ousted out of power by the Egyptian army through a coup d'état. When the Egyptian police and military soldiers forcibly vacated the 2 gatherings of Muslim Brotherhood protesters, the Coptic Christians of Egypt were made the scapegoats. 101 churches had been attacked, looted, and burned down by Muslims. Dozens of Coptic institutions such as schools, monasteries, bookstores, and even orphanages were also attacked and plundered. Hundreds of Coptic stores, hospitals, pharmacies, businesses, and homes were similarly attacked. hundreds of Coptic young women were kidnapped and raped. Some Coptic girls got gang raped in their homes and Christian schools. Egypt was a Christian country for 7 centuries until Muslims of Arabia invaded it in the 7th century and started imposing heavy jizya on its Coptic inhabitants. Those who could not pay the jizya were forced to convert to Islam on pain of death. The ISIS Mujahideen did the same thing to the Iraqi Christians of Mosul city. Obey, pay or leave, or die by the sword. Obey and become Muslims. Pay the jizyas in pure gold, or leave homes and go out of the city. If the Iraqi Christians refuse to follow one of those 3 options, they forfeit their heads. Almost all the Iraqi Christians chose to leave their city. Howbeit, the ISIS Mujahideen fighters did not allow them to take even their passports or any identification papers. They confiscated their houses, churches, wealth, and all other properties. They were not allowed to take even their clothes except for the ones on their backs. Many ancient and modern church buildings were blown up and destroyed as soon as the Christians left. To understand why the Caliphate of ISIS behaved the way it did towards the Christians of Iraq, we need to go back in time and learn what the Prophet of Islam had done to the Jews of Khaybar city. Khaybar is an oasis some 153 kilometers to the north of Medina in Hijaz, Saudi Arabia. Before the rise of Islam, this fortress town had been inhabited by Jewish tribes. It fell to Muslim forces in the year 629. Khaybar was the second city, after Mecca, in its importance and military force. There was not any specific reason given by Muhammad for attacking the Jews of Khaybar except his claim that Allah said he had given the city to the Muslims. Khaybar was the 3rd city in size after Mecca and Medina and was exclusively inhabited by Jews. The Jews of Khaybar had not expected Muhammad to attack them because they had signed a peace treaty with him, and therefore the sudden arrival of the Muslim troops was a great surprise to the inhabitants of the city. However, the city was well protected by its high and strong garrisons. For this reason, the Jews of Khaybar felt safe inside their strongholds and refused to listen to the Prophet's repeated calling to surrender to him. Quoting from Hurub Dalt al-Rasul, Sayyid al-Kimni, 2001, page 444. When the Jews of the city Khaybar refused to surrender, the Prophet decided to use the catapults to destroy the garrisons. According to the Egyptian historian Sayyid Mahmud al-Kimni, the catapults had never been used in Arabia before that day. When the garrisoned Jews saw the catapults, they knew their death was near, and if the Prophet hit the city with the catapults, he would destroy it to the ground and everyone inside the city would perish. To avoid such devastation and mass death, the leader of the city, Kanana ibn al-Rabi, emerged from the city, holding the flag of surrender. He approached the Prophet and told him about the willingness of his Jewish people to sign again a peace treaty with him. The Prophet agreed on a treaty with the condition that they should vacate their city and leave for him their money, garrisons, and land, and they should not take a yellow or a white thing except that which cover their nakedness from their clothes. Al-Kimni quoting from Ibn Kathir, Al-Bidayah and Al-Nihaya, page 200. Moreover, Muhammad told the Jewish leader that if he had anything from him then Allah and the Prophet were free from that treaty, Al-Kimni, page 445, referring to Ibn Kathir, page 204. Al-Kimni also consulted another Islamic source in this regard. The Prophet Muhammad said to the Jewish leader Kanana ibn al-Rabi, "And if you hide something and I come to know it, then your blood and all your Jewish women are halal and war booty permissible for Muslims." Al-Kimni, page 445, quoting from Ibn Sa'd, Al-Tabaqat, page 81. When the leader agreed to reveal everything regarding their wealth and money, the Prophet asked him about a treasure that he knew they had. The leader of the Jews denied the existence of such a treasure. According to Al-Kimni, the question of the Prophet was a trap to make the leader fall into its snare because the Prophet knew already about the matter of that great treasure and where it was hidden. Al-Kimni, page 445, Quoting Ibn Sa'd, page 77. The information of the treasure had already reached the ears of the Prophet through a Jewish trader, who sold his people and revealed the secret of that great treasure, al-Kimni, page 446. The Prophet ordered al-Zubayr ibn al-Awwam to torture the Jewish leader until he revealed the hidden place of the treasure. According to Ibn Hisham, al-Zubayr used a burning steel rod and tortured the Jewish leader until the latter died. Even so, the Prophet asked another Muslim leader called Muhammad ibn Salamah to strike off the neck of the dead leader and likewise to chop off the neck of his surrendered brother Mahmud ibn Maslamah, al-Kimni, page 446. Quoting Ibn Hisham, page 43. After the Jewish leader and his brother were executed, the sword of Islam moved on the surrendered Jews and killed from them, according to the words of Ibn Sa'd, 93 men, al-Kimni, page 447. Quoting from Ibn Sa'd, page 77. The booty and the women of the Jews were distributed among the Muslims, al-Kimni, page 448. According to all the narrators of the Sirah and the news, at the invasion of Khaybar, the Muslim men forced the Jewish women to sleep with them in an open gang rape. That day, the Jewish women were shared in sex by all Muslim mujahideen. This mass rape continued until the Prophet stopped the rape of the pregnant women, al-Kimni, page 448, referring to Ibn Sa'd al-Nas, Ayan, page 176. As for the Prophet himself, he took Safiya bint Huwaya after he killed her husband and father, al-Kimni, pages 448 to 449, quoting from Ibn Kathir, page 197. However, at Khaybar, a Jewish woman, known as Zainab bint al-Harith, tried on the Prophet's life by feeding him a poisoned goat at the house of Safiya bint Huwaya, al-Kimni, page 453. Quoting from the historian Ibn Kathir, page 211. When the Prophet questioned Zainab, she said to him, "You have killed my father, uncle, husband, and brother," al-Kimni, page 454, quoting from al-Bihaqi, page 257. Zainab was executed immediately. The poison remained in the body of the Prophet for 3 years until it finally caused his death, al-Kimni, page 454, quoting from Ibn Kathir, page 211. Therefore, the Muslims believe until today that their Prophet died as a martyr because he was killed by a Jewish woman, al-Kimni, page 454, quoting from Ibn Kathir, page 216. Muslims until today are proud of the defeat of the Jews of Khaybar. Palestinians shout proudly, "Khaybar, Khaybar, O Jews!" The army of Muhammad will return soon. The Muslim mujahideen did the same thing to the Coptic Christians when they invaded Egypt during the 7th century. And they implemented that forcible conversion policy in every Christian land they invaded, from the Levant to Spain, including Anatolia, Turkey, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and Sudan. Today, the ISIS mujahideen are striving hard to reclaim all those countries which their ancestors had invaded and Islamized by the sword. This is the gist of the ancient Islamic Caliphate dynasty. At least, ISIS fighters invented a fourth option that was not there before: obey and become Muslim, or pay the jizya to Muslims, or leave your house and city, or die by the sword. In those days, there were 3 options only: obey, pay, or die by the sword. Today, many people are claiming that what ISIS mujahideen is doing has nothing to do with Islam. Whoever says such a thing is either purposely lying or does not know the history of the Islamic invasions or conquests. The Muslim invaders looked at Egypt as a fat cow that they had to milk. At first, all Egyptian Christians were ordered to pay the jizya or convert to Islam. Christian families who could not pay the heavy jizya were forced to surrender their children in the place of their jizyas. Many Christians of weak faith converted to Islam. The mass conversion of Egyptian Christians led to a decrease in the revenues that had been generated from the jizya. To compensate for that, The Muslim rulers kept increasing the amount to the jizya until it became impossible for many Christians to pay it. It reached the point that the cruel Muslim rulers began to demand jizya from the families of dead Christians. Farmers were required to pay besides the jizya another payment called carriage or land tax. Those who failed to make the two payments had their lands confiscated by the Muslim ruler. Christian leaders were often imprisoned and tortured and would not be freed until their Christian communities paid huge ransoms to the Arab Muslim rulers. Besides all those evils, Muslim rulers encouraged the immigration of the poor Arab Muslims of Arabia to the rich and fertile Egypt. Therefore, in an abbreviated period, the number of Arab Muslims in Egypt surpassed the number of Coptic Christians. Today, the majority of Muslims in Egypt and other Arab countries are descendants of those Christians who could not pay their jizya hundreds of years ago. Before the sword of Islam reached Egypt, it was a 100% Christian country. But now out of the 90 million Egyptians, only 10% are Coptic Christians. In Lebanon, Malik and Malaika are nearly kidnapped by Hezbollah-linked figures, rescued by a Christian police officer, and then move into a Christian neighborhood where they become disillusioned by nominal Christianity, racism, anti-Black discrimination, and moral hypocrisy. Their mission temporarily shifts from documenting Muslim women's suffering to trying to preach Christianity to Middle Eastern Christians. But they eventually decide Arab Christian communities are too spiritually stagnant and return to their original research project. They adopt new names, Samir and Samira Ahmed, and travel to Sudan, choosing it as a place where they believe Islamic law, poverty, polygamy, female genital mutilation, jihad culture, and women's oppression can be observed more directly. In Sudan, they live among widows, refugee girls, and a neighboring polygamous family, documenting domestic life, widowhood, poverty, martyrdom ideology, rival wives, child exploitation, and the social effects of polygamy. The plot repeatedly uses the couple's travels as a framework for exposing what the novel presents as the suffering of Muslim women, Jews, Black people, Christians, converts, refugees, and domestic workers. By the visible portion of the text, the story has become less a conventional adventure plot and more a long ideological journey. The couple gathers testimony and observations meant to support a sweeping critique of Islamic societies, religious hypocrisy, anti-Semitism, racism, and gender oppression. Examples of key conflict scenes in The Tears of God include: Christina wants to publish her life story, but Michael fears retaliation. The opening conflict begins when Christina wants to expose her past abuse, while Michael warns that doing so directly could endanger her life. The staged conversion to Islam. Michael and Christina enter a mosque, take Muslim names, and submit to religious instruction, creating tension between their true identities and the roles they must perform for survival. The dispute over circumcision. The imam and community pressure the couple over circumcision, especially female genital mutilation, while Michael resists to protect Christina/Malaika. Malaika's conflict with Islamic gender rules. The imam's wife teaches her how to behave as a good Muslim wife, including rules about dress, obedience, perfume, travel, and marital duty, creating a major conflict between female autonomy and religious control. Sexual harassment during the Hajj. In Mecca and crowded pilgrimage spaces, Malaika experiences repeated harassment, while Malik tries unsuccessfully to shield her, intensifying the couple's sense of danger and disillusionment. The women pilgrims defending practices Malaika questions. Malaika interviews Muslim women about polygamy, child marriage, female genital mutilation, and wife beating, but many defend these practices as religiously justified. Dubai Square and the pursuit of Malaika. In Dubai, the couple encounters prostitution, exploitation, and aggressive harassment, Then follow Malaika and Malik back toward their hotel, creating one of the clearest physical threat scenes. Quotations from the original manuscript. The following true story had been disclosed to me by a first-hand eyewitness. It is from a Sudanese woman who lived in that Arab emirate from childhood until she immigrated to a Western country. She is a victim of abuse from childhood. Her parents sold her in marriage to a grown-up man who was old enough to be her father when she was just 13 years old child. Her first husband abused her sexually and physically for 2 years and then divorced her and married a younger girl. By then, she had already given birth to a son. After that, no man came to marry her, and she remained a divorcee for a long time. In the Arab world, a female divorcee is called a second-hand wife or an open woman, which means she is not a virgin. She is condemned to either remain single all the rest of her life or marry an old man who has other wives, and his youngest daughter is older than her. Despite that, the Sudanese divorcee decided to pursue her academic career so that she could find a better opportunity in a male-dominated society. She continued with her studies until she entered the University of Dubai. In her second year, she fell in love with her professor and eventually, she married him. However, her second husband was as old as her father too. She thought that having been a highly educated man, he might give her what she had been denied from childhood, real love. Nonetheless, this second husband abused her more than her first husband. If her first husband was the incarnation of the devil, then her second husband was the Antichrist himself. As soon as she married him, the highly educated professor stopped her from completing her university studies. He began to beat and torture her too. He always spent his money on prostitutes and Ethiopian hookers at the discos and nightclubs. Therefore, every night, he deserted her on the cold bed and spent his hot nights in the arms of those foreign prostitutes. He slept with her once in 2 or 3 months. Whenever she objected to his improper behavior, he beat her. He continuously reminded her that Islam required that the wife should be satisfied with whatever amount of sex her husband could give her. Her father always stood on her husband's side and reminded her that the Quran allows the husband to beat his rebellious wife, quoting Surah Al-Nisa 4, verse 34. Whenever she went to complain to him about her husband's beating and negligence, the father told her that she would bring great shame to the family if she got divorced by her husband again. Finally, that frustrated Sudanese woman decided to trick her highly educated husband with the hope of escaping her abusive married life. Somehow, she convinced him to apply for immigration to the West. Many foreign workers in Saudi Arabia and other Arab Gulf countries like to get Western passports to enhance their statuses and be for them backup opportunities in case they lose their jobs in the future. There is no job security in Arab countries. At any moment, your Arab employer can fire you without giving any reason. Immediately after you lost your job, you will be escorted to the airport by the police authorities. If you tried to hide from the police, the consequences would be worse. Many foreign workers were chained by shackles and fetters to their seats inside the airplanes and shipped over to their countries of origin in that inhumane exodus. That abused Sudanese woman was able to convince her bad second husband to apply for immigration because he is a foreigner from Sudan. Although she was born and brought up in Dubai, she is not entitled to citizenship. If you were born and lived for 40 years in those petrodollar Arab countries, still you would live and die as a foreigner. You can be kicked out of the country at any time and without any cause. You and your wife and children will carry status as makfulin, which means semi-slaves, and your kafil, or Arab master, has absolute rights over you and your family. Anyway, to cut a long story short, when that Sudanese woman reached Canada, she disobeyed her evil husband and refused to return with him to Dubai. Her husband knew that, if he beat her or tried to force her to return with him, he would go directly to jail. Therefore, He swallowed up his pride and returned all alone to the Arab world. He could not take his 2 children from her. And that is how she was able to extricate herself from her husband who abused her for so long. Many Muslim women are victims of this kind of abuse, and the only escape available to them is to leave their countries and move to the West. Sadly, such a golden opportunity is not available except for a very few privileged Arab women. That Sudanese wife was able to immigrate to Canada because her husband was a university professor and a highly educated immigrant man. Otherwise, she would not be able to immigrate to any Western country if she applied alone. Many married Muslim women prefer to kill themselves than continue in those abusive marriages. The only method of suicide they know is burning their bodies. Sometimes, a Muslim woman might choose to run away from her abusive husband to escape her unbearable hellish married life. Unfortunately, when a Muslim woman chooses to run away from home, the only place that would receive her would be the street, and becoming a perpetual prostitute in another city or country. Therefore, those runaway women might fall into more abusive lives and face dire conditions than what they have already endured in their homes. After the foregoing brief introduction, let us head back to the Dubai Square to those young Muslim women and try to find out why they are gathered there. Some of them came from Muslim countries that are torn apart by civil wars such as Somalia, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, Libya, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sudan, and Lebanon. Some of them came from poor Asian and African countries. Every evening until late into the night, many of these young women gather around the red traffic lights square, which is known in the Arabic language as Dawar Dubai. There are 4 such gatherings, with each group gathered in a particular corner of the square. The first corner is called the Ethiopian spot. Naturally, the name derives from the fact that the girls here come from Ethiopia. The services rendered by Ethiopian girls have a going rate of about 50 to 100 dirhams. At the time these accounts are recorded, $1 equals 3.67 dirhams. The second corner is called the Somali spot. Somali, Eritrean, Sudanese, Kenyan, Nigerian, and Mauritanian girls gather at this place. It is given that name because Somali girls are the majority. Some customers refer to the first and second spots as the African girls' corners because both the Somali girls and Ethiopian damsels are from African countries with distinctive darker skin and curly hair. Other common African attributes are a larger body build, big buttocks, and huge breasts. Even though these are common female traits, the Somali girl always commands a higher rate than the Ethiopian girl. The Somali girl charges between 150 to 200 dirhams. This discrepancy stands even though both girls are Africans, and as a general rule, most Ethiopian girls are prettier than their Somali counterparts. Well, the difference in rates has nothing to do with beauty or any external attributes. It is simply due to religious affiliation. To make this point plausible, one can call to mind the question of halal meat versus haram meat for Muslims living in Western countries. If Muslims visit or sojourn in a non-Muslim country, they are not supposed to eat food in any restaurant that belongs to an infidel or buy meat from non-Muslim stores. Their religion strictly forbids them to eat the meat of animals, such as cows, sheep, goats, and chickens, if they are not ritually slaughtered. Pigs are excluded because they are unclean animals, and their pork meat is halal to infidels only. To make the meat halal for a Muslim to buy, cook, and eat, certain conditions must be met. Firstly, the killer of the animal must be a Muslim man. A Muslim woman is neither allowed to lead other Muslim men or women in prayer as an imam nor slaughter an animal. Secondly, the killer or butcher must physically face the Black House of Allah in Mecca, which also is known as the Holy Kaaba. Thirdly, he must shout, Allah Akbar. Then and only then he can cut the neck of the animal. I hope no one misunderstands me. The Muslim is supposed to shout Allah Akbar even if he wants to kill a human being or blow his body up in smithereens in jihad. Those of you who witnessed the cruel beheadings of Westerners who were executed by a British Muslim man called Jihadi John and uploaded on the internet by ISIS should remember that the actions were carried out according to this teaching of Islam. The Arabic phrase, Allah Akbar, is usually interpreted in English as God is great or praise the Lord, but in Islam, it has a deeper meaning. It is a shout of war. Whenever a Muslim wants to slaughter someone or blow his body up in bits and pieces, you will hear this cry. Islam requires that shout of war even if the creature to be killed is a human being. Accordingly, if you happen to be in a crowd, on a bus, a train, at a beach, at a movie theater, soccer stadium, a church, a temple, a mall, or any place of social gathering and you hear someone shouting Allah Akbar, run as fast as your legs can carry you away from that doomed place. Otherwise, your blown-up body may reach the sky in small pieces before your soul reaches heaven. Not surprisingly, Islam allows Muslims to have sexual intercourse with infidel women if they are taken as war captives, but forbids them to eat meat if the animal is killed by an infidel. According to Islam, all non-Muslims are infidels, which include Christians and Jews. All infidel women are halal for having sex with them without marrying them if they are captured in a war or bought as female slaves at the slave market. Christian girls, Jewish women, Hindu damsels, Buddhists, atheists, Satanists, feminists, and even Chinese. Their women are halal for sex, but their meat is haram to eat as food. The biography of the Prophet Muhammad tells us that he used to have sexual intercourse with a Christian Copt called Maria and a Jewish girl known as Rihanna. Both of them continued to follow their respective religions until he died, and he never married any one of them. I know that it is unfair to equate human beings with meat, but that is exactly how the working girls of the red traffic lights square of Dubai are valued by their Arab customers. The Ethiopian girls are subpar because they are infidel Christian women, while the Somali girls are premium because they are Muslim damsels. There is yet another reason behind that unfair evaluation of the Ethiopian girls that has nothing to do with the concept of halal meat versus haram meat or a Muslim woman versus an infidel girl. Suffice it to say that Somali girls possess something that gave them a distinct advantage over the Ethiopian girls. Simply put, the Somali girls are genitally mutilated while the Ethiopian girls are not circumcised. Female genital mutilation, besides being a religious obligation in Islam, many Muslims believe that it endows many advantages to the girl, her family, and her husband. We will discuss the evils of female genital mutilation in later chapters, but now let us say just a few words about it. Female circumcision, or cutting off the girl's private parts, involves the removal of the ceiling of the labia majora and the labia minora together after the entire clitoris has been removed, quoting Lois 1985, page 115. When a Muslim girl undergoes the operation of female genital mutilation, she will become abnormal. Her private parts will be completely mutilated and destroyed. Her vagina will be so narrowed or so sealed that it will be reduced to a small hole, which allows her only to urinate. The woman who performs the circumcision uses a razor or her kitchen knife to cut and remove the entire clitoris. At the same time, she will slice the labia majora and labia minora and then seal them together and leave just a small opening. She will use a small reed or feather to measure the opening that must be left open after the circumcision. The small opening may not allow the man to insert his finger. For an erected phallus of a man to go through that small opening is out of the question. Therefore, on the wedding night, the Muslim bride feels as if she has been raped by her groom. Usually, most Muslim girls will be circumcised at the age of 4 or 5. Muslims believe that when the circumcised girl reaches the age of adolescence, she will not be able to indulge in sex even if she wants to do so. Any girl trying to indulge herself in sex will experience unbearable pain and feel as if she is being raped. This is the overriding reason for this procedure, to prevent her from having sex before marriage. Therefore, female genital mutilation or circumcision is meant to control the sexuality of the woman and destroy her desire for the opposite sex. In this line of thinking, there is a belief among Muslims that the uncircumcised girl can easily succumb to her sexual desire. Even if her underwear rubs her private parts, she will experience uncontrollable sexual desire, and nothing will abate her desire for masturbation or adultery. This is simply not the case for a circumcised girl, as they say. She is always in control of her sexuality and is extremely hard to arouse her sexual desire. Due to the small hole that had been created in her pussy post-circumcision, the girl is considered always a virgin. Therefore, Muslim men believe that the circumcised girl is more sexually enjoyable than the uncircumcised girl. For that reason, the Somali Muslim girl is rated for a higher price than the uncircumcised Ethiopian Christian girl. There are other two corners in the infamous Dubai Square, which are occupied by Arab girls who come from many Middle Eastern and North African countries, but we do not need to speak about them in this brief commentary. Before we move to the fifth invisible group at Dubai Square, we must also talk about Asian girls. Sadly, the Asian girls are not allowed by the other four female groups to have their spot at any place at the red traffic light of the infamous Dubai Square. They are treated like outcast girls and subhuman women. Most of those Asian girls are from Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, Indonesia, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, and others. They are scattered everywhere like flying bats at night. Besides being discriminated against by other groups, they also are ill-treated by the Arab policemen. Now and then, one of those girls will get arrested, beaten, and raped by the Arab cops. They are routinely mistreated by their customers too. Very often, they are treated as female slaves and forced to render services to their captors without pay. They have no value, and hence it is extremely hard to decide their rate. We can just say about those Asian young women, they are free of charge girls and sex for hire. I know it is an oxymoron statement, but that is their dire situation. The fifth group consists of local women, understandably called the local group. This group is invisible. Only their pimps and assistants gather there. Most of the girls in the other four groups are foreigners and unmarried young women. One peculiarity of this group is that the women are all married and have husbands. The going rate for women in this category starts at 1,000 dirhams and can climb to 5,000 dirhams. Sometimes, a woman in this category may charge up to 10,000 dirhams. One may wonder about this logic. Simply put, the answer to this question has something to do with Arab men's sexual preference. The Arab man loves nothing more than having his female relative, female neighbor, or his friend's wife in bed. Even the Prophet Muhammad had the same problem. His biography said that he had an uncontrollable desire for the wife of his adopted son. This happened when he visited one day the house of his son and did not find him at home. Instead, he found his daughter-in-law, who was called Zainab bint Gahash, reclining on her bed while she was semi-nude. He became sexually aroused and desired her and murmured some words which were interpreted by Allah that the Prophet wanted her on his bed, but in a halal way. When her husband returned home, his wife told him about the visit of his father and how he reacted when he saw her semi-stark naked. Then the son went to his father and said to him, "If you like my wife, I will divorce her so that you can have her in a halal marriage." The Prophet said to him, "Keep your wife to yourself and fear Allah." At once, Allah revealed a verse in the Holy Quran and rebuked the Prophet for fearing people and hiding in his heart what he desired. Surah Al-Ahzab 33, verse 37. To the effect that the Prophet compelled his son to divorce his wife, and therefore he married her and took her to his bed and raped her, or rather sexually fucked her on the halal way. That is why the women of this invisible local group are so highly priced and prized, because every Arab man wants to have sex on his bed with the daughter of his neighbor or the wife of his best friend. Sometimes, he may desire even the wife of his colleague or boss. Whenever such a desire hits him, He will bribe one of the pimps and ask him to get her for him by hook or crook. The pimp will not leave a stone unturned to satisfy that urgent sexual urge. Most of those married women are already suffering from sexual frustration. They are victims of polygamous marriages, with husbands habitually getting younger and prettier girls and marrying them. As soon as the polygamist husband finds a young girl to marry, he will hardly sleep with his other wives. Therefore, those deserted wives look for sexual satisfaction from their husband's car drivers or somewhere else. Marital infidelity for them becomes a source of pleasure and getting some extra cash. Practicing premarital sex for an unmarried local girl can lead to honor killing. Also, the girl will be killed if she is caught having an affair with a man before marriage. If she indulged in a sexual relationship before marriage and her family did not know about it, her husband would find out that she wasn't a virgin on their first wedding night, and the consequences will be dire for her and her parents. However, the married Arab woman will tell you since she is already opened, she does not fear being caught and slain in an honor killing. In other words, since she is already having an open pussy, her husband will not know who is fucking her besides him. In that society, the honor of the family is located between the legs of the woman. Some of the young women are displaced from their homes and forced to flee due to wars in their countries: Iraq, Syria, Libya, Yemen, Sudan, and Somalia. Some left, heading for rich petrodollar countries. Asian young women and African girls are forced by their abject poverty to leave their poor countries and come to rich Arab countries on maid visas. The foreign maids begin to experience abuse at the point of arrival. As soon as such a foreign maid arrives in the house of her employer, she will be openly sexually harassed by the male members of that household. The father, his grown-up sons, and any other male relatives feel it is their right to have sexual intercourse with their maid whether she consents or not. The maid works from sunrise to sunset as a slave, and from evening until dawn she will be forced to sleep with whoever male wants her on his bed. Many prominent religious leaders in Saudi Arabia and other Arab countries issued fatwas that justified the treatment of the foreign maids as right-hand possessed, which means female slaves. According to those fatwas, Arab employers can have sex with their maids against their wishes and with full knowledge of their wives and daughters. Therefore, raping a maid is not considered a crime, but a religious right to her male employer. In addition, their employers are known as kafils, which means masters or owners, and they are called makfulat, female slaves, or the right-hand possessed foreign young women. We can recall to the mind the way Sheikh Faiz bin Ahmed mistreated his Indian maid, Rehana Khan. And also, he married, raped, and imprisoned her 7-year-old daughter Ifat Khan. By law, the Arab owners can kick their foreign maids out of the country any time they want. Sometimes, the Arab employer changed his maids 4 to 5 times a year. The first time he gets his sex maid from India, the next sex female doll from Pakistan, his third sex girl from the Philippines, the fourth maid from Indonesia, and his fifth female sex slave from Sri Lanka. He changes his maids like changing his underwear. Those Arab owners can also beat their maids or rape them. If an employer kills his maid, he can get away with it. After all, Islam forbids capital punishment for any Muslim who kills a non-Muslim, who is known in Islam as an unclean infidel. The reverse is not true. There is one last group we need to say a few words about it. It does not meet the definition of a group as the above-mentioned other 5 groups do. They are neither female hookers nor male prostitutes. There are no bisexual prostitutes either in this group. If they are neither human males nor their female counterparts nor even bisexual beings, then what types of creatures are they? They are not even the Hur al-Ain, the 72 virgins of paradise, which are mentioned in the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet Muhammad. Hur al-Ain, or the virgins of paradise, are not earthy human beings, but sublime female creatures created by Allah, especially for the sexual enjoyment of Muslim men in paradise. This 6th group consists of earthly human beings like you and me. They, however, do not consider themselves like other girls. They insist that they are not prostitutes or street hookers, although they perform the very same services. They demand money for their services, but call them wages just like female workers. They demand wages from their customers by the hour. Before she goes with her customer, the girl in this category will ask him how long he wants her under his service. Simply put, the girls of this group do not like to be called prostitutes because Islam does not define them as such. Therefore, by order of the Sharia law, anyone who calls them prostitutes will be prosecuted. You have not even any legal ground to name them religious hookers. The only difference from other girls, the girl in this group will ask her customer to marry her before she goes with him. The marriage business for her is imperative. If the customer refuses to marry her, she will never allow him to touch her body, no matter how much amount of money he may propose to pay her. She will tell him that she is a Muslim girl, and her religion will not permit her to have sexual intercourse with a man except in the halal way, legal sex. If he agrees to marry her, then she will go with him to his bed in his house, in the open desert on the back of his camel, and even in his car if he wants backseat sex. She will agree to pornographic sex through her mouth or masturbation with her hands, but even that also must be performed under the conditions and restrictions of muta marriage and halal sex. If her customer consents to this halal sex, then and only then, she will sleep with him. Someone must say, wow. We may all of us can say what a good Muslim girl she is. Most of the girls who practice this kind of service are from Iraq, Iran, Syria, Lebanon, and the United Arab Emirates. They are all Muslim girls. If they are Muslim young women like other Muslim girls, why do they charge wages and demand a marriage contract before indulging themselves in this kind of practice? They are Shiite Muslim girls, and their counterparts are prostitutes from Sunni Islam. They also are prostitutes, but the kind of prostitution they practice is considered halal in Islam because it is done under the cover of marriage. It is called muta marriage, which means halal enjoyment sex. Muta marriage is a temporary lawful relationship between a man and a woman. The relationship can last for 1 hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours. The muta marriage does not require a judge or witnesses. The man has to say to the girl, I marry you myself, and she also has to say to him, I marry you myself. Then he must pay her wages as her dowry, the bride's price. As soon as their private marriage is consummated through sexual intercourse, the man has no further legal right over the enjoyment wife. She can go immediately and contract another man in yet another similar temporary enjoyment marriage. In one single night, she can marry more than 10 men, and they can all of them fucked her in her pussy in halal multiple enjoyment marriages. Young Iraqi Shiite girls are being sold for sex in temporary enjoyment marriages that can last only as little as an hour, a BBC documentary revealed on October 4, 2019. Such marriage is allowed by the Quran in Surah Al-Nisa 4, verse 24. Little girls are sold for sex in temporary, pleasure marriages that can last as little as an hour. An Iraqi cleric says no problem at all to wed a 9-year-old girl under Islamic law. So, according to Sharia, there is no problem to wed an underage girl, said one cleric. Of course not, they are following Muhammad, the ideal example, whose favorite wife Aisha was 6 years old when he married her, and 9 years of age when he consummated the marriage. This kind of enjoyment marriage differs from ordinary Islamic marriage because it doesn't aim at a continuous married life, but sexual enjoyment in a lawful way. It had been permitted and practiced by the Prophet Muhammad, but abolished after his death by his second caliph, Omar ibn al-Khattab. The Shiite Muslims argued that the Caliph Umar had no legal ground to abolish it because it is permitted by the Holy Quran in Surah Al-Nisa 4, verse 24. According to Islamic Sharia, no one has the right to abolish or abrogate a verse from the Holy Quran after the death of the Prophet Muhammad. Notwithstanding, The muta marriage is unlawful in Sunni Islam, but practiced by the Shiite Muslims until today. In Iran, it is estimated that over 70% of muta wives become prostitutes, quoting Woodsmall 1983, page 119. Nonetheless, the girls of this sixth group will not agree to be identified as prostitutes. We cannot call them the temple holy prostitutes because they do not do their muta marriages at the Muslims' forbidden house of Allah at Mecca or inside the Black Kaaba, nor do they practice them in mosques. Any sexual relationship between a man and woman outside the marriage bond is forbidden in Islam except with female slaves, who are called the man's right-hand possession sex slaves, or female war captives. I guess the proper name for the girls in this category is holy hookers or halal prostitutes. Although muta marriages are forbidden in Sunni Islam, it has its equivalent in the so-called al-zawaj al-urfi, traditional marriage. It is a marriage between a boy and a girl without the knowledge of their families. It also does not need a judge or marriage contract. It requires the witness of only one person. Usually, schoolboys and girls or college students use one of their friends or girlfriends as a witness. In Sudan, every year hundreds of Muslim girls are impregnated through the so-called al-zawaj al-urfi. Babies born out of this kind of secret relationship are not accepted by the girl's parents and are considered bastards in society. Therefore, after delivering their babies, they are thrown in garbage containers to be eaten up by stray dogs and they die as outcasts. Before we conclude these accounts, and before we mention what happened to the American couple Malik and Malaika on their visit to Dubai Square, we need to speak briefly about another group of visitors. This group cannot be given the same status as the other 6 groups because it does not consist of women. It is a group of young Arab boys who render the same service. We cannot call them gays because gays in the West don't charge money for making love with their male lovers. They are not lesbians either because they are not females. Even though those male prostitutes have no specific spot at the red traffic light of Dubai Square, they are scattered everywhere like the Asian outcast girls. This group is called the 5th column of prostitutes. Whatever that phrase may mean in English is not a big issue. The big issue is that those Arab boys are treated as women and get fucked and paid money for their services by their male customers. They do not get hired, sexually fucked, and then paid by sexually frustrated Arab married women. Such kinds of married women, as we mentioned above, get free sexual satisfaction from their husbands' Pakistani or Indian car drivers. In the Arab world, the male prostitute talks like a girl, walks like a lady, his body like a human female, takes care of his body like a woman, does makeup like a damsel, wears female perfumes, and applies lipstick. The only thing that distinguishes him from the woman, he puts on male clothes. We cannot say the biological difference is a significant factor because most of the female prostitutes will agree to anal sex with their customers and charge extra money. Despite that, the male prostitute is highly prized and highly desired by Arab men. His price is higher than all the 5 female groups, but lower than the 5th invisible group of those married local Arab women. I do not understand the obsession of Arab men with male prostitutes. Maybe homosexuality and homoeroticism are on the rise in the Middle East because of the social segregation of males and females and the restrictions placed on women. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has the highest number, followed by the Gulf countries. According to one British magazine, 23% of Saudis are gays and lesbians. In a recent interview, a female schoolteacher in Riyadh City said that 90% of her female students admitted that they had sex with their female classmates in school or girlfriends at their houses. In Saudi Arabia, if a female prostitute is caught, she will be stoned to death, but if a male prostitute is arrested, he will not be punished. There is no punishment in the Sharia for gays who practice sodomy and men among prostitutes. Most of the male prostitutes were not born gays or made themselves that way but were forced to be so when they were small children at homes or schools. The majority of them are victims of child abuse and child rape by their male relatives, neighbors, school teachers, or older schoolmates. It is quite widespread practice in Muslim countries, where there is no coeducation in schools, that small children of 7 to 10 years old are forcibly sodomized by their male teachers and bigger classmates. Usually, small children were subjected to rape at that early age. It is generally considered that male children have soft and delicate bodies like women. On their first visit to Dubai Red Traffic Light Square, the American couple understood that Dubai was not the right place to find data about the abuse of women in the Muslim world. They decided not to waste another day in that emirate. Furthermore, their visit to that infamous square exposed Malika to even more sexual harassment than she had experienced during her 5 days of the Hajj rituals in Mecca City. She has been sexually harassed and physically contacted by the lustful Arab men who came to feast on those young foreign women who gathered there to sell their bodies. Some Arab men and pimps followed the American couple until their hotel. Malika felt as if she was a stray fish chased by deadly sharks. All the time, she has been accompanied by her husband, but that has not deterred the mob of her pursuers. The obvious fact she is a married woman made them desire her more and strive hard to get her. Malik threatened to call the cops on them, but that also did not cause them to waver. They continued to follow her like savage wolves chasing one of the deer in a jungle. They kept on whistling, waving their hands, showing their thousands of dollars, and shouting words in Arabic like a beautiful and sexy Indian hooker walking with a white foreign gay who loves to practice sodomy with men. Their words sounded gibberish to the American couple as if coming from people possessed with demons of lust. Malik could not believe that intelligent human beings living with him on the same planet Earth could behave in such a barbaric manner. They have been so much possessed by their animalistic desires that their minds cease functioning. The American husband has fully expected the mob surrounding his Indian wife to rape her in broad daylight and front of everyone around when they reached the hotel. He silently steeled his will to stop this and prayed to God to help him in his fight against those demon-possessed Arabs. Therefore, the Braveheart American husband has determined those Arab human beasts could rape his beautiful Indian wife only after killing him first, and then jump over his dead body and reach her. Those Arab men have no respect for the sanctity of marriage nor believe in the concept of human rights or women's rights. For them, the woman is meat, and when she exposes her face or parts of her hands and legs, then she becomes a sex female available for haunting for every man walking on the streets. The concept of sex as a mutual relation between two persons who love each other does not exist in their vocabulary. Moreover, they have an erroneous understanding of the Western woman that she is always free and ready for every male who wants her on his bed. Sex in Islam is called wat, which means falling, jumping, or climbing on the body of the woman. Marriage is called in the Quran nikah, which means sexual intercourse. Muslim men and women are both victims of the perverse teachings of Islam about sex and marriage. These distorted teachings turned women into sexual female prey and men into ferocious hunters. Therefore, the Muslim men see in the women nothing except fresh meat, which Allah has granted them divine rights to haunt and devour them. Each one of those Muslim men is permitted 4 wives by way of polygamous marriages, female slave acquisition, war female captives, or the so-called stray women walking on the streets without men to protect them. In that way, once he tires of his catch, he can look for more fresh meat. The former king of Saudi Arabia bragged in one foreign magazine that he had sex with 200 women, but never had more than 4 wives at a time. The uncle of the emir, or ruler, of Kuwait married 99 women. One day, he visited a girls' school and saw a beautiful 15-year-old girl. Then he asked his assistant to betroth that beautiful teenage girl for him, but he was rebuked and corrected by his assistant because the girl was one of his many daughters. Islam divides human beings into hunters and the hunted like wolves and sheep. It deprives a woman of her rights as a human being and imposes female genital mutilation, child marriage, polygamy, wife-beating, and body coverings on her. In many Muslim societies, women are not allowed to go to schools, work, drive cars, go to gyms, practice any kind of sports, go to beaches or swimming pools or public parks, or participate in any kind of public entertainment. They are locked behind iron doors like dangerous female prisoners or wild creatures. Therefore, Islam is the biggest curse of hell that fell on the women. The Hezbollah kidnapping plot in Lebanon. After settling in Muslim West Beirut, the couple is targeted for kidnapping by Hezbollah-linked figures and is rescued by a Lebanese Christian police officer. Conflict with nominal Christians in Lebanon. After moving to Christian East Beirut, the couple becomes disillusioned by the Maronite family's moral hypocrisy and by churches that appear racist, exclusionary, or spiritually hollow. The Church of the Black Slaves episode. Malik and Malaika encounter racial exclusion in Lebanese churches, especially when Malaika is mistaken for a domestic servant and redirected to a church for African and Asian migrant workers. The Beirut cinema scene. The couple enters a movie theater expecting an English film, but instead witnesses disturbing pornography and child exploitation, causing shock, rage, and a desire to abandon their mission. The debate over Arab Christians and Jews. Later chapters shift into ideological conflict as the couple criticizes replacement theology, anti-Semitism, and Arab Christian hostility toward Jews and Israel. Choosing Sudan despite danger. After failed attempts in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Dubai, and Lebanon, the couple deliberately chooses Sudan because they believe it will expose more direct examples of Sharia, poverty, polygamy, jihad culture, and women's oppression. The Marriage of the Martyr celebration. In Sudan, Sakina and Silwa celebrate Khalid's death as martyrdom, while the narration condemns his violence and the ideology that glorifies violent death. The three rival wives of the butcher. The polygamous household next door becomes a living conflict scene, showing jealousy, insecurity, rivalry, child neglect, domestic fights, and the strain caused by sharing one husband. The female genital mutilation ceremony. One of the strongest conflict scenes occurs when Samira witnesses the circumcision of a 4-year-old girl and is horrified by the mother's insistence that it is religiously necessary. Excerpts from the text. The late husband of the younger woman, who also is the son of the older woman, died a few years ago during the Jihad War in the Democratic Republic of South Sudan. This death happened before Sudan was divided into two countries, North Sudan and South Sudan. The husband was a soldier in the Northern Sudanese army. He was killed in a deadly battle between the so-called troops of Al-Rahman, the Muslim Mujahideen fighters of Allah, and the infidel rebels, the Southern Christian rebellious fighters. His wife and mother believe that he died as a martyr and hence is now in paradise. Allah would have, by then, married him with 72 beautiful virgins. Accordingly, on the day his wife and his mother received the sad news of his death, they shouted ululations of joy and rejoiced greatly. Many women rushed to their house and congratulated them on the martyrdom of the brave soldier of Allah. Some of them brought with them candies and cookies to be distributed among small children to celebrate their happiness. For 7 days, their house turned into a wedding hall with every guest expressing their joy at the good news. It was a happy occasion, this Erz al-Shahid, or the heavenly marriage of the martyr. If the martyr was already dead and gone, then where was the groom, and where was his bride? In the Muslim world, a child can answer that simple question. He will proudly tell you that the groom is the martyr himself, and his brides are the 72 virgins of paradise. He can quote for you many verses from the Quran and several sacred hadiths of his prophet to support and validate his answer. The happy wedding celebration will last for a few days following the death or martyrdom of the groom. But the celebration will not extend beyond 1 week. After that, his widowed wife and his other family members will be left to face the harsh realities of their miserable lives. The deceased martyr is known as Khalid, which means eternal one, and his widowed wife is called Sulwa, which means heavenly manna. He was not survived by any children because his wife, Sulwa, was barren. Khalid was the sole breadwinner in the family. His untimely departure was a great loss for his wife and mother. After the death of her husband, as a young woman, his wife Sulwa could not work. It is a great shame and danger if she ventures out of her house to seek employment in the male-dominated society of Sudan. Her mother-in-law, on the other hand, is an old woman and hence she could not do any outside work. The two poor women live on what little pension is entitled to from the government. Needless to say, the arrival of the American couple is a great blessing to them. Their new foreign tenants are paying 10 times the local rate. Their house, as expected, is divided into 2 sections, by gender. Since they did not have any men to occupy the male section, the huts were left closed for years. The old woman was afraid to rent it to a local male bachelor because she was scared to expose her young and pretty widowed daughter-in-law to sexual harassment. She also was worried that her daughter-in-law might be tempted by a young man and thus fall into disgrace or elope with her lover and leave her all alone. As is common in these parts, the moment a woman became a widow, she soon became a marked target for the young, unmarried boys. While no self-respecting bachelor will consider marrying a second-hand woman who is used by another man before him, they have no qualms about pestering and sexually harassing a divorcee or a widow the way dogs chase a female dog and rape her in the street in front of everyone. The moment an acquaintance introduced the prospective rich tenants, the American couple to her, and she laid eyes on Samira's obvious charms and unmatchable beauty, the old woman felt at ease and consented to rent them the unused section of her property. The house is in the name of her deceased husband and hence she is the sole heir. The old woman is known as Sakina. Soon after giving birth to her son, Khalid, her husband succumbed to cancer. It is no surprise that no one came forward to marry her in the following years. From a young age, Khalid began to work to support his mother. In the third world, there is no such thing as child abuse either in marriage or work. Any father is allowed by law to give his daughter in marriage at any age he so desires, and all children can be put to work the moment they can work. In Sudan, the law allows the father to give his daughter in marriage to any man at the age of 10 years. Moreover, a child soldier is allowed in every Muslim country. Many children are forced through compulsory military conscription to join the Islamic jihadi troops. At the age of 12, Khalid joined an Islamic terrorist group known as the Muslim Brotherhood. When his hands were strong enough to carry a gun and fight at the age of 14, he joined the Sudanese army. His heart's desire, that, as they say, his Allah had fulfilled, was to die in the way of Allah, in the Islamic Holy War, against the Christian infidels of the south of Sudan. Before his death, Khalid had killed many innocent children, raped a lot of young women, and massacred a large number of men during his holy war against the southern Sudanese rebels. Khalid and his comrades practiced a kind of jihad called Nika al-Qis. This type of jihad is eviler than the jihad which ISIS and Al-Qaeda's terrorists are practicing against women in Syria and Iraq. Both kinds of jihads involved capturing and raping the women of the enemies, but the latter is worse than the former. In the case of jihad of ISIS Mujahideen, the Syrian, Iraqi, and Yazidi women are captured and raped, and then either sold as slaves or become permanent slaves to their captors. But in Nika al-Qis, the women of the enemy would not survive for long after being captured and raped by their captors. They would not be expressly killed, per se. Their death would be the result of the brutal way in which they were raped. The Muslim mujahideen who fight in the south of Sudan believe that the women of their enemy are religiously unclean and have dirty bodies. Accordingly, they use al-Qis while they are raping them so that they will not be defiled by their uncleanness. Al-Qis is a plastic bag that is commonly used to bag groceries. Cheap and disposable, it is used in the place of a proper condom. The selling or possession of condoms is strictly forbidden in many Muslim countries. It is a lesser crime to be arrested with a bottle of alcohol or drugs in your hand than a condom in your pocket. The Sudanese mujahideen use those filthy plastic bags instead of condoms while they are raping their victims. After having sex, the plastic bags disintegrate and remain inside the private parts of those infidel girls, eventually causing serious illness. Before their reuse, these plastic bags have already been discarded and thrown in filthy garbage containers. The mujahideen collect the dirty plastic bags from the garbage containers, wrap them around their penises, and proceed to rape their captive women. Among their female victims, there are female children from the ages of 9 to 12 years old. The contaminated bags will cause infection and disease and ultimately lead to the death of the so-called infidel women. After he had committed those hideous crimes against those innocent southern men and their underage women and little female children, it is said that the martyr Khalid is in paradise and his Allah has married him with 72 virgins. Blind faith can make the person believe any lies of the devil. What Sakina and Silwa believe about the fate of their deceased relative is merely the lie of Satan that has been falsely clothed with the attire of divine revelation. No doubt about it, the so-called martyred soldier of Allah, Khalid, is now in the bottomless pit, and he will be burning in the lake of fire for eternity. Malik and Malika's undercover visits to Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Lebanon, and Egypt. Malik and Malika's undercover journey is structured as a series of failed attempts to gather first-hand evidence about women's suffering in Muslim societies. Each country exposes them to a different kind of danger, hypocrisy, or disillusionment. Saudi Arabia. Purpose of visit: Malik and Malika traveled to Saudi Arabia after their staged conversion to Islam, because the Egyptian imam insists they should first perform the Hajj before continuing to Egypt. Undercover identity: they enter as newly converted Muslims, using the names Malik and Malika Khan and attempting to behave as observant Muslims. Main experience: their arrival at Jeddah and movement toward Mecca are portrayed as overwhelming, chaotic, and unsafe. The crowds are so dense that Malika repeatedly feels physically violated and sexually harassed. Hajj rituals: the couple observes the Hajj not as a spiritual awakening, but as a frightening ordeal marked by heat, crowding, illness, fear, and what the narration describes as moral and spiritual darkness. Research attempt: Malika interviews Muslim women about polygamy, child marriage, female genital mutilation, wife-beating, divorce, custody, education, and women's rights. Most of the women she speaks with defend those practices as religiously justified. Outcome: Saudi Arabia gives the couple a traumatic introduction to their mission, but it does not give them the kind of direct access to domestic women's lives they hoped to document. Instead, it exposes Malika to harassment and reinforces the couple's view that women are trapped by religious and social conditioning. Quotations from the original manuscript about the couple's visit to Mecca. The ancient pagan Hajj rituals are a temple prostitution practice. It centered around the worship of the black stone. Women offered themselves to men as part of the pagan worship of their many idols, male gods and female goddesses. The ancient Canaanite god Baal or El, the god of fertility to the ancient Arabs, was known as Ilah. The plural is Allah. The black stone was considered the cornerstone of the Black Kaaba. The pagan Arab women came to the Black House of Allah every year to perform the Hajj rituals and offer themselves to the male pilgrims as temple prostitutes. Allah had 3 daughters, Al-Lat, Al-Azza, and Manat. Those 3 female goddesses represented all women. Before the advent of Islam, there were 360 idols inside and around the area of the Black House. Although Islam removed all idols from the Kaaba, it spared the Black Stone. An Egyptian Muslim scholar known as Dr. Said Mahmoud al-Kimni said that the Black Stone was made in the shape of a woman's vagina. Back then, Arab pagans worshipped the private parts of the woman, and that is also why the women would apply their menses' blood on the vagina-like black stone, and men continue to kiss it to the present day. According to the renowned Muslim historian al-Tabari, the Kaaba's black stone used to be white but turned black because it was touched and smeared by the fingers and the hands of the pagan Arab women who were having their menses. Al-Tabari. Book 1, page number 298. Today, due to the crowd, a female pilgrim may not be able to reach the black stone and touch it with her fingers, but she is required to point her right hand towards it from afar. The Muslim man is expected to try kissing it at least once during his 7 circling the Kaaba. According to Islamic theology, the kissing of the black stone does not have much spiritual significance, but Muslim men are expected to do it because the Prophet Muhammad used to kiss it whenever he performed his Hajj rituals. The second caliph, Umar ibn al-Khattab, said while he was kissing the black stone, "I know you are just a stone and can do no good or bad to me, but I am kissing you because I saw the messenger of Allah kissing you." The Caliph Umar might not know why the Prophet Muhammad had kissed the black stone, but for the pagan Arabs, the kissing of that stone was a form of worshipping the woman's vagina. Muslim men until today are continuing to worship the vagina of the woman whether they know it or not. Therefore, Muslims should not make fun of the Indian Jains who worship the phallus of Mahavira, the founder of their religion Jainism, because Muslim men worship the pussy of the woman until the present day. Present-day Hajj rituals begin with the Kaaba but are extended to other places. There are 5 rituals that every pilgrim must perform. Each pilgrim walks counterclockwise 7 times around the Kaaba, the cube-shaped small black building that acts as the Muslim direction of prayer, runs back and forth between the hills of Al-Safa and Al-Marwa, drinks from the Zamzam well, goes to the plains of Mount Arafat to stand in vigil and throws stones in a ritual stoning of the devil, symbolizing the stoning of Satan. Zamzam well's water is considered to be holy water that heals sickness, quenches thirst, satisfies hunger, and bestows a blessing on the person who drinks it. First of all, the original Zamzam well's water dried up many centuries ago. Nevertheless, the Saudi Hajj authorities supply ordinary water to the well through huge underground connected water lines. Of course, this fact is concealed from the pilgrims.
Secondly, in May 2011 a BBC investigation found there is fraudulent water sold as Zamzam water in the UK, which involves high health risks. Those 5 Hajj rituals must be completed in 5 days, starting on the 8th day and ending on the 12th day of Dhul Hijjah, the month of Hajj. Before the advent of Islam, the 2 hills of Al-Safa and Al-Marwa had 1 idol in each. The Arab polytheists used to run from one hill to the other and bow down to each idol. In addition, the polytheists used to throw stones at the dying sun at sunset, but Islam changed it to stoning Satan. They used to believe it was their religious duty to destroy to death the old sun so Allah would send them a new sun for their new year. Muslim pilgrims today believe they can stone to death the devil. Satan is a fallen angel and angels are spirits. How can someone stone a spiritual angel with stones? The same stones will be collected and kept for next year to be used again for the same purpose. The problem, each year hundreds of pilgrims get hit on their heads by stray stones with some being seriously injured. Many pilgrims were killed during the stampedes at Al-Safa and Al-Marwa. Thousands of pilgrims are killed yearly during these chaotic pagan rituals. According to the New York Times, on September 24, 2015, the death toll of pilgrims who died due to stampede reached 2,411 persons in one single year. New York Times, by Rick Gladstone, December 10, 2015. Saudi thugs and Hajj mafia kidnap foreign underage girls and young women, and then take them to the Sahara Desert, rape them, and murder them yearly. Consequently, we can conclude that the Islamic Hajj is a dangerous, immoral, inhumane, and satanic ritual. During those 5 days, the beautiful Indian wife Malaika Khan went through countless sexual harassment incidents. She could not believe Muslim men who came over to perform a religious obligation would violate women on a similar pilgrimage. Young women are not plentiful, and so she became a highly visible target for sexual harassment everywhere her feet took her. Her American husband Malik Khan quarreled many times with those evil men who made his wife an object of their sexual fantasies. Those male pilgrims who could not reach her physically kept staring at her, as if she were walking bare naked in front of their eyes. In short, Malaika endured a lot during those 5 days of performing those satanic rituals. Unfortunately, what the American couple came to see and study in the Muslim world is not to be found in Mecca. They came to see how Saudi women are treated in that male-dominated country. However, what they have seen and experienced is more than what they can have expected to see in a bar or nightclub full of drunkards and drug addicts. While the pilgrims were encircling the Black Kaaba, Malik and Malaika felt a great heaviness in their chests, and almost suffocated due to lack of fresh air. When the pilgrims began to stone the devil, Malaika had an unbearable headache. No one can convince her and her husband that there is no strong presence of unseen forces of darkness. On that day, Malaika thought that the devil would kill her for daring to step into his territory. Malik also fell extremely sick and began to experience nausea. It is nothing short of a miracle when those 5 days passed by without any one of them being suffocated to death during those unholy and immoral pagan rituals. Despite the many problems that Malaika Khan experienced during those 5 days, she was still able to talk to some Muslim women. She pretended that she was a new female convert to Islam, and working on academic research through which she wanted to answer the critique of non-Muslims in the West. Her husband had prepared a set of questions and told her to ask every Muslim woman to whom she could talk. Most of the women she talked to are from Pakistan and India. Due to language barriers, she could not be able to speak to female pilgrims coming from Arabian lands and African countries. Every time she talked to a woman, she was amazed that almost all the Muslim women she interviewed gave similar answers to her questions. All of them denied that they had been abused by their fathers when they were under their authority, or that they got oppressed by their husbands when they got married to them. Additionally, all women said that Islam is a religion of peace and honors the woman. Malaika discussed with some of them some anti-feminine practices such as polygamy, child marriage, female genital mutilation, wife beating, the right of the husband to divorce his wife with or without reason, and her inability to divorce her husband. Custody of children after divorce goes to the father, and the inability of some Muslim women to go to school or work. Most of those pilgrim women said to Malaika that they do not see anything wrong with those religious obligations as long as they are justified by their holy Quran, and the blessed Sunnah, sayings and deeds of Muhammad, of their gracious Prophet. In other words, for those Muslim women, such practices as polygamy, female child marriage, female genital mutilation, and wife beating are not inappropriate practices because Islam commands them in the verses of the Quran and hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad.
Egypt. Purpose of visit. Egypt is recommended by the Imam as a supposedly devout Muslim country where the couple can meet pious people and help poor Muslims. Where they stay, Malik and Malaika spend about 2 weeks in a small hotel in Al-Adaba, downtown Cairo. Expectation versus reality. The Egyptian Imam had described Egypt as morally strict and religiously pure. Instead, the couple finds crowded tourist areas, nightlife, prostitution, alcohol, cabarets, belly dancing, and sexual commerce. Places visited. They visit tourist sites such as the pyramids, the Sphinx, Khan el-Khalili, and Al-Haram Street, but these places do not help them gather meaningful material about abused Muslim women. Narrative function. Egypt becomes a symbol of contradiction, officially Muslim and religiously proud, yet portrayed as socially hypocritical and morally compromised. Outcome: they leave Egypt disappointed because they cannot access the hidden domestic world of women's abuse. Their research stalls, pushing them to continue to another Arab country. Dubai. Purpose of visit: after Egypt, the couple chooses Dubai because they believe it may offer insight into a more modern, wealthy Arab society that claims to respect human rights and women's freedom. Initial lead: a hotel worker directs them to Dubai Square/Dawar Dubai, suggesting they will find women from all walks of life there. What they discover: the Dubai section focuses on prostitution, migrant exploitation, racism, domestic worker abuse, sexual commerce, and displaced women from war-torn or impoverished countries. Women's groups: the narration categorizes women at the square by nationality, race, religion, and perceived sexual value. It describes African, Arab, Asian, local, and halal temporary marriage prostitution groups. Malaika's danger: when Malik and Malaika visit the square, Malaika becomes the target of aggressive harassment. Men follow the couple back toward their hotel, treating her as sexually available despite Malik's presence. Malik's reaction: Malik becomes terrified that the crowd may assault Malaika and prepares himself to physically protect her if necessary. Outcome: Dubai convinces the couple that the public face of wealth and modernity conceals exploitation and sexual hypocrisy. They flee the country the next day. Lebanon. Purpose of visit: at Dubai airport, a Lebanese Christian man persuades them to visit Lebanon, describing it as beautiful, freer, and home to a large Christian population. Arrival and first mistake: in Beirut, they choose to stay in Muslim West Beirut, specifically Hamra. They rent an apartment through a taxi driver connected to Hezbollah supporters and reveal too quickly that they are Americans and converts. Kidnapping threat: Hezbollah-linked figures become suspicious of them and plan to kidnap them, move them to southern Lebanon, and hand them over to Hamas. The threat arises because they are American, white/Western, and viewed as potential spies or unreliable converts. Rescue: a Lebanese Christian anti-terrorism police officer intercepts a phone conversation about the plot. He and his armed team remove Malik and Malaika from Hamra before the kidnapping can happen. Move to East Beirut: after the rescue, they relocate to Christian East Beirut, staying with a Maronite Christian family in Al-Mansouriya. New disillusionment: instead of finding spiritual refuge, Malik and Malaika are disturbed by what they see as nominal Christianity, adultery, drunkenness, racism, and moral indifference within the host family and churches. Church racism: Malaika is mistaken for a domestic servant in a Lebanese church and redirected toward a church for African and Asian migrant workers, which the local society calls the Church of the Slaves. Cinema trauma: seeking entertainment, the couple enters a Beirut cinema expecting an English film, but instead encounters disturbing pornography and child exploitation. This becomes one of the most shocking scenes in the Lebanon section. Outcome: Lebanon changes the direction of the story. The couple first faces Islamist violence, then becomes disillusioned with Arab Christian communities. Their mission temporarily shifts from researching Muslim women's suffering to preaching Christianity, before they later abandon that effort and return to their original research goal. Excerpts from the novel about the visit of the two lovers to a movie theater in Beirut. The couple Malik and Malaika went to downtown Beirut to watch a movie. They asked someone to direct them to the best cinema hall in town. They explained to that person they were looking for a movie theater that shows foreign movies in English. The person claimed to have understood what the American couple said in English and hence showed them where they could find what they were looking for. When they reached the cinema, they selected the hall based on the poster which displayed an English movie. They do not want to run into a hall that features movies in Arabic. Their knowledge of the Arabic language so far is zero. Whenever they heard people talking in Arabic, they sounded to them as if those people were speaking gibberish. In the church that they had just visited, everyone spoke in that gibberish language for an hour, but they claimed that they were speaking a heavenly language. The pastor said that only God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit can understand the language he and his congregation are speaking in mystery. Therefore, they are speaking in the Spirit to God, and hence only the Holy Trinity can understand and interpret what they are speaking in tongues. When they entered the hall, the American husband Malik quickly noticed that there was not a single woman in the audience except his Indian wife, Malaika Khan. None of the hundreds of viewers has brought with him his girlfriend, wife, or daughter. That knowledge did not so much bother the American husband when he remembered that the theater is located near the Riyadh Al Sol Square, where the green line of demarcation separates East Beirut from West Beirut. He thought that most of the people in the cinema hall were from Muslim areas. He knows Muslims like to confine their females inside their houses like wild beasts or female prisoners. That day, the movie hall is so crowded because it is a holiday. Unlike other Middle Eastern countries, Lebanon's official weekend, when government offices and schools close, is Sunday, not Friday. Everyone in the hall is smoking freely, which turns it into a literal smokehouse. They have even seen some guys bring their alcohol bottles and drinks as if they were in a brothel and tavern house. Another thing that troubled the couple is that every pair of eyes is constantly staring at the only female inside the hall. The American husband has tried to dispel the fear from his heart. He understood it was natural that the marvelous beauty of his beloved Indian wife, who is a former Miss World, and her sexy body attracted the curiosity of those Arab men. He also knows those Muslim men, when they see a woman exposing her face, hands, and shoulders, they become crazy. On that Sunday, Malaika happened to be dressed up in tight jeans and a sleeveless shirt with high heels shoes. Her jeans made her backside appear bigger and her shirt exposed half of her breasts. She looks lovely and sexy. The way those Arabs kept staring at her with lustful eyes while whispering amongst themselves led her to feel as if she was the one out of place and sitting bare naked in a public place. The improper behaviors of those lustful men caused Malik's heart to be gripped with fear. He recollected their bitter experience at the infamous Dawar Dubai with those lustful men who kept chasing them until their hotel. He worried that if some of the men decided to carry out the content of their hearts, he will not be able to prevail against their vast number and hence unable to prevent them from raping his wife. The great incredulous shock for the couple is yet to come. The Braveheart American husband Malik has prepared himself for the worst to happen to them in that crowded theater hall, but his mind might have never conceived or remotely thought of what his beloved wife and himself are going to experience soon in that hall. He thought some of those lustful Arab men may suddenly attack and rape his beloved wife. He understood he would not be able to fight and prevail against such a large number of those sexually perverted guys. He also heard that some Arab men are notoriously homosexuals and love to practice sodomy with boys, so therefore some of them may try to rape him too. Thus, his mind is working hard trying to figure a quick exit before a catastrophe befalls them. The American couple came to that movie theater hoping to watch an interesting English movie. However, when the movie began, they started to watch the last thing on earth they could expect to see. The movie begins by showing a pornographic film in which two young white girls are having sex. The lesbians are using sex toys while making love with each other. They are fully naked, and all their private parts are fully displayed on the big silver screen. Even their black pubic hairs are visible. Before the couple can overcome the first shock, the scene is changed. Now, they began to see one young black woman having sex with three men. One man is white, the second is black, and the third guy is Chinese or Japanese. All four are buck naked. The first man is sodomizing her in her ass. The second one inserted his penis in her vagina, and the third one is putting his phallus inside her mouth. Then, the scene shifted to one white girl having sex with an animal. It is a big dog that looks like a tiger. Yet, another young Mexican girl is holding a large organ of a donkey and sucking and licking it and then rubbing it between her big boobs. After that, she tried to insert it forcibly in her pussy. She is screaming from the terrible pain that has been caused by the large organ of the brute. A third black girl, behind her, is doing the same thing with the penis of a white horse. The audience began to whistle and shout, and some stood on their feet. Some are holding their erect penises beneath their clothes and masturbating openly. They seem to be so excited and overjoyed by what they are watching. By then, Malaika and Malik began to shake from head to toe and sweat terribly. They have expected anything to happen to them except what they are seeing with their naked eyes in the public Arab theater. They have been taken by surprise. They are frightened and extremely troubled. They are at a loss. Their minds have stopped functioning and all their limbs are paralyzed. Before they can overcome their helpless situation, the big silver screen begins to show some Arab men in their Saudi and Gulf turbans having sex with small female children. The female children are a mixture of Arab, Pakistani, Indian, Indonesian, Filipino, and African underage girls. Most probably, the African underage female children are Somalis or Sudanese. A couple of them are raping 2 young boys. Those boys look like either Egyptians or Tunisians. The underage female children's ages are approximately between 12 to 14 years old. Some of them look younger than 12 because they do not have breasts yet. The Arab guys are adults and some of them are old men. Every one of them holds 2 to 3 children and has sex with them. The female children are screaming and sweating due to the terrible pain that has been inflicted on their tiny bodies by the large organs of those human beasts. 2 underage girls are bleeding profusely in their private parts. The Arab men are trying forcibly to insert their large phalluses inside the small private parts of those underage female children. Some of them are trying to sodomize their small female victims. The pornographic scenes are outrageous, and only a person devoid of humanity and ethics can watch them. No rational and moral human being can contemplate such brutalities or think of doing these evil acts to his fellow human beings, especially helpless underage females. The Indian wife is the first one who managed to jolt herself from her stupor. She forced herself to stand on her trembling legs, managing to do so without falling. Then, her right hand found her husband's left hand, and she jerked him out of his shell shock. Without uttering a word, she led the way across the dark hall and hurried towards the exit. Malik stumbled twice and fell one time on someone. He does not feel there is a need to apologize to someone who came to watch such sheer evil. Still, Malik's heart is beating fast and loud, and his entire body is perspiring as if he is emerging out of a sauna. His heart also is filled with indescribable wrath. He knew that, if he happened to have a bomb in hand, he may not have hesitated for a second to detonate it. Even savages and barbarians will not enjoy such outrageous acts. Malaika wished in her heart that all those Arab men and the cinema's staff were shot across their heads, and their filthy bodies burned with unquenchable fire. The 3 immoral and evil experiences Malik and Malaika have faced in the Arab world have created so much indignation and disappointment in their hearts. The first experience was at the Black Kaaba in Mecca, the so-called sacred and forbidden house of Allah, the second one at the Dewar Dubai Square, and the third one inside the Beirut movie theater. Moreover, their anger has increased beyond the limit due to their unpleasant discovery that in Lebanon there is a church called the Church of the Black Slaves that was created especially for Black African people and other Asian immigrants of dark skin. Those bitter experiences have made them despise all the Arabs, Muslims as well as Christians that they came across and counted them among the savages and barbarians. Whatever they heard about the Arab world are false reports and propaganda. When they were in America, the media showed them a totally different picture of the Arab Muslims from what they had seen with their own eyes and experienced in the Middle East. The Western media shows them as strict societies where women are covered from head to toe and men with long beards and continuously worshiping their Allah. It shows them as so strict and moral societies, flogging drunkards, stoning adulterers, chopping hands of thieves, beheading murderers, hanging gays and lesbians, and murdering their wives and daughters through honor killings. Therefore, the American couple had never expected to watch in the Arab world what they saw in that cinema hall, which is located at the heart of the capital city of Lebanon. They had never anticipated seeing the number of prostitutes, pimps, and adulterers at the infamous Dubai Square of the biggest emirate in the Gulf countries. They had never thought to go through the sexual harassment and immorality that permeated the Black Kaaba, the House of Allah, the seat, and the holiest Qibla for all Muslims of the world. Malik and Malaika discovered that the Arabs are the most hypocritical people in the world. They condemned the Western countries as lands of immorality, while in their lands they practice all kinds of vices and even repulsive crimes against innocent female children. The Islamic Mujahideen want to blow themselves up in non-Muslim lands and kill innocent people because for them they are immoral and unclean infidels and brothers of apes and pigs when their countries are full of all kinds of filthiness and immoral practices. Accordingly, the couple wants to forget about their research on the abuse of women in the Muslim world and return to their land. The land of freedom and human dignity, the land of human rights, women's rights, children's rights, and even animals' rights, the landing shore of the European Puritans and Pilgrims, the secured homeland for the refugees and persecuted immigrants of the Third World, the land of freedom of worship to every religion of the world, the land of Christ and Christians, the protective place for Jews and Hindus and Muslims. When Christians were persecuted by the Church of England and the Church of Rome, they fled for safety in that land, and when the Jews were killed in Europe by Adolf Hitler and his brutal Nazi Germans, they found a haven there too. When the Russians fled from Joseph Stalin, the Chinese from Mao Zedong, the Arabs from Saddam Hussein, and the Africans from Idi Amin, they sought refuge in that welcoming land. It is the land of everyone and for all who seek protection and yearn for better opportunities in life. The Ten Commandments are the umbilical cord of its constitution, and its laws are based on the divine ideals of Christ's Sermon on the Mount. It is the greatest country in the world. It is the superpower and the rule of the entire free world. It is the zenith of Western civilization and the pride of all civilized nations. It is the first revolution in the world, the first great constitution, the first country to separate religion from the state and grant freedom of worship to all religions, and the first country to have a civil war against slavery. It is the land of Abraham Lincoln and Martin Luther King. It is home to the Statue of Liberty. In short, their land is proudly called the United States of America. God bless America. Land of the free people, home of the brave. Overall significance. Saudi Arabia exposes religious ritual, crowd danger, and women's internalized acceptance of oppressive customs. Egypt exposes the gap between religious claims and social reality. Dubai exposes sexual exploitation, migrant vulnerability, and public hypocrisy beneath wealth. Lebanon exposes both extremist violence and the couple's disappointment with nominal Christianity, racism, and moral compromise. Together, these visits show Malik and Malaika repeatedly trying to gather truth while hiding behind false identities, but each country forces them into a new confrontation with danger, gender oppression, racism, religious hypocrisy, or sexual exploitation. In summary, Malaika's experience of Hajj is not one of spiritual fulfillment, but of profound suffering, marked by physical hardship, sexual harassment, cultural disillusionment, and a near-fatal health crisis. The pilgrimage becomes a powerful symbol of the broader challenges she faces as a woman navigating a patriarchal and often hostile environment. Here's a detailed comparison of Zaina's bitter Hajj rituals experiences and Malaika's hardships during the Hajj rituals. 1. Zaina's Hajj experience. Zaina is a Western convert to Islam who describes her Hajj pilgrimage as the most horrific and immoral experience a Muslim woman can go through in her life. Her account can be used to highlight the chaos, unsanitary conditions, and dangers faced by women during Hajj. Extreme overcrowding. Zaina describes the Grand Mosque as so packed that there was no place to perform the pilgrimage in peace. There was not even enough place to breathe fresh air. There was a sea of people, dirty public bathrooms, and toilets full of feces and urine, and on top of that people slept in those places, ate food, and exposed their young to those unsanitary conditions. Lack of hygiene and safety. She is shocked by the filth, the lack of privacy, and the exposure of children to disease and danger. Aggressive behavior and stampedes. Zaina witnesses people being trampled to death during the tawaf, circling the Kaaba, with others jumping on their corpses without any sense of guilt. Sexual harassment. She describes being pressed and crushed in the crowd, feeling physically violated, and seeing men behave aggressively and selfishly. Emotional trauma. Zaina is left pale, shaking, nauseous, and dizzy, her dreams of a spiritual experience shattered by what she calls selfishness, extreme filth, extreme cruelty, aggressiveness, and insane behaviors. Summary judgment. She concludes that it is a violation of human rights to allow more than 2 million people, including young children, to gather together in the name of performing the religious ritual called Hajj, subject to death, looting, stealing, injury, and exposure to various forms of violence and many kinds of aggression. 2. Malaika's Hajj experience. The Indian Malaika, formerly Christina, undergoes the Hajj pilgrimage with her American husband Michael. Her experience is similarly harrowing, but the novel provides even more detail about the personal and physical suffering she endures. Extreme physical discomfort. Malaika and her husband arrive during the peak of summer, with temperatures soaring to 48 to 55 degrees Celsius, 118 to 131 degrees Fahrenheit. She nearly faints from exhaustion and dehydration, and the crowded conditions make movement nearly impossible. Sexual harassment and violation. Malaika is repeatedly sexually harassed by male pilgrims in the crowded spaces of the international airport and during the Hajj rituals. She experiences unwanted physical contact, including groping and even finding male semen on her clothing after being pressed against strangers in the crowd. These incidents leave her feeling violated, helpless, and deeply traumatized. Lack of privacy and safety. The lack of gender segregation during the Hajj rituals exposes Malaika to further harassment. She is unable to protect herself from the chaos and the predatory behavior of some men in the crowds. Even her American husband Malik is unable to shield her from the constant violations. Cultural and religious shock. Malaika is shocked by the reality of the pilgrimage, which starkly contrasts with the idealized version she had been taught. She witnesses and endures conditions that are unsanitary, dangerous, and dehumanizing, especially for women. The rituals themselves are depicted as chaotic and perilous, with frequent reports of injuries, stampedes, and even deaths among pilgrims. Health crisis. The physical and emotional toll of the pilgrimage leads to a severe health crisis for Malaika. She collapses from heat stroke and is hospitalized, suffering from a life-threatening illness. Isolation and despair. Throughout the ordeal, Malaika feels trapped in a situation where her safety and dignity are constantly at risk. The experience deepens her sense of alienation from the Muslim society around her, reinforcing the novel's themes of gender-based oppression and the struggle for autonomy. Summary. Malaika's experience of Hajj is not one of spiritual fulfillment, but of profound suffering, marked by physical hardship, sexual harassment, cultural disillusionment, and a near-fatal health crisis. The pilgrimage becomes a powerful symbol of the broader challenges she faces as a woman navigating a patriarchal and often hostile environment. 3. Comparison table. Aspect. Zaina's experience. Malaika's experience. Physical hardship. Extreme overcrowding, unsanitary conditions. Extreme heat, exhaustion, dehydration, hospitalization. Sexual harassment. Pressed, crushed, physically violated in crowds. Groped, harassed, male semen on clothing, repeated trauma. Emotional impact. Shock, nausea, emotional trauma, shattered dreams. Trauma, despair, sense of isolation. Cultural disillusion. Disgust at filth, chaos, lack of humanity. Disillusionment with religious ideals versus reality. Health consequences. Nausea, dizziness, emotional breakdown. Heat stroke, severe illness, days in hospital. Support system. None. Feels alone and unsafe. Husband's support is not that helpful. Summary judgment. Violation of human rights, calls for reform. Pilgrimage as symbol of oppression and suffering. 4. Conclusion. Both Zaina and Malaika's Hajj experiences are depicted as traumatic and dehumanizing, especially for women. While Zaina's account is an outsider's shocked testimony, Malaika's is a deeply personal narrative of physical, emotional, and psychological suffering. Both accounts serve to critique the realities of the Hajj pilgrimage as experienced by women, exposing issues of sexual harassment, lack of safety, and the failure of the ritual to provide the spiritual fulfillment it promises. The novel uses these parallel experiences to highlight the broader themes of gender oppression, cultural disillusionment, and the resilience required to survive in such environments. Here's a focused comparison of how the Hajj experiences affect the character development of Zaina and Malaika based on the content of the novel. Zaina's Hajj experience and character development. Zaina is presented as a Western convert to Islam whose testimony about Hajj is quoted in the novel. Her experience is one of profound shock, disillusionment, and emotional trauma. Disillusionment. Zaina's expectations of a spiritual, uplifting pilgrimage are shattered by the reality of filth, chaos, aggression, and danger. She is horrified by the lack of humanity and the suffering she witnesses, especially among women and children. Emotional impact. The experience leaves her pale, shaking, nauseous, and deeply disturbed. Her dreams of spiritual fulfillment are replaced by trauma and a sense of violation. Critical awareness. Rather than deepening her faith, the Hajj experience prompts Zaina to question the system and the treatment of women. She calls the event a violation of human rights and urges others not to look away from the suffering she witnessed. Transformation. Zaina's character is marked by a loss of innocence and a new, critical perspective. She moves from idealism to activism, using her voice to expose the realities of Hajj and advocate for change. Her experience becomes a catalyst for her to speak out, challenge injustice, and encourage others to do the same. Malaika's Hajj experience and character development. Malaika, formerly Christina Luniski, undergoes Hajj with her American husband Malik, formerly Michael Lewinsky. Her experience is even more personal and transformative. Physical and emotional trauma. Malaika endures extreme heat, exhaustion, sexual harassment, and a near-fatal health crisis, heat stroke, and hospitalization. She feels violated, both physically and emotionally. Loss of agency. The ordeal reinforces her sense of powerlessness and deepens her alienation from the Islamic society around her. Shattering of illusions. Like Zaina, Malaika's idealized vision of Hajj is destroyed. The The pilgrimage, which she hoped would be spiritually meaningful, becomes a symbol of her oppression and the dangers faced by women in patriarchal Muslim societies. Catalyst for change. The trauma of Hajj is a turning point in Malaika's character arc. It intensifies her longing for freedom and safety for herself and her husband. The experience strengthens her resolve to resist, seek escape, and ultimately fight for women's freedom. Deepening empathy and activism. Malaika's suffering during Hajj is not just personal, it fuels her empathy for other women and her later activism. Her ordeal becomes part of her testimony as she transforms from a victim into a survivor and advocate for women's rights. Comparative table. Impact on character development. Aspect. Zaina. Malaika. Initial attitude. Hopeful, idealistic, seeking spiritual growth. Hopeful, seeking spiritual meaning and family unity. Experience. Shock, disgust, trauma, disillusionment. Trauma, illness, violation. Emotional result. Disillusionment, anger, critical awareness. Despair, alienation, loss of agency. Transformation. Becomes a vocal critic, activist, truth-teller. Becomes more determined, resilient, empathetic, and ultimately an advocate for women and children's rights. Long-term impact. Uses her voice to challenge injustice. Uses her suffering as fuel for activism and escape. Her Hajj trauma is a key step in her journey from victim to survivor. Summary. Zaina's Hajj experience is a catalyst for her transformation from an idealistic convert to a critical, outspoken advocate. The trauma she endures leads her to activism and a commitment to exposing injustice. Malaika's Hajj experience is a pivotal moment in her journey from compliance and hope to resistance and advocacy. The suffering she endures deepens her empathy, strengthens her resolve, and becomes a foundational part of her later activism and fight for women's rights. Both women's character development is profoundly shaped by the trauma and disillusionment of Hajj, but while Zaina's transformation is outwardly critical and activist, Malaika's is more deeply personal, fueling her journey from victimhood to empowered survivor and advocate. A Western convert to Islam, who dared to visit this place of hell with two of her close relatives, said, "Hajj is the most horrific and immoral experience a Muslim woman can go through in her life." She was a Muslim woman performing Hajj with her husband and sister. She made the following comments on their visit to the holiest place for Muslims. "What I saw in the Al-Masjid Al-Haram, or Grand Mosque, was the worst sight ever." Al-Masjid Al-Haram is the Qibla Mosque. It is the largest mosque in the world. It is in the holy city of Mecca and surrounds the Kaaba, the place where Muslims around the world turn during their daily prayers, and is the holiest place in Islam. She goes on to say, "I have seen 1,000,000 people drown in that little place, sleeping on the floor, on the steps, even in the bathrooms. They ate their food in the bathrooms, which was gross and disgusting. There was no place to perform the pilgrimage in peace. There was not even enough place to breathe fresh air. There was a sea of people, dirty public bathrooms, and toilets full of feces and urine, and on top of that people slept in those places, ate food, and exposed their young to those unsanitary conditions. All children were exposed to those extremely harmful and polluted environmental conditions where there was nothing but human filth and stench. Everyone was coughing and sick, and a lot of people were suffering from food poisoning." Quoting from her article, Pilgrimage Rituals, My Broken Dream by Zaina. Zaina continues, "During Tawaf, when we had to take 7 circles around the Black Kaaba, I saw men crushing and squeezing others without anyone caring. I was shocked to see their aggressive behavior. Everyone wanted to go into that narrow place and do 7 circles. Many people died from the stampede. I saw them die, and others jump on their corpses without any sense of guilt. While I was doing my part, Suddenly I saw groups of black Nigerians, Somalis, and Iranian men jump in and push others, including women. It was such a chaotic gathering that I was shocked and speechless. All I experienced and watched was people pushing and pulling the weakest physically and letting them die, and then running over their dead bodies. When these groups approached me, I felt my entire body being pressed hard from both sides. I felt as if I might die at any time and did not feel that I could breathe until I gathered all my strength and shouted, "Whoa, you animals, that's enough. What use of this pilgrimage if you have no feelings for your fellow human being?" Suddenly, I felt a kind hand pull me out of this insane and inhuman crowd, and it was my sister who saved me. Thank God, it was the end of my last circle. I was pale, shaking, nauseous, and dizzy. All my dreams of performing Hajj were shattered now. All I saw was selfishness. Extreme filth, extreme cruelty, aggressiveness, and insane behaviors. Where was the essence of pilgrimage? Where was humanity? Where were the humans? Most people were not human, yes, they were behaving like some jungle beasts struggling to survive. Zaina summed up her horrific experience by saying, "It is a violation of human rights to allow more than 2 million people, including young children, to gather together in the name of performing the religious ritual called Hajj, subject to death, looting, stealing, injury, and exposure to various forms of violence and many kinds of aggression. Deadly diseases, sleeping with feces and urine, immorally exposing women to strangers, using them in the name of religion, racism, and sexuality, dividing into rich and poor, kidnapping of women and girls by Saudi thugs, cheating by Hajj mafia, or Hajj companies, torturing and raping women by human companions from the pilgrimage." Quoting her article, "The Rituals of Hajj, My Shattered Dream." This article was written by a Western woman who converted from Christianity to Islam and called herself Zina. The kidnapping threat in Beirut. In the Lebanon section, Malik and Malaika moved to Muslim West Beirut, specifically the Hamran neighborhood, while posing as Muslim converts. They revealed too quickly that they are Americans, which makes them suspicious in the eyes of local Hezbollah supporters. According to the plot, Hezbollah-linked leaders decide to kidnap the couple and move them south, intending to smuggle them across the Lebanese-Israeli border and hand them over to Hamas. The threat is framed as both political and religious. The couple's American identity, white/Western background, and supposed conversion make them targets for testing, suspicion, and coercion. The kidnapping is stopped when a Lebanese Christian senior anti-terrorism police officer intercepts a phone conversation about the plan. He and his armed team arrive at the couple's apartment, warn them, and quickly move them out of West Beirut before the plot can unfold. This scene becomes a major turning point. Malik and Malaika leave the Muslim-dominated area and relocate to Christian East Beirut, where the focus of the narrative shifts from Islamist danger to the couple's disillusionment with nominal, morally compromised, and racially prejudiced Arab Christian communities. Key findings from each country visit. Saudi Arabia. Malik and Malaika conclude that the Hajj is physically dangerous, chaotic, and unsafe for women. Malaika experiences repeated harassment, and her interviews with women suggest that many accept practices such as polygamy, child marriage, wife beating, and female genital mutilation when framed as religious obligations. Egypt. They find a sharp contrast between the imam's idealized description of Egypt as pious and the reality they observe in Cairo's tourist districts, nightlife, prostitution, alcohol, cabarets, and social hypocrisy. They gather little direct evidence about private domestic abuse. Dubai/UAE. Dubai appears wealthy and modern on the surface, but the couple interprets toward Dubai as evidence of widespread sexual exploitation, migrant vulnerability, prostitution, racial hierarchy, domestic worker abuse, and harassment of women in public spaces. Lebanon. Their findings are split in two. In West Beirut, they encounter suspicion and a Hezbollah-linked kidnapping threat. In Christian East Beirut, they become disillusioned by nominal Christianity, racism against Black and Asian migrants, moral hypocrisy, and social segregation. Sudan. Sudan becomes the most useful field site for their research because they live inside local domestic spaces. They document poverty, widowhood, martyrdom ideology, jihad culture, polygamy, rival wives, child neglect, women's insecurity, and female genital mutilation. Overall, each visit deepens the couple's belief that women and minorities suffer under overlapping systems of religious authority, patriarchy, poverty, racism, sexual exploitation, and social hypocrisy, while also showing that their original research mission repeatedly shifts as they confront new forms of abuse and danger. Quotations from the original manuscript. Following their 4 failed attempts in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Dubai, and Lebanon, this time the couple decided to take the risk and travel to one of those Muslim countries that are notoriously known for their religious fanaticism, violence, terrorism, abuse of women and children, backwardness, and ignorance. The last 2 features of ignorance and backwardness are common in all 55 Muslim countries, from Burkina Faso to Indonesia, from Morocco to Bangladesh, from Yemen to Turkey, and from Tanzania to Kazakhstan. All the 1.5 billion Muslims wherever they go and wherever they live commonly share these features in lesser or greater degrees as part and parcel of their religious beliefs. After consulting the violations of human rights recordings on the internet, the American FBI's listings of wanted terrorists, and the International Criminal Court's past and recent trials of persons who committed crimes against humanity, war crimes and genocides, Malik and Malika have singled out and concentrated on 8 Muslim countries: Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Libya, Yemen, Somalia, and Sudan. The last 6 of those countries are listed among the 10 most backward countries in the world. Almost 80% of their population is illiterate. Their streets are the filthiest in the world. In those countries, domestic animals like dogs, cats, donkeys, goats, sheep, cows, camels, and horses live side by side with human beings. Their houses are always teeming with all kinds of insects such as lizards, ants, flies, mice, snakes, scorpions, mosquitoes, cockroaches, and other bloodsuckers. Sometimes, dangerous wild animals such as hyenas, foxes, and wolves visit their houses at night and kidnap a chicken, a goat, or a baby and run away. The houses are made out of grasses, ropes, and wood, and some huts are created out of discarded backing materials which are fire hazards. Many times, a bolt of lightning set a house ablaze and burned it down into ashes. During the rainy season, the flood can wipe out the entire house and leave its inhabitants coverless. Burglary is a common phenomenon during summer. A burglar can jump inside one of those grass houses just like entering his own house. If anyone tries to hinder a burglar from stealing, he will be killed, and his blood will be upon his shoulders. Burglars use a stick that looks like a sword on one end and a hammer on the other end. So, the wise thing to do when you see a burglar is to pretend to be asleep like a corpse. Most of their houses have no toilets and bathrooms, and therefore they use either common public washrooms or go to the wilderness to answer the call of nature. Some poor people wait for the rain to rinse their emaciated bodies. Their little ones urinate and defecate everywhere in the lanes and streets, same as their animals do. An American preacher visited one of those countries and said, "It is a miracle that people can live in such filthy streets and homes and not fall sick and die." The third world is an extremely dangerous place to live in. It is underdeveloped and primitive. The countries are corrupt. Their military soldiers and policemen are more dangerous than gangsters. Their political leaders are tyrants, and their religious leaders are terrorists. The minds of the people are empty of any useful knowledge, but filled with all kinds of superstitions and religious legends. In addition to those curses and evils, the people are very violent and most of them are dangerous religious terrorists. Every young Muslim man wants to blow himself up in bits and pieces and kill other innocent people, including their women and children. Due to their constant strife for power and civil and religious wars, there are always social upheavals, which resulted in mass displacement and migration to neighboring countries and living in the UN camps as refugees and ultimately getting resettled in America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, and the Netherlands. They're divided into various religious sects and groups. Every sect and every group claimed to be the sole possessor of the truth and hence condemned others as infidels and strive to kill them. The Muslim of the Sunni sect will blow his body up in smithereens inside a crowded mosque of the Shiite sect. The Shiite Muslim will load a car or truck with bombs and go and blow it up in a crowded Sunni market. Those third world countries also are extremely poor and unable to support their ever-growing population with their limited resources. Many of the youth are ready to do anything they can to escape from their miserable conditions and go to Europe. There are human smugglers in the Mediterranean seashores of Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya. They use big floating boats to smuggle illegal immigrants across the Mediterranean Sea to European shores. Each boat will be loaded more than its maximum capacity. One cannot move a limb in those overcrowded boats. The boat will be stuffed with children, women, old and young men. Now and then one of those boats will be tossed by the huge waves and capsize due to overloading. The latest report stated that 500 Syrians and Palestinians were drowned when their boat went down. Not a sole survivor. Hundreds of Somalis, Sudanese, Africans, and Arabs of different nationalities were drowned in the sea. The smugglers charge each passenger several $1,000s. Some young women sell their bodies as prostitutes to raise such a huge amount. Those who cannot afford to pay $3,000 to $4,000 move to another country and join the refugee camps. Those displaced poor people became a heavy burden on the United Nations. The UN offices will try to get rid of those masses as soon as possible by sending them for resettlement in the advanced countries. Among the first world countries, only Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, and the United States of America agreed to take them. Other Western countries have closed their borders on the faces of those poor refugees. Unfortunately, when resettled, they bring along all their coping skills, evils, filthiness, religious fanaticism, terrorism, and violence. The American couple has been faced with the difficulty of choosing the least evil among those 8 Muslim countries. Syria and Iraq are ruled out immediately due to the presence of ISIS and the Jabhat al-Nusra in their soils. The al-Nusra Front is a branch of al-Qaeda operating in Syria and Lebanon. The Islamic Caliphate, which is universally known as ISIS, does not need a definition or introduction because if you ask the animals and birds, they will tell you what it is. Even the animals and birds did not escape the brutality of those ISIS terrorists. Many times, those demons of ISIS put bombs on donkeys, cows, and horses and sent them to the police stations or military bases of their enemies. Then, from a far distance, they used a remote control and detonated the bombs. Suffice it to say that ISIS is called the bastard or the illegitimate child of al-Qaeda. By the way, recently the main leader of al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, issued a fatwa condemning the brutality of ISIS and declaring its terrorists as kofar or Muslim apostates. After that religious decree became public, the two terrorist groups began killing each other. Howbeit, after the planes of the world US-led coalition started to bombard indiscriminately the two terrorist groups, the action led to the reconciliation of ISIS and Jabhat al-Nusra. The two terrorist groups felt that the war against the so-called the Great Two Devils, the imperialist United States of America and the Zionist State of Israel, was more important and urgent than their differences. Therefore, they postponed their fight against each other and joined hands in fighting against the Great Satan America. Al-Qaeda also has its main headquarters in Afghanistan and Pakistan. It also operates terrorist branches in Yemen and Libya. Accordingly, the couple crossed those 4 countries and marked them with red ink as not safe zones for their peaceful mission. They remained with 2 countries, Somalia and Sudan. They must choose one of the 2. Somalia is ruled out because it is a failed state with no embassies or consulates anywhere in the world. Without any diplomatic representation, there is no way of getting official visas. Besides, in that Muslim country, there is the 3rd nastiest terrorist group in the world, the Somali Al-Shabaab, the Islamic Youth for Jihad.
Finally, the couple is left with only one Muslim country, Sudan.
Key findings from the Sudan visit. Sudan becomes the couple's most direct field site. Unlike Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Dubai, and Lebanon, Sudan gives Samir and Samira sustained access to everyday domestic life, especially through widows, wives, children, refugee girls, and women-only spaces. Poverty and hardship dominate daily life. In Western Sudan, they observe extreme heat, poor sanitation, unsafe housing, limited infrastructure, disease risks, lack of entertainment or communication, and households built from fragile grass huts. Women's lives are shaped by gender segregation. Homes are divided into male and female sections, and women's movement, work, social contact, sexuality, and public presence are tightly controlled by custom and religion. Widowhood is precarious. Sakina and Sulwa depend on limited resources after Khalid's death. Sulwa, as a young widow, is portrayed as socially vulnerable, economically constrained, and at risk of harassment. Martyrdom ideology is normalized. Khalid's death in jihad is celebrated as the marriage of the martyr, with his family believing he has entered paradise and been rewarded with heavenly brides, despite the narration condemning his violence. Polygamy creates household conflict. The neighboring butcher's 3 wives and 21 children become a central case study in rivalry, jealousy, insecurity, child neglect, domestic fighting, unequal attention, and emotional deprivation. Children are neglected inside large polygamous families. The children move freely between houses, eat wherever food is available, and are often caught in conflicts between rival mothers. Refugee girls are exploited, but also provide access. Mona and Zara, the Eritrean refugee helpers, become crucial to the couple's research as interpreter and domestic worker, while also illustrating how refugee girls are vulnerable to cheap labor, abuse, and sexual exploitation. Female beauty and marital worth are tied to the body. The narrative emphasizes local ideals around breasts, buttocks, fatness, body smoking, hair removal, and sexual desirability, especially in competition among rival wives. Female genital mutilation becomes the most shocking finding. Samira witnesses the circumcision of a 4-year-old girl and sees it as the clearest example of institutionalized harm against Muslim girls, justified by the mother and community as religiously necessary to preserve honor. Women themselves enforce harmful customs. The Sudan section repeatedly shows mothers, widows, neighbors, and midwives participating in practices that harm girls and women, largely because they believe those practices protect family honor and social respectability. Overall finding: Sudan confirms the couple's belief that women's suffering is embedded not only in formal law or public religion, but also in family structure, marriage customs, poverty, gender segregation, war culture, and inherited female traditions. The impact of polygamy on family dynamics. Polygamy creates rivalry instead of family unity. In the Sudan section, the butcher's 3 wives are described as constant competitors for the husband's attention, affection, sexual access, and resources. The household becomes divided into factions. Each wife sees the others as rivals, and even small children's quarrels quickly escalate into fights between mothers. Children suffer from neglect and confusion, with 21 children moving between the women's quarters and neighboring homes. The children lack stable attention and are often caught inside adult conflicts. Jealousy drives daily conflict. The wives compete over beauty, age, sexual desirability, and their children's perceived value, especially whether sons seem intelligent or daughters seem attractive. The husband remains emotionally distant. He works outside the home and avoids the women's disputes. When brought into conflict, his response is portrayed as punitive, including beating or withholding affection. Women's insecurity is intensified. Each wife fears being displaced by a newer, younger, or more attractive wife, making marriage feel unstable rather than protective. Female solidarity breaks down. Instead of supporting one another, the wives police, insult, retaliate against, and sometimes physically attack each other. Overall impact: the novel presents polygamy as a system that produces jealousy, emotional deprivation, domestic violence, child neglect, and a household built around competition rather than love or security. The impact of jihad culture. Jihad culture is shown as normalizing violence through religious reward. The novel portrays martyrdom as something celebrated rather than mourned, especially through Khalid's death and the marriage of the martyr ceremony. Families are emotionally conditioned to glorify death. Sakina and Sulwa rejoice publicly over Khalid's death because they believe he has entered paradise and been rewarded with heavenly brides. Women bear the aftermath. After the celebration ends, Sulwa and Sakina are left with poverty, widowhood, insecurity, and dependence, while the dead man is idealized as a holy hero. War becomes embedded in domestic life. The ideology of jihad is not treated as distant politics. It shapes household beliefs, children's expectations, widowhood, gender roles, and community rituals. Violence against outsiders is morally reframed. The narrative presents jihad culture as justifying brutality against non-Muslims and enemies, while shielding perpetrators from moral accountability by calling them martyrs. Overall impact: jihad culture is depicted as turning death, war, and violence into sacred goals, while leaving women, families, and vulnerable communities to suffer the practical consequences. In the Sudan section, the household structure is built around gender separation, shared compounds, and extended neighborly access. Compounds are divided into male and female sections. The home is not a single unified indoor space, but a fenced compound of grass huts with separate areas for men and women. Samir and Samira rent the unused male section. Their rented space includes a large grass hut for sleeping, a small kitchen hut, and a toilet. Samira is allowed to stay with Samir there only because they are foreign guests and paying tenants. The women's section remains the social center. Sakina, the elderly widow, and Sulwa, her widowed daughter-in-law, occupy the female side. This is where women gather, talk, cook, host children, and manage daily domestic life. Samir is excluded from the women's world. As a man, he cannot enter the women's section, so he depends on Samira to observe, ask questions, and report what she learns. Samira moves between both worlds. Because of her role as Samir's wife and as a woman, she becomes the bridge between the male section and the female household spaces. Two Eritrean refugee girls support the household. Mona works mainly as interpreter and guide, while Zara works as cook and domestic helper. Though hired by Samir and Samira, they also end up helping Sakina and Sulwa. Neighboring homes function almost like extensions of one another. The neighboring polygamous household is deeply entangled with Sakina's home. Children move freely between the two compounds, eat there, play there, and sometimes sleep there. The polygamous household is a 3-in-1 family. The butcher next door has 3 wives and 21 children. Each wife has her own place within the shared family structure, but the wives compete for authority, resources, attention, and status. Sakina acts as informal mediator. When disputes erupt among the rival wives, Sakina often serves as an arbitrator or elder woman who tries to restore peace. Overall, the Sudan household structure is communal but highly gendered. Men and women live in separated spaces. Women govern most domestic interactions. Children circulate between homes. And polygamy turns the extended household into a site of rivalry, negotiation, and constant emotional tension. The significance of the marriage of the martyr. The marriage of the martyr is significant because it shows how the Sudan section links war, religion, family grief, and social conditioning into one ritualized response to death. It transforms death into celebration. When Khalid dies fighting in Sudan's jihad war, his mother Sakina and widow Sulwa do not mourn in the ordinary way. Their home becomes a kind of wedding hall, and neighbors congratulate them because Khalid is believed to have died as a martyr. It reflects the promise of heavenly reward. The marriage is not an earthly wedding. The groom is Khalid, and his supposed brides are the heavenly virgins promised to martyrs. This belief allows the community to interpret violent death as spiritual victory rather than tragedy. It exposes the emotional cost to women. After the celebration ends, the practical consequences fall on Sakina and Sulwa. Khalid was the family's provider, so his death leaves them poor, vulnerable, dependent on a small pension, and socially insecure. It normalizes jihad culture inside domestic life. The scene shows that jihad is not presented only as battlefield ideology. It enters the home, reshapes mourning rituals, and teaches families to glorify martyrdom. It reveals the novel's critique of religious violence. The narration sharply contrasts the family's belief that Khalid is rewarded in paradise with its condemnation of his violence during war. This makes the scene one of the clearest examples of the book's argument that religious ideology can sanctify brutality. Overall significance. The marriage of the martyr functions as a symbolic turning point in the Sudan section. It shows how a culture can convert grief into public religious celebration while leaving women to endure poverty, widowhood, and the aftermath of war. Widowhood affects women in Sudan. In the Sudan section, widowhood leaves women socially vulnerable, economically dependent, and closely monitored. Loss of provider. When Khalid dies, his widow Sulwa and mother Sakina lose the family's main breadwinner and must survive on a small government pension and whatever income they can get, such as renting part of the house. Economic insecurity. Because Sulwa is a young widow in a restrictive society, she cannot easily work outside the home without shame or danger. This leaves both women dependent on limited resources and later on the rent from Samir and Samira. Social vulnerability. A widow is portrayed as a marked target for harassment by unmarried men. The text suggests that widows and divorcees are treated as sexually available while not being considered respectable marriage prospects. Restricted movement. Sulwa's widowhood confines her more tightly to the women's section of the household. Going outside alone or seeking work could expose her to gossip, harassment, or disgrace. Dependence on older women. Sakina becomes both protector and gatekeeper for Sulwa, carefully deciding whether to rent the unused male section of the compound because she fears exposing Sulwa to male tenants. Emotional contradiction. Khalid's death is publicly celebrated as martyrdom, but after the marriage of the martyr celebration ends, the women are left with grief, poverty, and insecurity. Overall impact. Widowhood in Sudan is depicted as stripping women of protection and income while increasing their exposure to social judgment, male harassment, and dependence on family or tenants. The experiences of Samira and Samir in their visit to Sudan about polygamy, female genital mutilation, child marriage, and the verdict of obedience against the disobedient Muslim wife Sulwa. In the Sudan section, Samir and Samira's experience becomes their most direct investigation of household life, women's suffering, and social customs. The main findings center on polygamy, female genital mutilation, child marriage, and wife obedience. Polygamy is shown through the butcher's household. Samir and Samira discover that their neighbor is a wealthy butcher with 3 wives and 21 children, forming what the narration calls a 3-in-1 family. The wives share one husband, but live in constant rivalry, competing for his attention, affection, sexual access, and resources. The rival wives' home is full of jealousy and conflict. Small quarrels between children often grow into fights between their mothers. The wives insult one another, pull hair, scratch faces, and compete over beauty, age, children's intelligence, daughters' attractiveness, and their husbands' favor. Children are emotionally and socially neglected. The children move freely between compounds, eat in neighbors' homes, and are often caught between the rival mothers' disputes. The novel presents polygamy as creating instability, confusion, insecurity, and poor emotional care for children. The husband's authority remains distant but feared. The butcher works outside the home and does not involve himself in daily disputes. The wives avoid bringing conflicts to him because they know his reaction may include beating, withholding affection, or refusing to sleep with them. Polygamy intensifies women's insecurity. Each wife fears being replaced or ignored if the husband marries a younger, prettier woman. The novel portrays this as a system that turns wives into rivals rather than companions and makes marriage feel like competition rather than protection. Samira observes the wives' beauty rituals as part of marital competition. The rival wives spend long hours removing body hair, smoking their bodies with sandalwood, and trying to appear sexually desirable. These rituals are presented as painful efforts to win or preserve the husband's attention. Female genital mutilation becomes the most traumatic Sudan scene. Samira is invited to attend the circumcision ceremony of a 4-year-old girl, the daughter of one of the rival wives. Samir asks her to witness it so they can document the practice, but Samira is horrified by what she sees. The mother defends FGM as religious and honorable. When Samira tries to persuade the mother not to proceed, the mother insists that circumcision is a religious obligation and necessary to preserve a girl's honor, virginity, and marriage prospects. The procedure is described as brutal and medically unsafe. The child is restrained by women, including her mother and neighbors, while an untrained traditional midwife performs the cutting with crude tools. Samira refuses to help hold the child and eventually faints from horror. FGM is presented as a system of female control enforced by women. The scene shows that mothers, widows, neighbors, and midwives all participate in the practice, believing they are protecting the girl's future honor. Even though the narration frames it as severe physical and psychological harm. Child marriage is connected to Sudan's broader treatment of girls. The narration repeatedly states that, in Sudan and similar societies, fathers can marry off daughters at very young ages, children can work early. And childhood is not protected in the way Samir and Samira expect from a Western human rights perspective. Khalid's childhood illustrates normalized child labor and militarization. Sakina's son Khalid begins working young to support his mother, joins Islamist activism as a child, and later becomes a soldier. This reinforces the novel's claim that childhood in Sudan is often sacrificed to poverty, religion, and war. The obedience theme appears through Sulwa's vulnerability as a widow and wife. Sulwa's life is defined by dependence on her husband's family, social restrictions, economic weakness, and expectations of female submission. After Khalid dies, she has little protection, limited independence, and few socially acceptable ways to support herself. The disobedient wife idea is linked to wife-beating and male authority. The Sudan section connects household discipline to the belief that a husband has authority over a wife and may punish disobedience. This logic appears in the rival wives' fear of the butcher and in the broader discussion of Quranic justification for beating a rebellious wife. Sulwa's situation shows how obedience traps women. As a young widow, she cannot easily work outside, remarry freely, or live independently without shame or danger. Her respectability depends on staying within accepted limits of female behavior, even when those limits leave her poor and powerless. Overall, Sudan becomes the couple's clearest evidence-gathering site. Unlike Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Dubai, and Lebanon, Sudan gives Samir and Samira access to daily domestic life. Through Sakina, Sulwa, the rival wives, the refugee helpers Mona and Zara, and the circumcision scene, they conclude that women's suffering is embedded in family structure, religion, poverty, war culture, gender segregation, polygamy, child marriage, FGM, and enforced obedience. The couple's mission shifts several times as their experiences reshape what they think their central duty should be. Initial mission: protect Christina while exposing women's abuse. Christina wants to publish her own traumatic life story, but Michael fears direct retaliation. He redirects the plan into a broader undercover investigation of women's suffering in Muslim societies. Undercover research mission. They become Malik and Malaika Khan, posing as Muslim converts so they can enter Muslim communities, perform rituals, travel safely, and gather first-hand testimony about polygamy, child marriage, female genital mutilation, wife-beating, and women's legal/social restrictions. Disillusionment after Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Dubai. Their early travels do not produce the direct domestic evidence they hoped for. Instead, they encounter harassment, tourism hypocrisy, prostitution, migrant exploitation, and public sexual corruption, which broadens their focus from women's abuse alone to wider social and religious hypocrisy. Lebanon shifts the mission toward Christian critique. After the Hezbollah kidnapping threat in West Beirut, they move to Christian East Beirut. There, they become disturbed by nominal Christianity, racism, moral compromise, and anti-Black exclusion, especially around the so-called Church of the Slaves. Temporary evangelistic mission. Malik decides that their higher calling is to preach the gospel to Arab Christians who, in the couple's view, have inherited Christianity culturally but lack true faith. Their mission temporarily becomes religious reform rather than women's rights documentation. Expansion into Jewish and theological themes. Their critique of Arab Christianity grows into a major argument about anti-Semitism, replacement theology, the treatment of Jews, and the need for Christians to support Israel and reject hatred of Jews. Return to the original research goal. After months of frustration, they conclude that preaching to Arab Christians is unproductive. They then abandon that evangelistic mission and return to their original purpose, documenting abuse of Muslim women. Final shift toward Sudan as the main field site. They rename themselves Samir and Samira Ahmed and travel to Sudan because they believe it will provide more direct access to domestic life, Sharia-influenced customs, polygamy, widowhood, jihad culture, child marriage, and female genital mutilation. Overall significance: the couple's mission evolves from personal testimony to undercover social research to religious evangelism and theological critique, and finally back to a more focused investigation of women's suffering in Sudanese Muslim domestic life. Quotations from the novel, The Tears of God. On their first Sunday in Lebanon, the American couple visited a church they chose randomly from the phone book. Being a Lebanese church, its service is in Arabic and there are two interpreters, a pretty Lebanese girl translating in French, and another Arab guy translating in English. This is because 1/3 of its members are white people from France, Quebec province in Canada, America, and other European countries. Most of them are of Western descent and married to Lebanese. Lebanese Christians love marrying white Westerners. There is no specific explanation for this phenomenon except that some citizens of that country simply prefer white skin, blonde hair, and green eyes. Lebanon is called by some the Switzerland of the East, and it is capital Beirut, Paris of the Orient. Some say that Lebanon and its capital city had been given those names because of the beauty of nature and mountains and cedar trees, and some said because the majority of its inhabitants are Christians. Many Lebanese believe that those names were of the past. During and after the Civil War, many Christians left the country and moved to the West. Muslims' number is increasing by the day, while Christians are decreasing rapidly. Today, there are two officially recognized armies in the country, Hezbollah's army and the Lebanese government's army, with the former being more powerful than the latter. Without a strong police presence in the country, Hezbollah's terrorists are free for everybody and act as policemen as well as soldiers. Accordingly, the proper name for Lebanon today must be named Iran of Arabia, and Beirut should be called Tehran of Phoenicia. When the American couple entered the church, they did not feel comfortable. The church resembles any one of the white churches in South Africa during the apartheid. Only whites and Lebanese Christians can feel welcome. Malaika, being of Indian origin, is thought to be a maid from Sri Lanka. Therefore, the pastor of the church approached Malik and asked him if Malaika was indeed his Asian domestic maid girl and why he came with her instead of his white wife. Before Malik could explain the misunderstanding, the pastor's wife directly asked Malaika why she came there. Before she could answer her, she advised her instead she should have gone to the Burj Hamad church where there is a special service for Sri Lanka and African maids at Kanasat al-Abid. The pastor translated the words Kanasat al-Abid to the couple before they asked him to do so, the Beirut Church for Slaves. The American couple was extremely shocked by the kind of reception extended to them in the house of God. They became more perplexed when they heard that there was a special Sunday service for the slaves somewhere in Beirut. Malaika is doubly flustered for her being taken as a maid by the pastor of the church, and the female slave of the white man Malik who dared to bring her along to a Christian church meant for free people by the pastor's wife. The American husband is more astonished than his Indian wife, especially when he hears that there is in the 21st century a church for slaves in Lebanon. He decided to go and see with his own eyes what kind of a church it is. Before we go with the American couple to that particular church of the slaves, let's say a few words about the disgusting racial discrimination in Lebanon. Suffice it to mention a few examples. A wealthy Sudanese business tycoon came for a short visit to Beirut and stayed in a 5-star hotel. When he went to enjoy himself in the hotel swimming pool, all the Arab guests and their children left the pool, headed to the hotel manager, and demanded the hotel kick the black man out of the water, or all of them would vacate their rooms and move to another hotel. The hotel manager was a pragmatic man, and therefore he kicked the black man out through the cops. Of course, at first, the Sudanese gentleman refused to comply and began to quote some articles from the Charter of Human Rights. He said he is human and must be treated equally to others. The manager told him yes, all people are equal, but in Lebanon, some people believe they are more equal than African foreigners. When the wealthy business tycoon refused to come out of the pool, the hotel manager accused him of a false offense. He told him that some of the hotel's female guests complained that he teased them when they were swimming in their bikinis in the water. Then, the manager called the cops and sent the stubborn Sudanese gentleman to jail. A couple of weeks later, the suspect was tried, convicted, fined $10,000, his name blacklisted, and kicked out of the country. Likewise, a Lebanese wife forced her husband to fire his female secretary because she was a black girl. Whenever a black man enters the beach, all the bikini-clad sexy Lebanese girls and their boyfriends will move a couple of kilometers away from him. They believe he either makes the water black by his skin color or spreads a dangerous contagious disease. Sometimes, when a black person steps inside a beach, all Lebanese families with their children flee out of the water as if they have seen a deadly shark or a dangerous crocodile entering the water. A Sudanese famous poet visited Lebanon and drafted the saddest poem ever written in Arabic. It became a popular song in Sudan by the greatest singer, Al-Tayeb Abdullah. The sad song is about a Lebanese girl at the Beirut International Airport who got frightened and angry when she saw the black Sudanese poet and that he could speak Arabic. At any rate, the American couple immediately left, feeling that even the Lord Jesus Christ would feel unwelcome in that disgusting racist congregation. The following Sunday, they stopped a taxi and asked the driver whether he knew the Knesset al-Abid in the Burj Hamad neighborhood. The driver told them that everyone in Beirut knows the Knesset al-Abid, or the Church for Black Slaves. Before we enter with Malik and Malaika that church, let us find out what kind of people live in that neighborhood. Burj Hamad was founded by survivors of the Armenian genocide of 1915 who fled the death camps of the Muslim Turks. When the sick and exhausted Armenians who had survived the death marches in Deir ez-Zor, today's Syria, arrived in Beirut after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, they were given the right to construct shacks on the eastern banks of the Beirut River. At that time, it was an expanse of big swamps and dirty marshes. The Armenian genocide, also called the Armenian massacres, was a systematic and premeditated extermination of 1.5 million Armenians by the Ottoman Empire during and after World War I. They were killed for no reason except that they were Christians, and their murderers were Muslims. One of the commanders of the Turkish terrorist Mujahideen fighters, Cevadet Bey, said, "I shall kill every Christian man, woman, and," pointing to his knee, "every child, up to here," citing Morgenthau, Henry 1918, Ambassador Morgenthau's story. Garden City, New York Doubleday. The systematic annihilation also targeted other Christian communities, such as Assyrians and Greek Christians. Millions of the forced deportees were driven to the Syrian desert after having been deprived of water and food and subjected to periodic rape and robbery by the locals and Ottoman soldiers. The Armenian mass genocide is known as the first Holocaust in the world. As the Lebanese pastor's wife had announced, the church is known to all as Knesset al-Abid, which literally means the Church for Black Slaves. To speak the truth and be fair to the Arab Christians of Lebanon, the church was not so named because its members are slaves or owned by some people. The name was invented by the Arab Lebanese because all the members of that church are black people or people of dark skin who originally came from either Africa or Asia. Africans and people of dark skin are called by the Lebanese people Abid, which means slaves. This naming is not only confined to Lebanon, but is used by all Arab countries. If you are an African American and visited Lebanon, people will call you Abed on your face. Whether you like it or not, that is the way those Arab people see you. Even if you went to Harvard University and became the President of the United States of America, you will be nothing to them, but merely a black slave called Abed. These negative values towards blacks are shared by all Arabs, Muslims as well as Christians. Wherever they live or wherever they go in the world, they will always carry these discriminative and racist behaviors and negative values with them. Accordingly, if you are a black person or have dark skin, you will not be welcomed in many Lebanese churches. And most probably, if you show up unexpectedly or are not invited to any church, you will be advised by the pastor or his wife to leave and go and join the church that suits you, which is called the Knesset al-Abid, the Church for Black Slaves at the Burj Hamad neighborhood. They do not hide it or feel bad about it, but they will say to your face that you are black and therefore you are a slave. The pastor of the so-called Knesset al-Abid is a Nigerian man. Its congregation members are a mixture of Nigerians, Kenyans, Sudanese, Ethiopians, and maids from Sri Lanka. There are other Africans from Liberia, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, and Madagascar, but they are the minority. There is also a sprinkling of Asians from Pakistan, India, Indonesia, and the Philippines. There are over 400 regular members. If you arrive late, you may not find a seat. Latecomers will be obliged to stand on their feet during the entire Tower Sunday service. Before the Tower service, there is at least an hour of sharing testimony. There is nothing more of significance worth mentioning about the so-called Church of the Slaves except that its members are discriminated against by the Lebanese Christians and forced to create their own church. By the way, the members of that church do not call their church Knesset al-Abid, but the name was bestowed upon them by their racist fellow Christians of Beirut. It is proudly called by its members the International Church of God. There is nothing extraordinary the American couple has found when they visited the International Church of God except that it is one of those modern Pentecostal churches which focused its teachings on the so-called prosperity gospel. No one of its members seemed to be rich or prospering in his or her life slightly. Every foreign member of that church, including its pastor and elders, is a victim of Arab exploitation, low salaries, high living expenses, lack of access to basic facilities, and lack of freedom to move around. Sometimes, their external perils can lead to isolation, depression, despair, and eventually suicide. They always get exploited by the local Lebanese policemen and military soldiers and robbed of their savings by Hezbollah's terrorists. Female migrant workers are victims of sexual harassment by their employers and very often get arrested and raped by wicked Arab police officers and cruel Lebanese military soldiers. Most of the migrant workers entered illegally in the country and hence they have no official permits to work or to stay in Lebanon, making them vulnerable targets to the police and soldiers. In Lebanon, there is no difference between the police force and the military army. Everyone in government uniform can detain you and do whatever he wants to do with you if you happen to be an illegal alien. The fighters of the so-called Hezbollah resistance army against the Zionist country, the State of Israel, are terrorizing all people in Lebanon. If you visit Beirut, you will see Hezbollah's terrorists carrying their machine guns and standing in every street and corner and demanding donations for their resistance army. Imagine yourself has been confronted by someone as big as the gorilla, wearing on his face a 1-meter-long beard, with an AK-47 Kalashnikov in his right hand and a bag in his left hand. He is demanding donations for the resistance army. Of course, the only way to appease such a terrible terrorist is to hand over to him whatever money you have in your wallet or handbag. Their identities change as a practical disguise for each new mission phase. Michael and Christina Lewinsky, private survivors in America. At the beginning, they are simply a newly married American couple. Christina wants to publish her personal story of abuse, while Michael tries to protect her from danger. Malik and Malaika con fake Muslim converts for undercover research. When they decide to investigate women's suffering in Muslim societies, they stage a conversion to Islam. Michael becomes Malik, Christina becomes Malaika, and they adopt the surname Khan to pass as newly converted Muslims. Malik and Malaika, pilgrims and observers in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Dubai. In these countries, they keep their Muslim identities so they can enter religious and social spaces, perform Hajj, interview women, and avoid being exposed as outsiders. Malik and Malaika, suspected American converts in Lebanon. In Muslim West Beirut, the same identity becomes dangerous. Because they reveal they are Americans, Hezbollah-linked figures treat them with suspicion, and their Muslim disguise no longer protects them. Michael/Christina beneath the disguise, Christians in East Beirut. After escaping the kidnapping threat and moving to Christian East Beirut, Malaika gives up the burqa and returns to Western clothing. Their Christian identity comes forward again as their mission shifts toward preaching to nominal Arab Christians. Samir and Samira Ahmed, new Arabiized identities for Sudan. After their Lebanon mission fails, they abandon the names Malik and Malaika because they sound awkward or suspicious in Arab settings. They choose Samir and Samira as more natural Arabic names and Ahmed as a safer Muslim surname for Sudan. Overall, each name reflects a new tactical role. Michael/Christina are the real couple, Malik/Malaika Khan are their Muslim research disguise, and Samir/Samira Ahmed are their refined Sudan field identities for deeper access to Muslim domestic life. Their experiences in Sudan in brief. In Sudan, Samir and Samira settle in the western town of Nahid under their new Muslim identities, hoping to gather more direct evidence about women's lives than they could in earlier countries. They rent part of a poor widow's compound from Sakina and her daughter-in-law Salwa, whose husband Khalid died in jihad and is celebrated as a martyr. Their stay exposes them to gender-segregated household life, poverty, widowhood, child labor, and war culture. Samira gains access to women's spaces through Salwa, Sakina, and two Eritrean refugee helpers, Mona and Zara, while Samir mostly records what she reports. The most important experiences involve a neighboring polygamous butcher with 3 wives and 21 children. Through that family, they observe rivalry between wives, jealousy, neglected children, domestic quarrels, wife-beating, and women's constant effort to secure their husband's attention. Their most traumatic Sudan experience is witnessing female genital mutilation performed on a 4-year-old girl. Samira is horrified by the mother's insistence that circumcision is religiously necessary and by the brutal procedure itself, which becomes one of the strongest examples of the novel's critique of harm against girls. Overall, Sudan becomes their clearest field site. It shows them everyday domestic oppression through polygamy, widowhood, jihad ideology, poverty, gender segregation, child marriage, wife obedience, and female genital mutilation. Sudan visit highlights. The Sudan visit is a major turning point because it gives Samir and Samira the clearest access to everyday domestic life and the abuse they were trying to document. New identities and setting. They abandon the names Malik and Malaika and become Samir and Samira Ahmed, then travel to Sudan, choosing it because it is portrayed as a place where Sharia, poverty, jihad culture, polygamy, and women's oppression can be observed directly. Move from Khartoum to Nahid. They briefly stay in wealthy Khartoum, but decide the capital hides the realities they want to study. They relocate to Nahid in western Sudan, where life is poor, hot, isolated, and physically difficult. Life in a widow's compound. They rent part of a grass hut compound from Sakina, an elderly widow, and Salwa, her widowed daughter-in-law. The compound is divided into male and female sections, giving Samira access to women's spaces, while Samir mostly records her observations. Marriage of the martyr, Salwa's dead husband Khalid, is celebrated as a jihad martyr. His death is treated like a wedding to heavenly virgins, but the women he leaves behind face poverty, widowhood, and insecurity. Polygamous neighbor household. The neighboring butcher has 3 wives and 21 children. Through this family, the couple observes jealousy, rivalry, neglected children, domestic conflict, wife-beating, and competition among wives for beauty, sex, and status. Eritrean refugee helpers. They hire Mona as interpreter and Zara as domestic helper. These girls help the couple understand local life while also showing how refugee girls are vulnerable to exploitation. Female genital mutilation. The most traumatic event is Samira witnessing the circumcision of a 4-year-old girl. The ceremony is presented as religiously justified by the mother, but Samira experiences it as brutal, medically unsafe, and devastating. Child marriage and child labor. The Sudan section repeatedly portrays childhood as unprotected, with girls vulnerable to early marriage and children expected to work or even become soldiers. Female obedience and vulnerability. The visit emphasizes that women are expected to submit to male authority. Sulwa's widowhood shows how a woman without a husband becomes economically weak, socially exposed, and dependent on others. Overall highlight: Sudan becomes the couple's most important research site because it reveals oppression not only through public religion or law, but through household structure, marriage customs, poverty, war ideology, gender segregation, and women themselves enforcing harmful traditions. Excerpts from the original novel. The Sudanese with whom Samir and Samira are staying is a small family of 2 widowed women, but their neighboring family is as large as all life. It is the biggest family the American couple has ever heard of. At first, Samira thought it is 3 families living together in one big house. Somehow, they reminded her of her former co-joined family when she was enslaved in an abusive marriage in Mumbai with her selfish Christian husband Bruno Fernandez and his 2 mean sisters Natlin and Sylvia. Through her new girlfriend Sulwa, Samira gleaned that their neighbor is polygamous and has 3 wives and 21 children. It is not called 3 families, but it is a kind of 3-in-1 family. The whole family consisted of 25 members if we include the polygamist husband. Some of the children are almost living in Sakina's house. From 6 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock in the evening, the children will be playing and running in and out between the 2 neighboring houses. Very often, they eat their 3 meals in Sakina and Sulwa's house, and at night some of them fall asleep in the same place. In Sudan, neighbors have equal rights in each other's houses. These rights are not imposed by law or religious authority of the Quran or a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad, but they are customs that go back in antiquity before the advent of Islam in Sudan. The neighboring girlfriends can share everything except their husbands. However, this restriction is not there in the case of 2, 3, or 4 women married to the same man. In that case, whether they like it or not, they must have sex as common property. If the polygamous husband sleeps today with his first wife, tomorrow he must have sex with his second wife. The third day he must fuck his third wife, and after that his fourth wife must make love with him on her bed too. But here we are talking about neighboring women. To grasp this strange social norm, we should remember how a Muslim house is built, with 2 distinct gender-segregated sections. The 2 female neighbors can have access and the same rights on everything on the women's section, the men's section being out of bounds. This point will become clearer through observing their daily practical life. As we have already mentioned, with the help of Sakina and Sulwa, the American couple found and employed 2 Eritrean girls, one as an Arabic-English interpreter and guide, and the other as a maid, cleaner, and cook. For simplicity, let us just say one girl is an interpreter and the other girl is a cook. The interpreter is called Mona and the cook Zara. Both refugee girls have been given a small hut in the women's section, paid for of course by the new tenants. Although it is not mentioned in the verbal contract, the 2 girls found themselves doing work for their American employers as well as for Sakina and Sulwa. Samira is allowed special dispensation to live with her husband in the men's section. This is not permitted in normal circumstances under any condition. It is as if a divine law stated in the Holy Quran that a female is to be born, brought up, and die in her respective women's section. One may ask then, logically, how a wife can sleep with her husband at night. This will be the only exception to the rule, one which must be done in full secrecy and under the cover of night. As soon as the wife accomplishes her matrimonial duties, she is expected to return from the men's section, again under the cover of darkness, to her female quarters. Circumstances compelled the 2 poor widows to write off that divine restriction and allow the Indian wife Samira and the 2 Eritrean girls to move freely between the women's quarters and the men's section any time they want. The American husband Samir, on the other hand, is absolutely persona non grata in the women's section. Therefore, Samir is dependent on his wife for access and reports at the end of the day, so he can record his notes on his laptop. In the meantime, Samira is amazed by the mixing of the two neighboring houses to the point she assumes that the two families are related by blood. Sulwa corrected her, confirming that there are neither blood relations nor matrimonial binds. They are simply good neighbors. As the days rolled by, Samira's Eritrean girl interpreter filled her in, and much of the dynamics and goings-on of the large family of the polygamous husband. Samir also showed more interest in learning about the family of 3 wives than the family of 2 widows. Samira learned about the 3 rival wives and their many verbal and physical fights. Not a single day can pass without disagreement erupting. Usually, the problem begins with 2 small children's quarrels and catalyzes into a full-blown fight between their mothers. The old widow, Sakina, can always be counted upon to act as an arbitrator or female judge. As is the custom, one aggrieved wife laments and complains to Sakina about an alleged injustice perpetrated by another rival wife. Then the old Sakina must go and talk to the other wife and try to solve the problem and restore peace. These quarrels never reach the ears of their common husband. The polygamous husband leaves the house in the early morning hours to work and only returns in the evening. As is customary, the husband is not the least bit expected to know what transpires in his absence. Their polygamous neighbor is a butcher man. In the third world, butchery is one of the hardest and most dangerous jobs. The butcher's duties are not limited to slaughtering the animal and selling its meat, but also involved acquiring the animal. The locals simply cannot afford to buy and eat chicken and eggs every day. The butcher fills this void by catching sheep, goats, camels, oxen, and cows. Being a key link in the supply and demand chain, butchers are rich people in the third world. That is why he can afford to marry 3 women at the same time and feed his 21 kids. Butchers live in big houses, amassed wealth, and have an abundance of meat. The last possessions are regarded as great assets. That precious commodity can enable the butcher to feed his family well and make his wives fat and hot. In Africa and Arabia, it is the fat woman that is more sexually desirable and more precious than silver and gold, and her dowry is so high. Many poor families in Sudan cannot afford to purchase meat and hence buy bones, cook them, and eat. And that leads to many dogs being left to starve and die of hunger. All 3 rival wives learned through experience that involving their commonly shared husband in their domestic disputes will inevitably result in a merciless pummeling and a cold bed for many days. It must come as no surprise that wife beating is legal in Islam. The punishment of the rebellious wife or disobedient daughter is stated in the Holy Quran, in Surah Al-Nisa 4, verse 34. In a fleeting period in this vibrant environment, Samira and Samir collected enough data to enable them to author a large book on the topic of polygamy in Muslim society. Polygamy has many dire consequences for the rival wives and their offspring. The children grow up confused and neglected. The wife does not enjoy full rights to her polygamous husband or her biological children. Each rival wife believes she must correct and bring up not only her children, but the children of the other rival wives too. Oddly enough, a rival wife in Arabic is called an aldara, which means the female evildoer. Imagine that Islam allows each married man to bring 1, 2, or 3 female evildoers to his first wife. If the rival wife happens to be an evil woman, which is always the case, any excuse can result in the beating of other children. This evil act, of course, leads to punitive retaliation on the part of the aggrieved mothers. And so on. Polygamy creates anger and frustration in the hearts of each rival wife due to a lack of enough love, sex, and security. At any time, a Muslim husband is at the right to divorce his wife without assigning any reason. Also, at any time, he is entitled to marry another woman. In such situations, insecurities and sexual frustrations are vented within the household, with no one spared from the destructive melee. Women in Sudan, as observed, fight by pulling out each other's hair, biting bodies, and scratching faces. While beating each other, their mouths continue to berate their female opponents, assigning bad insults like dirty whore, black witch, a she-dog, daughter of a prostitute, galva, which means an uncircumcised woman, and khadim, a female slave. The galva woman is the most insulting word in Sudan. A Sudanese woman can tolerate being called a dirty female slave or a black witch or filthy bitch, but she will kill you if you call her a galva girl. As we mentioned already, it means an uncircumcised woman, but in fact, it has a deeper meaning than that. This word is usually used to refer to non-Muslim women, such as Christians of South Sudan and Nuba Mountains and other pagan African women who worship Satan. Those women are considered dirty infidels because they do not genitally mutilate their private parts or circumcise their little girls. Sometimes, a fight between the rival wives may be a result of jealousy due to the difference in age and beauty. Usually, the polygamist man prefers the company of his newest, youngest, and prettiest wife. This is not a rule set in stone, but Arab men are by nature obsessed with small female children. No matter how ugly and dumb the small wife will always be preferred and adored. Islam requires that the polygamist husband must spend each night with a different wife, and each rival wife must get an equal share in sex, love, and maintenance. It is not hard to imagine this to be an impossible rule to equitably enforce. How can a man sleep with his 16-year-old fourth wife and, on the following night, have equally passionate sex with his 60-year-old first wife? Looking good on paper, but every polygamist man is a dirty cheater. He uses a 7th century law of the desert to torture and unjustly hurt his first wife. Moreover, this outdated law requires the wife to agree to share her husband's love, sex, and wealth with other rival women. She must tolerate all this nonsense because they are supposedly having equal divine rights given by God to their polygamous husband. Allah has given none of the women the right to practice polyandry, but He gave that right to His preferred creature, the man. Muslim religious leaders will tell you it is against the man's nature to share his wife with another man. It also is against the woman's nature to share her life partner with other rival female enemies. God is love, and He cannot possibly command such injustice. That unjust law came out of the mind of a selfish Arab man who was a womanizer, adulteress, rapist, pedophile, and child abuser. At times, quarrels between rival wives happen due to the difference between the perceived intelligence levels of the male children or the difference in beauty between the female children. For a Muslim woman, intelligent boys and beautiful girls are great assets. A pretty girl can be married at a noticeably immature age, and an intelligent boy has assured a respectable position in society. Therefore, if any rival wife feels that her children are lacking in their required virtues, she will look for any reason to engage the other wives in a fight. Those 3 rival wives of the butcher happen to be close to each other in age. This fact merely increased the competition between them. Each woman desires to gain the favor and approval of her husband. Each wife wants to be the most beautiful and sexy female partner. Not much different from the prostitutes who doll themselves up and wait patiently on the thresholds of their brothel houses, waiting for male visitors to make their choices. They will do anything to swing the odds in their favor. Likewise, each wife spares no effort to make herself look more attractive and sexually desirable. The Indian wife Samira is amazed by the extent of trouble each of the 3 rival wives takes to prepare herself for her husband. She observed them closely and watched how they make themselves beautiful. Each wife spends a few hours removing hair from her hands, underarms, legs, and private parts. It is the most painful experience that Samira ever went through when she decided to try out their primitive beauty techniques. With no female beauty parlor in town, Sudanese women use antediluvian means to remove unwanted hair, commonly relying on lemon juice, sugar, and water. Those three substances will be boiled on the stove for a long time until some thick liquid like gummy or strong glue results. This glue then will be used to rip out the hair from their legs, hands, underarms, and private parts by its follicles. The beauty regimen begins with the hands, moving downwards to the legs, then the underarms, and finally descending to the vagina. The wife will typically be in tears while she is undergoing such self-mortification. Of course, only a married woman can go through these enhancement processes. An unmarried maiden is not permitted to touch her body in that way, especially her pussy. This restriction is imposed on unmarried girls for the fear of being sexually self-stimulated while exploring their private parts, and that may lead to masturbation or fornication. Masturbation is forbidden because the virgin may break her hymen and lose her virginity before marriage. Such a girl may be slain by her groom on his bed on their first wedding night. And if she is not killed, she will be sent back to her father's house as an unwanted whore. Yet, another self-inflicted torture that every wife must submit to is smoking her body. This experience should not be confused with sunbathing on a beach or a stint in the sauna. Every self-respecting Sudanese wife must have a small hole inside her kitchen. When it is time for her beatification process, wooden coal is lit and the embers are fed pieces of Indian sandalwood. When the desired fumes emerged, the wife divests her body of clothes, becomes buck naked, and wraps herself in a thick black blanket, like a burqa. After that, she must spread her legs and sit akin to a woman sitting on a toilet bowl. She remains seated until the sandalwood is fully consumed by the burning coals. During this period, she will be coughing, sneezing, sweating terribly, with tears running down her cheeks like hot acid. This painful self-mortification will continue for hours until her body sheds rivers of sweat. Smoking the body through this primitive method cannot make it look beautiful because 90% of Sudanese women are as dark as coals. There are no discernible benefits from this primitive method. Despite this, the typical Sudanese claim it makes the wife sexier and her body becomes delicate. Scholars researching the origin of this primitive custom have found that ancient Sudanese women used that smoke as a magical method to stir the sexual desires of men. When the smoked body woman walks on the street, men smell the sweet aroma of the sandalwood wafting off her body, associate the scent with sex, and follow her akin to a bitch in heat welcoming all male comers. 99% of Sudanese women believe smoking themselves makes their body sexier. Every one of them is made to believe by smoking her naked body now, and then she makes her genitally mutilated pussy smaller, and she becomes just like a virgin. And that, as they say, she'll please her husband during sex and leads him to desire her more than his other women. Samira's first-hand witness of female genital mutilation, FGM in Sudan. Samira's first-hand witness of FGM in Sudan is presented as the most traumatic event of the Sudan section. Invitation to the ceremony. One of the butcher's rival wives proudly invites Samira to attend the circumcision celebration of her 4-year-old daughter. The mother treats it as a happy, honorable family occasion, while Samira immediately understands it as a serious act of harm. Failed attempt to stop it, Samira tries to persuade the mother not to go ahead, warning that the procedure will hurt the child. The mother rejects this and argues that circumcision is a religious duty necessary to preserve a girl's honor, virginity, and future marriage prospects. Samir asks her to witness it. Samir urges Samira to attend so they can document the practice directly for their research. Samira agrees, but she later deeply regrets witnessing it. The child is restrained. On the day of the ceremony, the little girl is taken into a dark room. Her hands and legs are tied, and when she begins to resist, her mother calls Sakina and Sulwa to help hold her down. Samira refuses to assist. The mother asks Samira to help restrain the girl, but Samira refuses. Instead, she is horrified by the way the women cooperate in the procedure while seeing it as necessary and proper. The procedure is brutal and primitive. An illiterate traditional midwife/circumciser performs the operation with crude tools, without medical training, anesthesia, or hygienic safeguards. Samira watches the child scream, bleed, and struggle while the women continue. Samira faints from horror. The scene becomes unbearable for her. Before the procedure is complete, Samira loses consciousness and collapses on the floor. Lasting impact on Samira. Afterward, Samira is haunted by the memory. The experience becomes one of the clearest and most disturbing examples in the novel of how girls' bodies are controlled through custom, religion, family honor, and women themselves enforcing harmful traditions. Narrative significance. The scene confirms for Samir and Samira that Sudan offers the direct domestic evidence they had been seeking. It turns FGM from an abstract issue discussed in interviews into a witnessed act of physical and psychological violence against a child. Samir and Samira document the FGM practice mainly through direct observation, interviews, and written notes. Samira gains access because she is a woman. In Sudan, Samir cannot enter the women's section of the household, so Samira becomes the main eyewitness inside women-only spaces. They first gather background through conversation. Samira talks with the mother of the little girl and hears her religious and social justification for circumcision, including the belief that it protects a girl's honor, virginity, and marriage prospects. Samira attempts to prevent it. Before the ceremony, she tries to persuade the mother that the procedure will harm the child, but the mother rejects her objections and insists it is a necessary religious duty. Samir asks Samira to witness it firsthand. Because their research depends on eyewitness evidence, Samir urges her to attend the ceremony and report what she sees, even though the subject is deeply disturbing. Samira attends the ceremony as an observer. She watches the little girl being restrained by women, the midwife/circumciser preparing crude tools, and the procedure being carried out in a domestic setting rather than a medical environment. She refuses to participate. When asked to help hold the child down, Samira refuses, which marks her role as a witness rather than an accomplice. The experience overwhelms her. She becomes physically and emotionally unable to endure the scene and faints before it is fully completed. Afterward, she reports the details to Samir. Samir records her account on his laptop as part of their growing research database on women's lives in Nahid. Overall, their documentation combines women's testimony, Samira's eyewitness account, and Samir's written records, turning FGM from a topic they had only heard discussed into one of the strongest first-hand examples in their Sudan fieldwork. Quotations from the original manuscript. One day, one of the three wives proudly invited Samira to the circumcision celebration of one of her little daughters. The so-called happy occasion is scheduled to take place in 3 days. When Samir heard about the sad news, he told Samira to try by all means available to convince the Muslim woman that what she intends to do to her little daughter is going to harm rather than benefit her. The mother is shocked when she hears that circumcision would harm her daughter. Therefore, she gave Samira a long lecture on the benefits of female circumcision and the danger of leaving an uncircumcised daughter to grow up in Muslim society. She emphatically stated that it is a required religious obligation for every Muslim girl. She mentioned to Samira 3 authentic hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad commanding female genital mutilation. 1. Atiyah al-Ansariya narrated that a woman used to circumcise in Medina, and the Prophet said to her, "Do not overdo it, because this makes a woman more favorable and it is more agreeable." Sahih al-Bukhari. This hadith revealed that the Prophet Muhammad did not forbid the woman from circumcising small girls. 2. Aisha narrated that the Prophet Muhammad said, "When a man sits between her foreparts, legs and arms of his wife, and the 2 circumcised parts meet, the husband's penis and the wife's vagina meet during sexual intercourse, then ghusl, ablution, becomes obligatory. Sahih Muslim. So, once again, this hadith showed that Muhammad approved of female genital mutilation. 3. The Prophet Muhammad said, circumcision is a sunnah for men and a preservation of honor for women, Muwatta Malik and Sunan Abu Dawud. This hadith said that the Prophet Muhammad believed female circumcision helps the circumcised girl to preserve her honor by not indulging in premarital sex. There are 9 hadiths of the Prophet Muhammad encourage female genital mutilation, but these 3 are the most famous and quoted by Muslim leaders, scholars, and ordinary Muslim people to support the circumcision of small girls. Despite her considerable efforts, Samira failed to convince the mother not to circumcise her little daughter. Following the commandment of their Prophet Muhammad, Muslims circumcise their girls to preserve the honor of their families. Every Muslim girl must be circumcised at the age of 4 or 5. Female genital mutilation or cutting involves the removal of the sealing of the labia majora and the labia minora together after the entire clitoris has been removed, quoting Lois, 1985, page number 115. When a Muslim girl undergoes female genital mutilation, she becomes abnormal. Her vagina will be so narrowed and sealed that it is reduced to a small opening that allows the girl only to urinate. Usually, the woman performing the circumcision will use a small thin reed or feather to measure the hole that is supposed to be left open after the procedure is done. The small hole will not allow a finger to penetrate the vagina. Therefore, when the girl reaches adolescence, she is bound to have serious problems with the menstrual blood. Due to the small opening, some of the blood remains, causing infection. Many young Sudanese girls suffer from a genital disease called Hibin. This disease is caused by the blood that remains inside the vagina, and unless the girl goes for medical surgery, the infected private parts may cause death. However, due to the fear of losing the girl's virginity through medical surgery or the prospect of widening her vagina, some families will not allow their sick daughters to go to the hospital to see a doctor. The reason behind this evil practice, as stated by the Prophet Muhammad, the preservation of honor for women. That means to prevent the girl from engaging in premarital sex. In other words, female circumcision will not allow the circumcised girl to practice sex before marriage even if she wants to do so. The circumcised girl will experience unbearable pain during sexual intercourse, and that makes her feel as if she is being raped. That is what the Prophet Muhammad meant by the preservation of honor. He meant to say that circumcision would prevent her from having sex before marriage. She will not be able even to indulge in masturbation. Therefore, female circumcision or cutting is meant to control the sexuality of the girl and destroy her desire for the opposite sex. It is barbaric, painful, and harms the woman. What troubled Samira was the primitive and cruel way that the operation was performed by a woman who had absolutely no medical knowledge. She has not gone to a medical college or a nursing school. She is an illiterate woman who has never been to school in all her life. Somehow, the Indian wife Samira forced herself to attend the barbaric procedure of female genital mutilation. It was her American husband who requested her to witness it, and then she could come and report to him what she has seen. On the day of the so-called happy occasion, the midwife or an expert circumciser woman has subjected a 4-year-old girl to the most brutal operation that Samira ever witnessed in her life. Being born as a Muslim girl, Samira was not circumcised because Indian Muslims are not allowed to practice it in India. The tiny girl has been securely tied up with strong ropes, hands and legs. Then, her mother carried her in her arms and took her to a dark room lighted with a dim lamp. There is already a woman who is called the circumciser and the midwife. She has to help pregnant women to deliver their babies and to circumcise little girls. It mattered not that the woman had not attended a day of school. She inherited her profession from her mother, who in turn acquired it from her grandmother, who got it from her great-grandmother, and so on and so on. At first, the little girl is oblivious and not knowing what is going to happen to her. But when she saw the midwife, she thought they were going to squeeze a baby out of her stomach. Her mother removed the ropes from her legs and forced her to lie on her back. The little girl began to scream and kick out with her small legs. Her fear intensified when she saw the midwife holding a razor in her right hand and a kitchen knife in her left hand. Her mother closed her mouth with her hands. The female child has become extremely terrified. She has become convinced that the woman is going to slice her throat up with the razor and open up her stomach with the knife, and all the people she has come to trust, holding her down. Though she is so little girl and has a tiny body, she puts so much resistance that her mother must call for help. Samira has declined the mother's request for help. Therefore, the neighbors, Sakina and Sulwa, have been called in for assistance. The two widows gladly lend their hands for help on this important, happy occasion. Each one of them held one leg of the female child and spread it as far as she could. Now the small girl could neither resist nor scream. That part done, the midwife began to examine the private parts of the small girl. She used a wet piece of cloth to clean up the tiny vagina and the area around it. That piece of cloth is dipped and soaked in warm water. There are no painkillers or anesthetics for freezing near her. First, the female circumciser cut off the female child's clitoris and then sliced the labia majora and labia minora and removed sizable portions of them. She is using the razor and the knife. It took a while before the entire clitoris was removed. The circumciser asked the mother to insert her fingers inside her child's vagina to ensure that nothing of the clitoris remained. During this time, two grown-up women holding the little girl are not enough to stifle her struggles. Once again, Samira has been requested by the mother to help, but she adamantly refuses. Instead, she felt like jumping over the heartless mother and strangling her to death. The mother cannot call any of the two rival wives to come for assistance, for she knows none of them will help her. They are jealous and envious women and hence do not want such happiness to happen to the daughter of the rival wife. The three women, Sakina, Sulwa, and the mother began to encourage each other, and that helped them to increase their hold on the female child's resisting body. The so-called female expert circumciser used a small reed to measure the opening that to be left open after the circumcision procedure is over. When she began to seal the two sliced labia majora and labia minora together, the pain increased to an unbearable state. Suturing involved a big needle and local reeds. Meanwhile, the small girl is bleeding profusely. Blood is gushing out of her private parts like red water. Both the hands of the female circumciser are covered with blood. Even part of her dress is smeared with blood. The clothes of her mother, Sakina, and Sulwa are not spared. After that, the woman inserted the reed inside the female child's vagina. It is the size of a straw that accompanies a soft drink or soda. The main reason behind this barbaric practice is to close the vagina up or to put a chastity belt on the girl's private parts. This is done so that when she grows up, she will not be able to commit adultery before her marriage. Only her future groom is supposed to break that seal and take away her virginity. However, no man's phallus can penetrate through such a small opening. In many African countries, especially Somalia and Eritrea, the bride will be taken to the hospital to open her up before the first wedding night. Many grooms may not agree to such a widening operation, and hence they will rape their brides no matter how much effort that may entail. Some of them will use a knife or a pair of scissors to widen their brides' vaginas. Therefore, many wedding nights ended up in a hospital. The Indian wife Samira could not control her nerves any longer and hence lost consciousness and collapsed on the floor before the female circumciser finished placing the stitches on the female child's mutilated private parts. From that day and onwards, she always shudders and gets scared when emotionally recollecting that day of the brutal circumcision procedure of the 4-year-old Muslim girl. She regretted she followed the request of her American husband and attended that barbaric procedure of female genital mutilation. That poor genitally mutilated female child, thankfully, has also fainted before the stitching of her labia majora and labia minora is completed. Before completely sealing them together, the female circumciser filled the vagina with mimosa nilotic powder from the acacia nilotic tree. This powder causes so much burning sensation and pain as if filling someone's eyes with red-hot chili powder or pouring acid on somebody's face. The purpose of this powder is to glue the labia majora and labia minora together forever. After the reed is removed, only a small opening is created. Ancient Egyptians used the acacia powder for embalming and creating mummies of their pharaohs. The process of sealing the two labia together is considered the most important part of the circumcision procedure. The woman circumciser used a needle and a strong filament, known as a sab in Arabic, in the place of sutures. The remnants of both labia majora and labia minora are stitched together along the vertical axis until she reaches the reed she has inserted earlier. The reed is placed at the lower end of the vagina, which is near the rectum. Therefore, the vagina's opening is completely closed from one end to another end. It is just like her tiny vagina has been completely closed up by a secure padlock. The female circumciser placed as many stitches as necessary to guarantee a completely closed orifice, except for the reed. In some cases, the circumcision process may be repeated if a mother determines that the hole has elongated to the point where it can allow male-erected phallus access and penetrate her adolescent daughter's pussy. This stitching or sealing of the female circumcision will create a huge, ugly scar or keloid as the girl matures. The process mutilates the vagina, so it looks like a human face that has been deprived of its nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. Sometimes, even pubic hair cannot grow in such a completely mutilated pussy. The closed-up part of the girl's private parts cannot be opened again in the future. Some doctors in Europe tried to help the genitally mutilated Muslim women by attempting to reopen the closed private parts of their mutilated vaginas, but to no avail. The surgery did not confer many benefits for the female victim as it could not restore the pleasurable sensation typically felt by an uncircumcised girl. A genitally mutilated girl will never have a clitoral orgasm. One researcher on this topic observed that female genital mutilation equals the passing of a death sentence on the sexuality of a Muslim woman. When she grows up, she will discover that she is having a dead pussy. As we mentioned above, the main aim of this evil practice is to prevent those circumcised Muslim girls from having sex before their marriages. Intercourse with such a sexually mutilated girl will simply be impossible. It is just like locking up the girl's vagina or putting a secure lock on her private parts. The pre-Islamic Arabs used to fashion underwear made from iron and place them around the private parts of their women. That iron underwear was called Hizm al-Ifa, which means the belt of honor. When their women were taken captives, the captors might not be able to rape them. The same primitive idea passed on to Muslims and practiced today in an eviler way through female genital mutilation. Instead of putting that iron underwear and locking them up, in Islam locks are placed on the girls' vaginas. Moreover, in Islam, by removing the girl's clitoris, labia majora, and labia minora, her sexual organ will be destroyed and mutilated to the point that she loses all desire for sex. Some Muslims argue that those private parts, which the midwife excises during the circumcision, will grow again. This is not true. The clitoris, the labia majora, and the labia minora will never grow again. Once they are removed, they are gone forever. After the so-called happy ceremony, the midwife tied up the legs of the female child together. The idea is to immobilize the little girl for no less than a couple of weeks tied up until her wounds are healed. During that time, she is to be completely confined to bed. She must urinate inside her bandage, but she defecates in a small bowl until her wounds are healed, and then the ropes will be removed, and she will be set free. Usually, most Muslim girls will be circumcised at the age of 4 or 5. Muslims believe that when the circumcised girl reaches the age of adolescence, she will not be able to indulge in sex even if she wants to do so. Any girl trying to indulge herself in sex will experience unbearable pain and feel as if she is being raped. This is the overriding reason for this procedure, to prevent her from having sex before marriage. Therefore, female genital mutilation or circumcision is meant to control the sexuality of the woman and destroy her desire for the opposite sex. In this line of thinking, there is a belief among Muslims that the uncircumcised girl can easily succumb to her sexual desire. Even if her underwear rubs her private parts, she will experience uncontrollable sexual desire, and nothing will abate her desire for masturbation or adultery. This is simply not the case for a circumcised Muslim girl as they so believe. She is always in control of her sexuality and is extremely hard to arouse her sexual desire. Due to the small hole that had been created in her pussy post-circumcision, the girl is considered always a virgin. Therefore, Muslim men believe that the circumcised girl is more sexually enjoyable than the uncircumcised girl. But as we mentioned already, the circumcised girl has a dead pussy, and therefore, she does not enjoy sex. Sex for her is unbearable torture. There is a belief that such a girl prefers to have anal sex instead of vaginal sex. The novel presents women as the main enforcers of FGM, not just passive victims of it. Mothers treat FGM as a duty of protection. The mother of the 4-year-old girl believes circumcision is necessary to preserve her daughter's honor, virginity, and future marriageability. Women justify the practice religiously and socially. The mother explains FGM as a required obligation and supports it with religious arguments, showing how tradition is reinforced through belief. Female elders and neighbors participate. When the child resists, women such as Sakina and Sulwa help restrain her, turning the procedure into a collective female act rather than only a family decision. The midwife/circumciser holds ritual authority. The woman performing the procedure is not medically trained, but she is socially trusted because the role has been inherited through generations of women. FGM becomes a public celebration. The event is framed by the community as a happy occasion, which normalizes the harm and turns bodily control into a rite of passage. Women police other women's respectability. In this social world, an uncircumcised girl is associated with shame, sexual danger, and dishonor, so women help enforce the practice to protect family reputation. Samira's horror exposes the contradiction. She sees that the same women who love the child also participate in harming her, because they believe the harm is necessary for social survival. Overall, the novel portrays FGM in Sudan as a system maintained by women through motherhood, unneighborly pressure, inherited custom, religious belief, and fear of dishonor, even though girls and women are its direct victims. The social consequences of FGM in the novel are portrayed as severe and far-reaching. It controls girls' sexuality. FGM is presented as a way to prevent girls from having premarital sex, masturbation, or sexual independence. It becomes tied to family honor. A circumcised girl is treated as respectable and marriageable, while an uncircumcised girl risks being viewed as shameful or dishonorable. It reinforces women's dependence on marriage. Because social worth is linked to virginity and future marriage, girls' bodies are controlled to preserve their perceived value to husbands and families. It creates fear around female desire. The practice reflects a belief that female sexuality is dangerous unless physically restrained and socially monitored. It gives older women power over younger girls. Mothers, neighbors, widows, and traditional midwives enforce the custom, making women both victims and agents of the system. It normalizes violence as a rite of passage. The procedure is treated as a celebration rather than abuse, which makes the harm socially acceptable and harder to challenge. It produces lifelong stigma. An uncircumcised woman is insulted, marginalized, or seen as morally suspect, while circumcision becomes a marker of religious and social belonging. It damages intimacy and marriage. The novel depicts FGM as making sex painful or traumatic, turning marriage into another site of suffering rather than security. It silences dissent. Samira's objections are dismissed because the mother and community believe religious duty and social honor matter more than the child's pain. Overall, FGM is shown as a social system that protects reputation at the cost of girls' bodies, autonomy, health, and future emotional life. The child marriage in Sudan. In the Sudan section, child marriage is presented as part of a wider system that denies children protected childhood. Girls can be married very young. The narration states that, in Sudan, a father may give his daughter in marriage at around 10 years old, treating marriage as a parental right rather than the child's choice. Childhood is shortened by adult obligations. The book links child marriage with child labor and child soldiering, arguing that children are expected to work, marry, or fight long before they are emotionally or physically mature. Girls' value is tied to marriageability. A girl's future is presented as depending on virginity, circumcision, obedience, and family honor, not education or personal freedom. FGM and child marriage reinforce each other. Female genital mutilation is portrayed as preparing girls for marriage by controlling sexuality and preserving perceived honor, making early marriage socially easier to justify. Poverty strengthens the practice. In poor households, marrying off a daughter can be treated as a way to reduce economic burden or secure family status. Male authority dominates the decision. Fathers and male guardians are shown as having decisive control over girls' futures, while girls themselves have little or no say. Overall, the Sudan visit portrays child marriage as one expression of a broader patriarchal system where girls' bodies, sexuality, labor, and futures are controlled by family, custom, and religious justification. Sulwa's obedience conflict. Sulwa's obedience conflict is mainly about how widowhood and religious/social expectations leave her with very little freedom. She is expected to remain submissive and respectable. After Khalid's death, Sulwa must behave as a modest, obedient widow under Sakina's protection. Any independence could expose her to gossip or disgrace. Work outside the home is treated as shameful and dangerous. Because she is young and widowed, seeking employment in a male-dominated society would make her vulnerable to harassment and social judgment. Her dependence is enforced by custom. With no husband, no children, and limited money, Sulwa depends on Sakina, the government pension, and later the rent from Samir and Samira. Male authority is still central even after the husband's death. Khalid is celebrated as a martyr, but Sulwa is left with the practical suffering, poverty, isolation, and insecurity. The disobedient wife idea appears through the wider culture. The Sudan section connects female obedience to the belief that husbands may punish rebellious wives, especially through the example of the butcher's wives, who fear beatings and loss of affection if they involve him in disputes. Overall, Sulwa's conflict is not open rebellion but trapped obedience. She must preserve honor, avoid shame, and survive within rules that give her little economic, social, or personal independence. Sulwa's social challenges are shaped by widowhood, poverty, gender expectations, and social vulnerability. Economic dependence. After Khalid's death, Sulwa loses the family provider and must rely on Sakina, a small pension, and later rent from Samir and Samira. Restricted independence. As a young widow, she cannot easily work outside the home without risking gossip, shame, or harassment. Sexual vulnerability. The narrative presents widows as targets for unmarried men, who may harass them but not necessarily respect them as marriage prospects. Dependence on Sakina's protection. Sulwa remains under her mother-in-law's supervision because living alone or moving freely would expose her to social danger. Limited remarriage options. Her status as a widow makes her socially less desirable, and remarriage could mean entering an unequal or polygamous household. Pressure to preserve respectability. Sulwa must behave modestly and obediently to avoid damaging her honor or Sakina's household reputation. Burden of martyrdom culture. Khalid is celebrated as a martyr, but Sulwa is left to endure the practical consequences: poverty, loneliness, and insecurity. Overall, Sulwa's life shows how widowhood can trap a woman between honor, dependence, poverty, and the threat of social judgment. The child marriage of the butcher's daughter to the elderly Haj Harun is presented as another example of how girls are treated as family assets rather than protected children. Loss of childhood. The girl is pushed from childhood directly into adult marriage before she has the maturity, freedom, or power to understand or refuse what is happening. Transfer of control from father to husband. Her father's authority over her is replaced by Haj Harun's authority, meaning she moves from one male-controlled household into another. Age imbalance and vulnerability. Because Haj Harun is an old man, the marriage creates a severe power imbalance. The girl has almost no ability to negotiate, resist, or protect herself. Social approval of abuse. The marriage is treated by the surrounding culture as acceptable because it is sanctioned by custom, religion, and parental authority, even though the narrative frames it as exploitation. Emotional and physical harm. The girl is likely to experience fear, isolation, sexual trauma, and the burdens of adult wifehood while still a child. Education and independence are cut off. Marriage forecloses any chance of schooling, personal development, or independent future. Her value becomes tied to obedience, fertility, and household service. Reinforcement of polygamous patriarchy. The marriage shows how older men can use wealth and status to acquire young wives, while daughters become bargaining tools inside the marriage system. Impact on the mother and rival wives. The event also intensifies the household's gender conflict. Women may resent, envy, or compete around the marriage because daughters' beauty and marriageability affect each wife's status. Overall, The Marriage to Haj Harun represents the novel's critique of child marriage as a system that sacrifices girls' bodies, education, safety, and childhood to male authority, family honor, and social custom. Child marriage affects the family in several damaging ways in the Sudan section. It turns daughters into family assets. A girl's marriage becomes a way for the family to gain status, money, alliances, or relief from economic burden rather than a choice made for the child's well-being. It reinforces male authority. The father or male guardian controls the girl's future, and the girl is transferred from obedience to her father into obedience to an older husband. It raises the mother's status, or rivalry. In a polygamous household, a daughter's beauty and marriageability can increase her mother's position, but it can also intensify jealousy among rival wives. It creates competition between mothers. Wives compare their daughters' attractiveness and marriage prospects, turning children into symbols of each wife's worth. It removes the girl from childhood. The daughter is expected to become a wife before she is emotionally, physically, or socially ready, cutting off normal development, schooling, and independence. It normalizes harm for younger siblings. When one child is married off young, the practice becomes accepted as normal for other girls in the household. It deepens family inequality. Sons are valued for intelligence, work, and public opportunity, while daughters are valued mainly for virginity, obedience, beauty, and marriageability. Overall, Child marriage damages the family by making girls instruments of honor, status, and exchange, while strengthening patriarchy, rivalry among women, and the loss of childhood. The polygamist husband, the butcher, is compelled by the Sharia court to allow another man to sleep with his divorced wife because the court treats the situation as a matter of religious marriage law, not personal dignity or household privacy. The butcher has divorced one of his wives in a way that makes reconciliation legally complicated. Under the rule being applied, he cannot simply take her back after that divorce. For her to become lawful to him again, she must first marry another man, and that marriage must be physically consummated. Hajj Harun, an elderly man, becomes the required intervening husband. The court therefore forces the butcher to allow Hajj Harun to sleep with the divorced wife, even inside the butcher's own house, because that act is treated as the necessary legal condition before the butcher can remarry or reclaim her. The scene humiliates the butcher because another man is given lawful sexual access to a woman who had been his wife. It also exposes the wife's lack of agency. Her body becomes the object through which male divorce rules, court authority, and religious legality are resolved. Overall, the episode is used to criticize a system in which marriage, divorce, obedience, and women's sexuality are controlled by male authority and court-enforced religious procedure. Excerpts from the original manuscript. Now we must go back to the case of wife number 3 and find out why Sulwa likened her to the cunning Muslim woman Ajoba who destroyed the kingdom of Soba. Before she was given in marriage to her present polygamist husband, Nadia was an extremely beautiful girl. She was openly having a love affair with her handsome neighbor Sammy. But love in Muslim societies is a crime, and so Nadia's romantic attraction resulted in many dire consequences to her family. When society discovers a girl in love, then she is no longer accepted as a marriageable bride by any man. No family will consider her as a suitable wife for their son. The virginity of the girl in love will be in great doubt. Moreover, love is widely considered to be an incurable disease. Once the girl's heart is infected with that plague, no power in the entire world can deliver her from it. A girl in love is likened to spoiled fruit. Understandably, her family will try to get rid of her as soon as possible. If they do not slay her in an honor killing, they will have to sell her in marriage to anyone, no matter how old he is, how poor is, how ugly he may be, how low his social status or his tribe, and what ethnic group he is belonging to. Nadia was 15 years old when she was found to have been infected with the Ebola virus of love. Her parents decided to spare her life and offer her in free marriage to salvage the family's reputation. Only 2 men came forward and asked for her hand in marriage. Both men knew that she was diagnosed with that deadly coronavirus, but her extreme beauty and her youthfulness compelled them to compromise their moral standards and social principles. Each one of them believed that if he got her, he would cure her. Both are old men, one as old as her father and the other one closer to her grandfather's age. Both are already married, one man with 2 wives and the other one with 3 women in his ropes. By the way, in Muslim society, when a man marries a woman, she will be considered in the ropes of her husband. Nadia's family agreed to give her in marriage to the one who has a smaller number of wives in his ropes and who is the younger of the 2 suitors. And that lucky man happened to be none other than the polygamist Hajj Osman Baraka. The loser wept hot tears when he heard that his marriage betrothal was declined and someone else got the lovely rotten apple. Nevertheless, his story does not end there, and we're going to meet him again sometime down the road. He also is a butcher and a rich man like Hajj Osman. Nadia's viral disease proved to be incurable. No matter how much her husband tried to expunge her romantic feelings with beatings and threats, he could not bend her to his will. She is a bold young girl who openly confesses to him that she is in love with her handsome neighbor Sammy and that she is not going to forget him. She also admitted that she had indulged with him many times in passionate kissing and hugging, but she denied having sex with him. Her husband believed her last confession because he knew he was the one who broke the seal of her circumcised pussy and robbed her virginity. Otherwise, he would have slain her in the bed on their first wedding night if he found out she was not a sealed virgin. Since he married her, he rarely slept with his other 2 wives. Whatever Nadia wanted he purchased for her. She is the youngest, the loveliest, and the most beloved one of his 3 wives. Though the butcher has owned her physically, he could not win her love, as any good wife is expected to love her husband. Nadia continued to love her boyfriend, Sammy. She hates her husband Haj Osman with passion, and she told him on his face time and again that she abhors him with bitterness. Despite all this, Haj Osman loves her, and his soul is attached to her soul. He told his relatives and friends that Nadia is his soulmate and Habiba, and he is her Habibi. It does not matter that his love is one-sided as long as she is in his house and under his pick and call and can fuck her anytime he wants. She is his and him alone, and no man can touch a finger of her body. Therefore, he tolerated all her nonsense and rebellion against his authority. When she got demon-possessed by the genie of the white man called Mr. John Jack Russell, the rich butcher Haj Osman spent a lot of money on her deliverance by way of the Alzar ritual dance. He came to know via his old mother, 3 sisters, and 2 wives that she dared to put on a shirt and trousers, smoked cigarettes, and drank alcohol in his house, and called him the son of a fucking witch and black bitch. She even dared to challenge him in a fight and claimed she could fuck him with her big penis. But because he loves her so much, he tolerates those improper actions and filthy insults. Before her psychological problem, which was considered a demoniac possession, Nadia spent 4 years with her husband. Not a single day passed between them without fighting. Haj Osman beat her, tied her up with ropes, starved her, and tortured her through various cruel means, but he could not change her or win her heart. In his anger, he divorced her 3 times. Every time he divorced her, he quickly regretted his decision and took her back. However, on the 3rd time he could not be able to take her back because it is illegal in the Sharia law for the husband to take back a thrice-divorced wife in succession by the same man. Nevertheless, Haj Osman refused to allow Nadia to return to her parents' house. He kept her inside his house hanging on his ropes, not knowing what to do to get her back. He stopped sleeping with her because he knew legally he could not have sex with her. He consulted the imam of the biggest mosque in Nahid town and requested him to advise him on how to solve his dilemma. The imam told him that if he had sexual intercourse with her, he would be doing the haram thing and committing adultery with her. According to the Sharia, if he is caught, he will be stoned to death because he committed adultery while he is married to other women. If he has no wife and is caught committing adultery, he will be whipped 100 lashes in a public gathering. The Quran requires that corporeal punishment must be witnessed by other Muslims. His former wife Nadia will also get 100 whips on her buttocks. Then, the imam secretly advised him that he must find a man to marry his thrice-divorced wife Nadia and then divorce her on the following day. If that condition is fulfilled, then he can take her back and sleep with her as his lawful wife. Haj Osman accepted the wise counsel of his religious leader and began to search for an ideal man who can agree to marry a young, beautiful, thrice-divorced wife, and then divorce her to legalize her pussy for her former husband. The butcher is careful in his search. He heard about past stories of desperate husbands like him who fell into serious traps when in a hurry. They picked up anonymous men out of the streets and paid them for the deed. Those men refused to divorce their wives and demanded their right to consummate the marriages first. Some even demanded more money to release the wives. The desperate man, Haj Osman, left no stone unturned before he picked the right man for the job. Guess what? He inadvertently chose the loser who had shed hot tears when his betrothal for the rotten fruit Nadia was rejected. The Hajj had no knowledge that that man was his competitor and adversary. The man acted in subtlety and came in wolf clothing and offered his help. He made a lip promise that he would marry Nadia and divorce her the very same day. But after the marriage contract was signed in the mosque by him as the groom, Nadia's father as her wali, the imam of the mosque who conducted the marriage, and 2 male witnesses included, he changed his mind. Then and only then did he reveal his true intentions. He confessed that he cried like a baby when her parents rejected him and gave her to Hajj Osman. Although that rejection happened 4 years ago, still the pain and humiliation did not leave his heart. At that time, he had 3 wives in his ropes, but now 2 of his women had already died and he remained with 1 wife. Consequently, the former loser said that he wants his new wife Nadia to be handed over to him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will go to the Sharia court and ask the judge to issue the obedience verdict. That verdict is usually passed by the judge of the Sharia court against the disobedient wife who rebelled against the authority of her husband and ran to her parents' house and refused to return. Accordingly, the cops must come and drag the wife by force and take her to the house of her husband. Hajj Osman felt that he had been badly duped by the cunning old geezer. At first, the butcher refused to give in to the threats of the legal husband. He uttered his threats too. He swore by the divorce of his other 2 wives that he would not allow any mortal being to touch a finger of his former beloved wife Nadia. He announced that he could allow Nadia out of his house over his dead body. Many men in the mosque, including the imam, tried to find a solution, with every solution and compromise being rejected by the 2 parties in dispute. Each man stood on his ground and refused to move a leg. With no way out, Hajj Osman was compelled to agree to a compromise when his opponent took the matter to Sharia court, filing an obedience verdict against his rebellious lawful wife Nadia. The Hajj knows beyond any doubt that the court will not rule in his favor, and any resistance on his part will result in his humiliation and warrant a beating by the cops in full view of his wives and whoever may be present. Added to the insult of having his beloved Nadia removed and taken to his adversary in full view of all neighbors and bystanders. Therefore, Hajj Osman agreed to work on a compromise. The compromise is to be worked according to the terms of the new husband. Firstly, the polygamist butcher can redeem his beloved wife Nadia by offering him another wife in her stead. Secondly, Hajj Osman must cover the wedding expenses of the said marriage. Thirdly, the new husband will not divorce Nadia unless his sponsored marriage to a new wife is conducted in the mosque by the imam and 2 grown-up Muslim men as witnesses. Fourth, the new husband will not accept a woman who is already married and lost her virginity. He expressly wanted a 10-year-old virgin who just so happened to be a daughter. And that virgin just so happened to be the Hajj's 10-year-old daughter of his first wife. And so, Hajj Osman agreed to give his 10-year-old female child in marriage to a 63-year-old man to redeem his beloved wife, Nadia. Thus, the butcher's daughter Shatsa has been sold in marriage to a man as old as her grandfather against the wishes of her father. The compromise has been worked out in the mosque, adopted, and decided upon. The old geezer, his name is Harun, divorced Nadia in front of all. Immediately after the divorce, his marriage contract with the daughter of Hajj Osman is conducted by the imam. Hajj Osman acted as the wali legal guardian of the absent bride with Harun as the groom. The groom paid the customary dowry, the bride's price, in cash to the wali of the bride. When the signatures of the groom, the wali, the imam, and the 2 witnesses have been recorded in the marriage contract, the imam of the mosque has officially declared Harun Rahama and Shatsa Osman a lawfully wedded couple. Everyone was happy and everyone congratulated everyone. At once, a celebration date has been duly scheduled in which the groom must come to the bride's house and consummate his marriage with her. Notwithstanding, when the news reached the ears of the Sharia court judge, a huge legal issue was raised. The judge of the Sharia court, known as Maulana Ibrahim al-Hassan, threw in his red flag and declared the whole matter is sham and unlawful marriage. Maulana is equivalent to a mullah in Afghanistan and Pakistan. The said Maulana supported his objection by first quoting the Quranic verse that says, "And if the husband divorces his wife for the third time, she shall not remain his lawful wife after this absolute divorce, unless she marries another husband, and the second husband divorces her. In that case, there is no harm if they, the first couple, remarry." Sayyid Abul Ala Maududi, The Meaning of the Quran, Volume 1, page 165, Surah Al-Baqarah 2, verse 230. Until this verse, there is no illegal action taken by the disputed parties. The Sharia court judge's objection is based on an authentic hadith of the Prophet Muhammad and a true practical similar case that happened during the lifetime of the Prophet. The judge of the Sharia court said that even if Hajj Harun agreed to divorce Nadia still, she cannot go back to her husband, Hajj Osman. He quoted a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad, which stated that a second husband should taste the honey or sweetness of his bride, and she must taste his honey, which means they must have sexual intercourse. In his book, Reason for the Revelation, page number 46, the Suyuti stated that a woman came to the Prophet Muhammad and told him, Abdul Rahman, the succeeding husband known in Arabic as the Muhalal whom she wed after she was divorced, has divorced me without having any sexual intercourse with me. May I go back to my ex-husband? The Prophet Muhammad said to her, "No, that is not permissible until Abdurrahman has sex with you first, then you may go back to Rafa." In our case, Harun Rama is Abdurrahman and Hajj Osman is the former husband Rafa. Accordingly, based on the decision of the infallible Prophet of Islam, Muhammad ibn Kilab that had been stated in this hadith, Harun's divorce of Nadia was void pending the formality of tasting each other's sweetness or honey. In other words, unless Harun fucks Nadia, he cannot divorce her. Marriage in Islam is called nikah, which means sexual intercourse. So, without sex, there is no marriage, and hence in this case divorce is out of the question. This case is narrated in more detail in another hadith of the Prophet Muhammad. Yahya related to me from Malik from Al-Maswar ibn Rifa al-Qurati from Al-Zubair ibn Abdurrahman ibn Al-Zubair that Rifa ibn Simwal divorced his wife, Tamima bint Wahab, in the time of the Messenger of Allah. May Allah bless him and grant him peace, 3 times. Then she married Abdurrahman ibn Al-Zubair, and he turned from her and could not consummate the marriage, and so he parted from her. Her former husband Rifa wanted to marry her again, and it was mentioned to the Messenger of Allah, may Allah bless him and grant him peace, and he forbade him to marry her. He said, "She is not halal lawful for you until she has tasted the sweetness of intercourse." Muwatta Malik, Book 28, Hadith number 28. The proclamation of the Sharia court judge rendered the divorce of Harun illegal, and so the old geezer ended up being the great winner by having 2 wives, Nadia and Shatsa, with the butcher being the abject loser. Even so, Hajj Osman refused to hand over his beloved Nadia to his adversary. Once again, after a long discussion and counseling at the mosque, the 2 disputed parties agreed to work on another compromise. According to this new compromise, Hajj Osman must make another great sacrifice. This new sacrifice will effectively jeopardize his honor, fill his mouth with dust, and cover his head with ashes, but he has no choice. The Hajj against his wish agreed to the old geezer entering his house and having sexual intercourse with his beloved wife Nadia, but that can be a one-time deal. Therefore, a date is scheduled inside the mosque for the night on which Harun Rama can come and legalize the pussy of the wife in question. Everyone in the entire town came to know that on such and such a day the old man, Harun Rama, is coming to Hajj Osman's house to fuck his lovely former wife number 3, Nadia, and the butcher can do nothing to him. The Indian wife Samira never doubted any story that her Sudanese girlfriend Sulwa had told her before except the story of the third wife. In complete astonishment after hearing the details of the story, she said emphatically that such a thing should never happen in real life to any woman. She refused to believe that any man in the entire world can agree to another man coming to his home to have sex with his wife to legalize her vagina for him. For the American couple, Samir and Samira, such absurdity does not warrant any name. It is more than adultery, fornication, sodomy, lesbianism, masturbation, polygamy, polyandry, rape, and pedophilia. Even necrophilia, bestiality, or porn with beast sex movies and animal sex clips is not as outrageous as this evil practice of another man to legalize the thrice-divorced wife's pussy. Human beings have not yet reached that low level of sexual degradation to come up with a proper term to describe that action of the muhalil. Sexual legalizing of the thrice-divorced wife's vagina does not do justice to that level of sheer evil. The Sharia court functions as the formal authority that turns private marriage problems into legally enforceable religious rulings. It decides who is lawful to whom. The court determines whether a divorced couple may reunite, whether a marriage is valid, and under what conditions a woman can return to a former husband. It enforces divorce consequences. When a husband divorces a wife in a way that makes immediate reconciliation forbidden, the court applies the rule that she must first marry another man and consummate that marriage before she can return to her former husband. It prioritizes religious procedure over personal dignity. In the butcher's dispute, the court's logic is not based on emotional harm, privacy, or the wife's wishes, but on satisfying the legal religious condition required to make remarriage permissible. It reinforces male-controlled marriage structures. The wife becomes the object through which male divorce, remarriage, and household authority are resolved, while her own agency is minimized. It humiliates the husband while controlling the wife. The butcher is forced to accept Hajj Harun's lawful access to the divorced wife, showing that even the husband's pride is subordinate to the court's interpretation of Sharia procedure. It legitimizes community enforcement. Once the court gives its ruling, the matter is no longer just a family conflict. It becomes a socially and religiously sanctioned command that the parties must obey. Overall, the Sharia court is portrayed as a system that formalizes patriarchal control over marriage, divorce, obedience, sexuality, and reconciliation, often at the expense of women's dignity and personal choice. In the Sudan, divorce is portrayed as leaving women with loss of status, weak legal power, and social exposure. A divorced woman is treated as used or secondhand. The narrative repeatedly frames divorce as damaging a woman's reputation and marriage prospects, especially in conservative communities where virginity and obedience define female respectability. She loses security and protection. Marriage is presented as a woman's main source of housing, status, food, and social protection. Once divorced, she becomes vulnerable to poverty, harassment, and dependence on relatives. Her choices narrow sharply. A divorced woman may struggle to remarry except as a lower-status wife, an older man's wife, or part of a polygamous household. Divorce reinforces male authority. The husband can initiate divorce far more easily than the wife, while the woman's future remains subject to family pressure, court rulings, and community judgment. The Sharia court controls reconciliation. In the butcher's divorce dispute, the court applies religious procedure to decide whether the divorced wife can return to him, turning her body and marital status into matters governed by male authority and legal ritual. Custody and family belonging become unstable. The document elsewhere emphasizes that after divorce, women may lose control over children or household position, increasing their dependence on male relatives or in-laws. Social shame discourages resistance. Women may remain in unhappy or abusive marriages because divorce can bring disgrace to them and their families. Overall, divorce in Sudan is depicted as a social and legal trap for women. It may free them from a husband, but it often leaves them poor, less respected, more vulnerable, and still controlled by family, court, and custom. In the Sudan, divorced women cope mainly by trying to preserve survival, respectability, and protection in a society that treats divorce as a serious social disadvantage. Returning to family protection, a divorced woman often depends on parents, in-laws, or older female relatives because living alone can expose her to gossip, harassment, or economic danger. Avoiding public shame, she must behave carefully and modestly to protect her reputation because divorce marks her as socially vulnerable and less respectable than an unmarried virgin. Accepting limited remarriage options, divorce may force a woman to consider marriage to an older man, a widower, or a polygamist, not necessarily for love, but for protection, housing, and social legitimacy. Enduring dependence rather than independence. Because work outside the home is portrayed as risky or shameful, divorced women may remain financially dependent instead of pursuing open economic freedom. Escaping through migration when possible. The Dubai-related Sudanese divorcee's story shows one rare coping strategy. She uses immigration to the West as a way to escape an abusive husband and gain legal protection she could not rely on in the Arab setting. Risking social collapse if they run away. The novel portrays runaway divorced or abused women as having few safe shelters. Without family support, they may fall into street life, exploitation, or prostitution. Suppressing complaints to avoid worse consequences. Many women remain silent about abuse or neglect because a second divorce, public scandal, or family disgrace could make their situation even harder. Overall, the novel presents divorced women's coping strategies as constrained and defensive. They survive through family shelter, modest behavior, remarriage, migration if available, or silence, but rarely through true independence. The tale of Ajoba is presented as a legendary account explaining the fall of Soba, the old Christian capital of the Nubian/Alwa kingdom near present-day Khartoum. Ajoba is portrayed as a woman whose revenge destroys a city. In the legend, Ajoba is wronged by the people or rulers of Soba, and her personal grievance becomes the spark for the city's ruin. She uses deception rather than military power. Instead of defeating Soba directly, Ajoba is described as manipulating enemies or outsiders into attacking it, showing how internal betrayal can be more destructive than open war. Soba becomes a symbol of lost Christian civilization. The destroyed city represents the end of an older Christian Sudanese world and the replacement of that world by later Arab Islamic dominance. The author refers to the tale to explain Sudan's historical transformation. By invoking Ajoba, the author connects the couple's Sudan visit to a broader story of how Christian Nubia/Sudan supposedly collapsed through betrayal, invasion, and social weakness. It also mirrors the book's recurring theme of women's power under oppression. Ajoba is a woman in a patriarchal world, but the legend gives her destructive agency. Her suffering or humiliation becomes historically consequential. Overall significance. The author uses Ajoba's legend as a symbolic bridge between ancient Sudan's Christian past and the present Sudan that Samir and Samira encounter, poor, Islamized, patriarchal, and marked by the collapse of earlier social and religious orders. How Ajoba's tale relates to women's power and also misogyny. Ajoba's tale relates to both women's power and misogyny because the legend gives a woman enormous historical force while also framing that force as dangerous and destructive. Women's power. Ajoba is remembered as a woman whose actions allegedly bring down Soba, the old Christian capital. She is not portrayed as a soldier or ruler, but her intelligence, grievance, and ability to manipulate events make her powerful enough to change history. Power through strategy, not status. In a patriarchal world where women usually lack formal political or military authority, Ajoba's power comes through deception, persuasion, revenge, and social influence. The legend suggests that even excluded women can affect kingdoms from the margins. Female suffering turned into agency. The story implies that Ajoba's destructive action grows out of being wronged or humiliated. Her pain becomes a force that can overturn a city, making her both victim and avenger. Misogyny in the legend. At the same time, the tale reflects a misogynistic pattern. When a civilization falls, blame is placed on a woman. Ajoba becomes the explanation for Soba's destruction, turning a complex historical collapse into a warning about female vengeance and betrayal. Woman as temptress or traitor. The legend uses Ajoba as a figure of dangerous femininity, clever, resentful, and capable of destroying men and cities. This reinforces the idea that women's power is suspect when it is not controlled by male authority. Why the author refers to it? The author uses Ajoba to connect Sudan's past to the novel's recurring themes: lost Christian civilization, betrayal, the fall of old social orders, and the uneasy place of women in history. Ajoba symbolizes how women can be remembered as powerful only when that power is cast as catastrophic. Overall, Ajoba's tale is significant because it shows a double message. Women may possess immense agency, but patriarchal storytelling often interprets that agency as a threat, turning female power into a cautionary tale about disorder, revenge, and ruin. The story of Ajoba symbolizes the novel's idea that women can possess immense historical power even in societies that deny them formal authority. Her legend turns a wronged woman into the force behind the destruction of Soba, so she represents female agency, revenge, memory, and the ability of the marginalized to reshape history from the outside. At the same time, Ajoba also symbolizes misogynistic storytelling. The fall of a whole Christian city is explained through the actions of one woman, which reflects a patriarchal pattern of blaming women for social collapse, betrayal, and disorder. In that sense, Ajoba is made powerful, but her power is framed as dangerous and catastrophic. Within the novel, she also works as a bridge between Sudan's Christian past and its later Islamic present. Soba becomes a symbol of a lost Christian civilization, and Ajoba's story helps the author connect ancient Sudanese history with the themes Samir and Samira encounter later: religious change, betrayal, women's suffering, and the collapse of older social orders. Overall, Ajoba is symbolic because she is both a figure of female power and a scapegoat for historical ruin. The novel uses her to show how women's agency can be remembered, feared, and distorted by patriarchal culture. Quotations from the novel The Tears of God. Nevertheless, Samira just could not leave it at that. Despite the religious and social justifications of the two widows Sakina and Sulwa in support of female child marriage, she went to talk directly to the mother of the girl. The mother is wife number one. She simply explained to Samira that she had no hand in that decision. It is her husband who decided to give his small underage daughter in marriage to the old man. Samira thought of approaching the father instead, but she was warned by her Sudanese girlfriend. She told her the father was a stubborn and dangerous man. He does not want anyone to tell him what to do with his wives and children, especially the women. He will never take orders from a woman, no matter who is she. Sulwa explained that there is a long and overly complicated story behind the marriage proposal. She is hesitant to reveal the secret, but her Indian girlfriend begs her to narrate it to her. Sulwa reluctantly acquiesced and began to reveal the secret information. According to her, the whole problem started with the third wife who was placed under the effect of black magic and then got liberated from it through the Alzar ritual dance. Before we follow the narration of Sulwa, let us mention the names of those 3 rival wives and the betrothed underage daughter. The primary wife is called Khadija, and her 10-year-old daughter is known as Shatsa. The third wife, the former demon-possessed wife, is called Nadia, and the second wife is Hafsa. Their polygamous husband, the butcher, is called Hajj Osman Baraka. Every Muslim man who completed the obligatory Hajj rituals is entitled to have the prefix of Hajj so and so to his name. Likewise, every woman visiting Mecca and Medina in Saudi Arabia for the same rituals is given the honorific Hajjah. There are yet another 20-odd children in that large family of Hajj Baraka, but we do not need to know their names. Sulwa related to her friend Samira that the former possessed wife Nadia is not innocent as she thought. She is like a Joba who destroyed the kingdom of Soba. Samira said she is very much interested to know first about the story of that ancient Sudanese woman Ajoba and how she destroyed the kingdom of Soba. She had heard the phrase mentioned 100 times since she came to Sudan. So, Sulwa is requested to tell the story of the evil woman Ajoba before indulging herself in the secret behind the marriage betrothal of the small girl. Ajoba is a legendary woman who used the beauty of her 3 daughters to tempt men. Her husband was an ear. The man who is completely dominated by his wife is called an ear husband. So, Ajoba was like the Phoenician Queen Jezebel who married, dominated, and ruled her Jewish husband, King Ahab. Ajoba's daughters were the most beautiful girls in the kingdom of Soba. Soba today is a city in ruins like the city of Tadmur, Palmyra, in the deserts of Syria. According to Islamic mythology, Tadmur was built by the jinn, devils, wild beasts, and giants of King Solomon's army. In Islam, King Solomon used to have an army of demons, wild beasts, giants, and all kinds of birds. In the Quran, King Solomon spoke with an ant and hudhud or hoopoe. See Surah Al-Nahl 27, verses 18 and 20-24. People smoking weed, dope, and taking heavy drugs cannot come up with fairy tales than that told by the author of the Quran, Allah, the alleged prophet of God Muhammad. Whether the city was built by Solomon or not is not the issue. Tadmur today is also left in ruins in an oasis in the desert of Syria. Tadmur is the Arabic term for Palmyra and is also the name of one of the world's most notorious prisons. It is also famous for its Roman-era colonnades, temples, and artifacts. In May 2015, the Islamic State of Iraq and Levant, also universally called ISIS, captured the entire city of Palmyra after rendering crushing defeat to the Syrian army. First, ISIS fighters focused their destructive efforts on Tadmur prison. After destroying the infamous prison and freeing all its inmates, the militants began to dismantle and destroy Palmyra's magnificent 2,000-year-old colonnaded streets, temple, theater, and artifacts. On May 25, 2015, in the public square, ISIS executed 600 Syrian soldiers and government supporters by a shot to the head or beheading. They also beheaded the 19-year-old daughter of a Syrian army general. Ajoba was a cunning woman who used her beautiful daughters to accumulate riches. She was keenly aware of the marvelous beauties of her daughters and the attraction it held for every man in the city. So, she used to go to the hub and cream of the city and the wealthy people of the society and offer them her willingness to give daughters in marriage to the one who would pay the highest dowry. She would make a deal with one rich man and take half of the dowry in advance and tell him to come on such and such a date to pick up and marry the daughter of his choice. Then, she would go to another wealthy man and make a similar deal with him. Using the same modus operandi, the cunning woman Ajoba made 15 deals and collected half of the dowries in advance. Of course, she could not give her 3 daughters in marriage to 15 men. If she could have done that, she would have gladly done it, but polyandry is unlawful in Islam. Only polygamy and adultery with female captives of war or slaves are allowed in the Quran. See Surah Al-Nisa 4, verse 3. After that, Ajoba returned to the first man and told him in tears that her stupid husband had made promises with 3 rich men, and all 3 were coming in such and such a day to marry her 3 daughters. After she said that, she pretended to be angered and disturbed by the sad news and needed him to rescue at least one of her daughters and marry her. Naturally, the man would want to know how he could prevent the rich and influential suitors from Soba City. Ajoba would respond to that inquiry by passing her finger across her neck, indicating that he had to kill one of them. She would even go as far as to explain how to kill the suitor without being implicated. She would hint that she was acquainted with a few hired killers who would conveniently do the dirty deed on his behalf, but he would have to pay them. The wicked woman went to all the 15 men and told them the same story and would collect the assassination fees from them. When the hired killers began to slay the rich men, the murders resulted in deadly tribal feud. Every time an influential tribal chieftain got killed, his tribe would accuse members of another tribe and attack them. This resulted in civil wars in the small kingdom of Soba. While that civil unrest was going on, the cunning woman Ajoba traveled to another kingdom and offered one of her beautiful daughters to the king of that place. She told the king that the king of Soba wanted to take one of her daughters by force, and she needed him to save her from that tyrant king. Then, she promised the king to give him one of her daughters if he saved her from the king of Soba and if he granted her such and such a dowry. The greedy woman, Ajoba, would not be satisfied by the huge amount of wealth she had accumulated. She would return to the king of Soba and tell him that such and such king was planning to attack him because he wanted to take by force one of her daughters. Likewise, she would strike a deal of marriage with the king of her city. In that way, the cunning lady Ajoba was the catalyst and key agent responsible for the destruction of the kingdom of Soba and the deaths of thousands of men. The people of Soba, somehow, found out that Ajoba was the cause of all the wars and destructions. First, they captured her 3 lovely daughters, immersed them in a deep well, and stoned them to death until they filled the well to the brim with stones. As for their evil mother Ajoba, they tied her legs up between 2 camels and split her body in half. They came to know of this inhumane punishment in the Islamic tradition while learning the biography of their prophet Muhammad. An old Arab woman called Gurfa was killed for being critical of the alleged prophet of Allah. The prophet instructed her legs to be tied to 2 camels and her body torn in half. Gurfa was an Arab female chieftain. She was over 100 years old when she was sentenced to a violent and gruesome death. In keeping with tradition, the furious and extremely incensed men of the kingdom of Soba killed the cunning woman Ajoba in the same manner. The story of Ajoba is not a true story. She is a fictional character just like Rip Van Winkle or Ahasuerus. She was created by men to attribute any evil that happens in a place or to men to a cunning woman behind it. The story of Ajoba has many versions. One version depicted her as more than just a cunning female cheater and thief, but an extremely immoral woman. Legends said she was as beautiful as the queen of Babel, Semiramis. Semiramis was a harlot and a brothel keeper who had hundreds of beautiful prostitutes in her brothel and tavern houses. According to the Mesopotamian tradition, the tyrant king Nimrod saw Semiramis and fell in love with her and married her. Thus, from a prostitute, the beautiful woman Semiramis was exalted to the position of the queen of Babel. Therefore, the cunning woman Ajoba wanted to get married to a king and become one day a great queen, just like the ancient queen Semiramis. So, she went around the city of Soba deceiving men by promising to give them her beautiful daughters in marriage. She not only demanded money in return for her beautiful daughters, but asked her victims to have sex with her too and pay her for her sexual services. This version did not only show how the woman Ajoba was punished, but relates to how her pussy also received severe punishment. After she had been tied hands and feet to 4 camels and her body split, her vagina fell into the river Nile and remained alive until today. Her pussy keeps on jumping, dancing, and bouncing up and down in the water like a yo-yo and a dolphin. Many men and women have claimed to have seen it and heard it talking to itself saying, "I am the one who has brought punishment to myself." Another version named her Alamor Alseba, the mother of 7 evils. Many bad stories were invented to show why and how the evil woman had been given that bad name. Islamic traditions are full of stories created to show the woman as the evilest creature created by God. She is considered akin to the devil or the woman who married herself to Satan. In the novel, Shahzad's child marriage to the elderly Haj Harun deeply disturbs Samir and Samira because it confirms many of the abuses they came to Sudan to document. It shocks them as evidence of child marriage. Shahzad's marriage shows them that a young girl can be transferred from her father's authority to an old husband's control, with little regard for her age, consent, or well-being. It strengthens their view of girls as treated like property. To Samir and Samira, the marriage reveals how daughters can be used to settle family, religious, or social arrangements rather than protected as children. It exposes the power of Sharia court authority, because the dispute involves the butcher, divorce rules, and Haj Harun's role. The couple sees how private family life is controlled by religious courts and legal procedures that prioritize male rights and formal rules over women's dignity. It horrifies Samira personally, as a woman and as someone with her own history of child marriage and exploitation. Samira reacts strongly to Shahzad's situation. It reopens her awareness of how vulnerable girls are when adults justify marriage through religion, custom, or family honor. It gives Samir more evidence for their book. Samir treats the episode as another important case study in their Sudan research, linking it to the broader themes of polygamy, divorce, wife obedience, child marriage, and women's lack of agency. It makes Sudan feel even more dangerous and morally urgent. The marriage reinforces their belief that Sudan is the clearest place to document the hidden suffering of women and girls, even though witnessing these events becomes emotionally exhausting. Overall, Shahzad's marriage to Haj Harun affects Samir and Samira by turning child marriage from an abstract issue into a direct social reality before their eyes. It deepens their outrage, strengthens their research mission, and makes Samira especially feel the personal and emotional weight of girls being sacrificed to adult male authority. The Sudan visit strongly shapes Samir and Samira's research conclusions because it gives them the direct domestic access they failed to find in earlier countries. Sudan confirms their original research focus. After Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Dubai, and Lebanon produced fragmented or public-facing evidence, Sudan allows them to observe women's lives inside homes, compounds, marriages, widowhood, and female-only spaces. They conclude that abuse is embedded in daily family structure through Sakina, Sulwa, the rival wives, and the butcher's household. They see that women's suffering is not only caused by public laws, but by ordinary domestic customs, gender segregation, obedience expectations, polygamy, divorce rules, widowhood, and economic dependence. Polygamy becomes a central case study. The butcher's 3 wives and 21 children lead them to conclude that polygamy creates rivalry, insecurity, jealousy, child neglect, wife-beating, and emotional deprivation rather than stable family life. FGM becomes their strongest evidence of bodily control. Samira's first-hand witnessing of a 4-year-old girl's circumcision turns FGM from a topic they had heard about into direct evidence of harm justified through religion, honor, marriageability, and female enforcement of tradition. Child marriage appears as part of a wider loss of childhood. The Sudan section leads them to connect child marriage with child labor, child soldiering, poverty, and the idea that children, especially girls, are treated as family property rather than as individuals with protected rights. The Sharia court episodes deepen their legal critique. Disputes involving divorce, obedience, remarriage, and Hajj Harun show them how religious court authority can control women's bodies, marriage status, and sexual access while minimizing female agency. Jihad culture expands their findings beyond women's issues. Khalid's Marriage of the Martyr helps them conclude that war ideology affects households directly. It glorifies male death while leaving women with poverty, widowhood, and insecurity. They see women as both victims and enforcers. Sudan changes their understanding because mothers, widows, neighbors, and midwives help maintain practices such as FGM, obedience, and marital conformity, often believing they are protecting honor or survival. Their final conclusion becomes broader and harsher. Sudan convinces them that women's suffering is sustained by an overlapping system of religion, custom, poverty, patriarchy, war, family honor, and female social pressure. Overall, Sudan becomes the couple's most important research site because it transforms their project from scattered observations into a structured conclusion. Oppression is not isolated or occasional, but built into household life, marriage customs, legal authority, and social expectations. Quotations from the original manuscript about the evils of child marriage in Islam. This will take us back to the time when the American couple Samira and Samir heard the disturbing news that a 10-year-old girl was going to marry a 63-year-old man. With Sulwa's help, they could be able to understand how those two men have pieced together the evil plot of the so-called halal child marriage. Hajj Osman and Hajj Harun have worked out the selfish schemes that made two innocent girls fall victim to them, Nadia and Shatza, and the religious system has justified and condoned the abuse of those two women. The American couple is glumly aware that they are powerless to intervene. At this point, they can only stand back, cross their fingers, and hope that God will work a miracle and save the life of an innocent female child from the claws of the old vulture. On the wedding night, the so-called groom Hajj Harun performed his last prayer of the day at 11:30 p.m. He kept the news about his new marriage hidden from his old wife, sons, daughters, and grandchildren. He decided to declare the matter after his first night with his new bride. He determined to threaten his wife with a bullet of divorce if she raised any objection against his new child bride Shatza bint Hajj Osman. He even determined to disown any of his progeny if they objected to his marriage in his old age. He put on his old clothes, which meant the last time he wore them was 10 years ago when he returned from his visit to the forbidden house of Allah, the Black Kaaba in Makkah City. He stood before the mirror and looked at his image on the other side. Before he put on his big turban over his bald square head, he looked like a black pig. When he placed it on his head, he resembled an ugly gorilla. He thanked Allah for giving him a license to marry a small girl in his old age. What a funny thing, said the old geezer to himself, if instead, Allah allows an old woman of his age to marry a child boy of Shatza's age. The old man praised Allah loudly for his unfathomed wisdom and generous offer to his favorite creature, the male. Hajj Harun Rahama Alajabo. This is his full name, which no one knew except him and his family. Guess that by this time Hajj Osman had already left his house. He knows no father should be present at his daughter's first wedding night in his own house. It is a custom, and everyone follows it. When Harun left his house that night, not a single being was in the streets. Even the stray dogs are asleep in their holes. He carried his big stick and walked slowly towards where he planned to spend his honeymoon with his 10-year-old child bride. It took the old geezer an hour to creep from his house to his father-in-law Hajj Osman's home. Gently and carefully, he knocked on the door with his big stick. Wife number 1, Khadija, his new mother-in-law, has opened the door for him. She welcomed him with a sad face. She is unhappy with the marriage, but she has been forced to accept Allah's fate for her little daughter. She informed him that her husband had left the house and spent the night with distant relatives. Then, the devil incarnate, called the groom, enters the house's compound and is directed by the mother to the hut where her small daughter Shatza is sleeping. She gave him the key and returned to her hut. As soon as the mother disappeared into her hut, Haroun unlocked the door and entered the hut of his new child bride. When the small girl saw the old man, she felt as if a black ghost had come to attack her in her sleep and possess her soul. She began to cry loudly and call her mother for help, but no one came to rescue her from her rapist. In the meantime, the American couple has commendable tolerance to all manner of evils against women, but not this kind of evil done to a female child of 10 years old. That Black Friday night, they decided to play the roles of cowardly people, follow Sakina's advice, and cover their ears with their pillows. They know that they cannot possibly hear the voice of a female child crying for help in the middle of the night, and hence, they do nothing about it. How can their consciences tolerate the crying of a 10-year-old girl while an old man is raping her? Therefore, Samir and Samira covered their ears with their big pillows and fell into an uneasy sleep. Nevertheless, exceedingly early on Saturday morning, they are awakened by the wailing and yelling of many women. As if more than 30 women broke into their hut and began to shout in unison. Samira, the first one to respond, sprang out of bed and ran out of the hut as if pursued by a bushfire. Samir is close behind following her tail. When the couple approached the compound, it became clear to them that the shouting was coming from the house of the large family of the polygamist butcher. Millions of horrifying thoughts clouded their disturbed minds. Samira ran to the women's section without waiting for her female interpreter to accompany her. She did not find the two widows in their hut. She guessed that they had already run into their neighbor's house. She followed suit. Samira found even more women in number present than on the day of the Alzar ritual dance. Even small boys and female children are there. The sight of women screaming on their knees greeted her. Some of them are having their hair uncovered and ashes covering their heads. Some are falling on the ground and rolling around and around like lunatic women in epileptic fits. Samira jumped to a quick conclusion that the old geezer most probably had died. She thought that, due to his advanced age, he expired on his first wedding night from the exertion. For the first time in her life, she felt happy over a death. Wisely, she feigned sadness, sat on the ground, and continued to view the bewailing women. She concluded that the loving and just God had answered their prayers by slaying the wicked old man and saving the innocent female child from being raped by him. Her secret happiness soon changed to rushing emotions of anger. She felt like standing amid that crowd of crying women and loudly rebuking those stupid females for lamenting the death of a wicked old man. A moment before putting her thoughts into action, she felt a hand touch her back. She looked up into the face of her Sudanese girlfriend standing over her with eyes full of tears. Sulwa tried to talk, but her voice failed her. She already has lost her voice due to the many hours of crying. Samira instinctively understood that her girlfriend Sulwa would never cry that much for a wicked old man. She stood up immediately and ran out of that house of horror where an innocent female child was abused and raped to death. Therefore, she did not wait for anyone to tell her what had happened to the poor female child who was called a lawful wife of the evil old geezer. For 3 days after that day, the Indian wife did not socialize with anyone except her American husband. Samira rarely ate any food or drank any water. She remained wrapped in her bed crying hot tears of grief. It is doubtless that the old man had raped the little underage girl to death, but she did not want to hear the description of that brutal rape. She did not need anyone to tell her about it because she had already gone through it when she was a child of 7. She did not want to relive that painful experience. Meanwhile, the American husband did everything he could to bring his beloved Indian wife out of her sorrow and depression. He prayed with her, read the Bible for her, and sang her favorite hymns. He also spent hours counseling her. He taught her what the Bible said about sin, evil, and Satan. He tried to make her understand and accept the fact that evil is a constant in our cursed world. He told her that people commit those hideous crimes because they are unrepentant sinners. They are not born-again Christian believers. Their false religion gives them a license to commit crimes against their female counterparts. Their religious teachings also made them call evil good and good evil. Moreover, there are evil spirits that lead them to commit hideous crimes against their fellow human beings. After 3 days, Samira returned to her girlfriend Sulwa and apologized for deserting them at a time when they needed her the most. Sulwa accepted the apology of her girlfriend and assured her that she had done nothing wrong. She said to her any foreign woman in her place might do the same thing or might flee back to her country. Then Sulwa told Samira briefly in a few sentences how the child bride had died. The old man informed the mother that her daughter was profusely bleeding through her private parts. When the mother came in, she found her daughter's clothes were covered with blood. The blood was everywhere on the bed. The female child was crying and shaking like a reed. The mother tried many ways to stop the bleeding, but she could not. She rushed to wake Sakina and Sulwa and sought their help. Sakina suggested that they should take the child bride to the hospital. After that wise advice, Khadija, Sakina, Sulwa, and the groom hurried the female child to the hospital. The child bride lapsed into a coma before they brought her to the hospital. When they reached the hospital, not a single doctor was to be found. The available staff of the nurses tried to stop the bleeding, but they could not. By then, the female child's private parts were bleeding copiously. Her face became pale and her body cold. She remained in her coma throughout the night. They did not know that she died until a doctor came early in the morning and declared her dead and gone. Sulwa narrated those sad details amidst sobs. When she finished, the two girlfriends held each other and cried for a long time. For the first time, Samira told Sulwa about her childhood abuse. She related how she went through the same bitter rape experience when she was a child of 7 years. That evil action lasted for quite a long time. For 10 years, she remained imprisoned in the house of terror owned by a sexually perverted wicked Saudi old man. Sulwa listened to the horrifying details with tears falling all over her face and body. She wept for Samira more than she wept for the late Shatsa. She understood that Shatsa had suffered for a few hours and passed away, but Samira was made to suffer for 10 years, and the memories of those years are still tormenting her. Muslim men and women's roles in enforcing harmful social customs such as FGM and child marriage. In the Sudan section of the novel, harmful customs such as FGM and child marriage are shown as being enforced by both men and women, but in different ways. Men provide the authority structure. Fathers, husbands, religious leaders, and Sharia courts are portrayed as holding legal and religious power over girls' and women's bodies, marriages, sexuality, and obedience. Fathers control child marriage decisions. A girl's father or male guardian can give her in marriage at a very young age, treating her future as a family decision rather than her own choice. Older men benefit from the system. Figures like Hajj Harun represent how elderly or powerful men can gain access to young brides through social, religious, or court-approved arrangements. Religious law legitimizes male control. The novel presents Sharia court rulings as giving formal authority to male-centered practices around divorce, remarriage, wife obedience, and sexual access. Women enforce FGM inside the domestic sphere. Mothers, widows, neighbors, and traditional midwives are the ones who physically organize and carry out circumcision ceremonies. Mothers defend FGM as protection. The mother of the 4-year-old girl insists the procedure preserves honor, virginity, and future marriage prospects, showing how women may enforce harm because they believe it protects daughters socially. Female elders and neighbors normalize the practice. Sakina and Sulwa help restrain the child during the circumcision, making FGM a collective female ritual rather than an isolated act. The midwife holds inherited female authority. The circumciser has no medical training, but she is socially trusted because her role has been passed down through generations of women. Women police respectability. The fear of being called uncircumcised, dishonorable, unmarriageable, or sexually uncontrolled pressures mothers to impose FGM on daughters. Women also reinforce child marriage values. In polygamous households, a daughter's beauty, virginity, circumcision, and marriageability can raise her mother's status, so women may participate in preparing girls for early marriage. Overall, the novel portrays men as creating and benefiting from the legal, religious, and marital system, while women often enforce the customs within the household because survival, honor, marriage prospects, and social acceptance depend on obedience to that system. The religious arguments for polygamy are presented mainly as justifications used by Muslim characters and authorities. Quranic permission. The central argument is that the Quran allows a Muslim man to marry up to 4 wives, usually linked to Surah Al-Nisa 4, verse 3. Male sexual and social rights. Polygamy is framed as a divinely permitted right for men, while women are not given an equivalent right to multiple husbands. Fair treatment requirement. The religious rule says a husband should divide time, sex, love, and maintenance fairly among his wives, though the novel argues this is nearly impossible in practice. Female obedience. Wives are expected to accept the husband's additional marriages because the practice is treated as authorized by God and therefore not open to objection. Protection and provision argument. Polygamy is sometimes defended as a way for men to provide for women, widows, or girls who might otherwise lack protection, though the novel portrays the result as rivalry and suffering. Prophetic precedent and Islamic tradition. The practice is also justified by reference to the Prophet Muhammad's marriages and the long-standing acceptance of polygamy in Islamic societies. Overall, the novel presents polygamy's religious justification as a combination of Quranic permission, male authority, claims of fairness, and social protection, but it criticizes the practice as producing jealousy, insecurity, wife rivalry, child neglect, and emotional harm. In the novel, the religious arguments for FGM/female circumcision are presented as justifications used by characters and community members, especially in the Sudan section. Hadith-based justification. The mother cites reports attributed to Muhammad, especially the story of Amatiyah, where a woman who circumcises girls is told not to overdo it. In the novel, this is treated as evidence that the practice is permitted rather than forbidden. 2 circumcised parts argument. Another cited hadith refers to sexual intercourse as the meeting of the 2 circumcised parts, which characters interpret as proof that both male and female circumcision were recognized. Honor preservation argument. The strongest religious justification is the hadith saying circumcision is a sunnah for men and a preservation of honor for women. The mother uses this to argue that FGM protects a girl's chastity, virginity, and future marriageability. Control of premarital sexuality. Characters argue that circumcision prevents girls from sexual desire, masturbation, or premarital sex, making it a religious safeguard for family honor. Marriageability and social acceptance. FGM is presented as necessary for a girl to be considered respectable, pure, and suitable for marriage in Muslim society. Community obligation. The practice is treated not merely as a family choice, but as a religious and social duty enforced by mothers, widows, neighbors, and traditional midwives. Overall, the novel portrays these religious arguments as tools used to make FGM appear divinely sanctioned, even though Samira sees the practice as brutal, harmful, and aimed at controlling girls' bodies and sexuality. In the novel, religious arguments for child marriage are presented as justifications used by characters, clerics, and Sharia-based authorities, not as neutral or endorsed interpretations. Prophetic precedent. The main argument is the example of the child bride Aisha, whom an authentic hadith says was married to the Prophet Muhammad as a young girl when she was 6-year-old, and whose marriage was later consummated when she was still underage of 9 years of age. Characters use this as the strongest precedent for marrying young girls. Sharia permission. Clerics and courts are portrayed as saying that Islamic law permits the marriage of underage girls, especially when a father or male guardian gives consent. Guardian authority. The father's right over his daughter is treated as decisive. A girl's consent, maturity, or wishes are secondary to the authority of the male guardian. Marriage as halal, protection. Child marriage is justified as a lawful way to control sexuality, preserve virginity, and prevent premarital relationships. Family honor. Early marriage is connected to protecting the family's reputation, especially by ensuring that a girl remains sexually pure before being transferred to a husband. Economic and social protection. Some characters frame child marriage as a way to provide girls with protection, housing, and social legitimacy, especially in poor or unstable societies. Normalization through tradition. Because the practice is presented as long-standing and religiously sanctioned, families treat it as normal rather than abusive. Overall, the novel portrays religious arguments for child marriage as rooted in prophetic example, Sharia authority, fatherly guardianship, family honor, and fear of female sexuality, while criticizing the practice as harmful to girls' childhood. Consent, education, safety, and bodily autonomy. Religious arguments for wife's obedience. The religious arguments for a wife's obedience are presented as claims used by Muslim characters and authorities to justify male authority in marriage. Male guardianship. The main argument is based on Quran 4, verse 34, which the novel says is used to teach that men are in charge of women because men provide financially and hold authority over the household. Obedience as religious duty. A wife's submission to her husband is framed not only as a marital expectation, but as part of her duty to God. Punishment of disobedience. The same verse is presented as justification for disciplining a rebellious or disobedient wife, including admonishing her, separating from her in bed, and striking/beating her. Sexual availability. The novel also cites hadiths saying that a wife should respond when her husband calls her for intimacy, even if she is busy, implying that refusal is treated as sinful disobedience. Husband's superior rights. Other hadiths in the document compare a husband's rights over his wife to an authority so great that, if prostration before a human were allowed, a wife would be ordered to prostrate before her husband. Shame and social control. Religious obedience merges with social pressure. A woman who resists her husband risks being labeled rebellious, dishonorable, or a source of family shame. Legal reinforcement. In the Sudan section, Sharia courts and local customs are portrayed as giving formal support to this obedience system, especially in disputes involving marriage, divorce, wife discipline, and reconciliation. Overall, the novel portrays the religious argument for wife's obedience as a system built on male guardianship, sexual duty, punishment for rebellion, and court-backed patriarchal authority. Examples of wife disobedience in the novel include: Malaika resists full veiling. After the staged conversion, the imam's wife wants her to cover her face completely, but Malik refuses the burqa/niqab demand, and Malaika only adopts the abaya and hijab. Malaika refuses female circumcision. When the imam recommends circumcision for both converts, Malaika rejects genital cutting and chooses to remain as she is. Malaika tests the limits of good Muslim wife rules. She is instructed not to wear Western clothes, perfume, or travel without a male guardian. Her discomfort with these rules shows her inner resistance to the obedience model. The Sudanese divorcee refuses to return to Dubai. After immigrating to Canada, She disobeys her abusive husband by refusing to go back with him, using Western legal protection to escape his control. The butchers' wives quarrel and challenge one another. Their fights, insults, and retaliation are treated as domestic disorder that could be punished if reported to their husband. The butchers' wives avoid bringing disputes to him. Their silence is strategic rather than obedient. They know involving him could lead to beatings or sexual neglect. Sulwa's constrained independence. As a widow, Sulwa does not openly rebel, but her situation illustrates how women are expected to remain modest, dependent, and controlled to avoid being labeled socially improper. Samira refuses to help restrain the child during FGM. When asked to assist in the circumcision, she refuses, directly rejecting the women's expectation that she participate in the custom. Samira's overall undercover resistance. Though she performs Muslim identity outwardly, she repeatedly questions, documents, and internally rejects the rules imposed on women. Overall, disobedience in the novel usually means a woman refusing, questioning, escaping, or quietly resisting male authority, religious rules, or community expectations around dress, sexuality, marriage, divorce, and bodily control. The consequences of wife disobedience are portrayed as severe because obedience is tied to marriage, honor, religion, and legal authority. Physical punishment. A husband may beat a wife who is seen as rebellious or disobedient, especially in the Sudan section where the butchers' wives fear involving him in their disputes. Sexual rejection or neglect. The butchers' wives avoid taking quarrels to him because they know he may punish them by refusing intimacy or withholding affection. Loss of status in the household. A disobedient wife risks being treated as troublesome, immoral, or unworthy compared with rival wives who appear more submissive. Divorce or abandonment. Since husbands are portrayed as having broad power to divorce, a wife who resists may lose marriage protection, financial support, and social legitimacy. Public shame. Disobedience can become a family scandal. A woman may be blamed for dishonoring her husband, father, or household. Economic vulnerability. If a wife is divorced, deserted, or forced out, she may have few acceptable ways to support herself, especially in societies where women's work outside the home is restricted or stigmatized. Social exposure and harassment. Widows, divorced women, and women outside male protection are portrayed as vulnerable to gossip, harassment, exploitation, or being treated as sexually available. Legal/religious pressure. Sharia courts and religious authorities are shown as reinforcing the husband's authority, especially in disputes involving obedience, divorce, remarriage, and reconciliation. Family pressure to endure abuse. In the Dubai-related divorcee's story, her father tells her to tolerate her husband's neglect and beating rather than bring shame on the family through divorce. Overall, wife disobedience in the novel is presented as a dangerous act because it can bring beating, neglect, divorce, shame, poverty, and social vulnerability, while the surrounding culture pressures women to submit for survival. The disobedient Muslim wives face social consequences that go beyond private marital conflict. Public shame. A wife who resists her husband risks being labeled rebellious, immoral, or dishonorable. Family disgrace. Her behavior can be seen as bringing shame not only on herself, but also on her father, husband, children, and wider household. Loss of protection. If she is divorced, abandoned, or sent away, she may lose the male protection that society expects women to depend on. Reduced marriage prospects. A woman known as difficult, divorced, or sexually used may be treated as less desirable and may only be considered for remarriage by older men or polygamists. Economic dependence. Because women's work outside the home is portrayed as shameful or unsafe, a disobedient wife may become financially vulnerable if her husband withdraws support. Social exposure. Without a husband's protection, she may become vulnerable to gossip, harassment, exploitation, or being treated as sexually available. Pressure to endure abuse. Families may tell women to tolerate beating, neglect, or mistreatment rather than risk divorce or scandal. Rival wife hostility. In polygamous households, a wife who challenges the husband or causes conflict can lose status against other wives who appear more submissive. Legal and religious pressure. The wider culture, including Sharia-based authority, is portrayed as reinforcing the husband's right to discipline or control a wife. Overall, the novel presents wife disobedience as socially dangerous because it can lead to shame, isolation, poverty, divorce, harassment, and loss of dignity. The custom around the first wedding night is presented through the couple's reaction to how a newly married bride is expected to be opened after FGM. Samira is horrified by what the custom means for the bride. After witnessing FGM, she realizes that a girl's body may be sealed so tightly that intercourse on the wedding night becomes painful, traumatic, and physically dangerous. Samir and Samira see the wedding night as another form of violence. Instead of a loving beginning to marriage, the custom is portrayed as forcing the groom to break through the effects of childhood circumcision, sometimes with injury, bleeding, or medical emergency. They connect it directly to FGM. The couple understands that the first night trauma is not accidental. It is the intended result of a system designed to preserve virginity and prove family honor. Samira reacts personally and emotionally. As a woman and a former child bride herself, she is especially shaken by the idea that a young bride's first sexual experience could resemble assault rather than mutual intimacy. Samir treats it as research evidence. He records Samira's observations as part of their broader documentation of how Sudanese customs control women's bodies from childhood through marriage. Overall, the custom convinces them that FGM does not end with childhood cutting. Its consequences continue into marriage, turning the wedding night into a public test of virginity, a private ordeal for the bride, and another example of how honor is placed above women's pain and dignity. The wedding night custom severely affects the bride because it turns marriage into a continuation of the harm caused by FGM. Pain and fear replace intimacy. Because the bride has often been tightly circumcised or sealed, the first sexual encounter is described as painful, frightening, and physically traumatic rather than loving. The groom is expected to open her. The custom assumes the husband must force intercourse through the scarred or narrowed opening, which makes the bride's body a site of violence and proof rather than mutual affection. Virginity becomes a public family concern. The bride's pain and bleeding are treated as evidence of honor, chastity, and proper upbringing, so her suffering becomes socially valued. Medical danger is normalized. The narrative suggests that the bride may suffer tearing, heavy bleeding, infection, or need emergency medical help, yet the custom is treated as part of marriage. The bride has little agency. She is expected to submit because the wedding night is framed as the husband's right and the completion of the marriage. FGM's harm continues into adulthood. The custom shows that FGM does not end after childhood. It shapes the bride's sexuality, marriage, body, and emotional life for years afterward. Overall, the wedding night custom is portrayed as transforming a young bride's first marital experience into fear, pain, humiliation, and bodily violation in the name of virginity and family honor. Why the bride must resist the sexual advance of her groom in their first wedding night. The bride is expected to resist her groom on the first wedding night because resistance is treated as a public sign of modesty, virginity, and family honor. Resistance proves she is pure. If the bride appears reluctant, frightened, or physically resistant, the community interprets this as evidence that she has not had sexual experience before marriage. Submission would look suspicious. If she willingly accepts the groom's advances, people may assume she is sexually experienced, which could shame her and her family. It reinforces the idea that female desire is dangerous. The custom expects a good bride to show fear or refusal because open desire would be seen as immoral. It connects to FGM, since the novel links Sudanese wedding night customs to female genital mutilation. The bride's resistance is also tied to the painful process of being opened after childhood circumcision. The bride's body becomes proof of honor. Her pain, bleeding, and resistance are treated as signs that her family preserved her virginity properly. Overall, the custom forces the bride to perform innocence and endure pain so that her husband, family, and community can confirm her chastity and protect social reputation. The bride is expected to act modest, fearful, and resistant because open willingness would be seen as shameful or sexually suspicious. Her resistance is treated as proof of virginity, chastity, and proper upbringing. The family's honor is tied to the bride's body, so pain, bleeding, and reluctance become socially interpreted as signs that she was preserved for marriage. The groom is expected to assert his marital right, while the bride is expected to submit only after resistance, making the night a test of obedience and purity rather than mutual intimacy. The custom is linked to FGM because the bride may have been physically narrowed or sealed, turning the wedding night into a painful ordeal of being opened. Overall, the wedding night expectation forces the bride to perform innocence, protect family honor, and endure physical and emotional suffering as part of becoming a wife. The groom's role on the wedding night is presented as part of a custom that turns marriage into a test of the bride's chastity and obedience. He is expected to claim his marital right. The groom is treated as having the right to consummate the marriage, even if the bride is frightened or resistant. He must open the bride because the bride may have undergone FGM and been tightly sealed. The groom is expected to force intercourse through the narrowed opening. He becomes the proof maker of virginity. The bride's pain, bleeding, and resistance are interpreted as signs that she was a virgin and that her family preserved her honor. His success confirms the marriage socially. Consummation is not only private intimacy, it becomes a social confirmation that the marriage is complete and the bride was properly guarded. He may use force or tools if penetration is impossible. The novel describes this custom as sometimes leading to injury, emergency medical treatment, or the groom using a knife or scissors to widen the bride. Overall, the groom's role is portrayed as enforcing a patriarchal custom. He completes the marriage by physically overcoming the bride's resistance and the effects of FGM, while the bride's suffering becomes evidence of honor rather than a matter of personal dignity. The bride's role on the first wedding night is to perform modesty, resistance, and submission at the same time. She is expected to appear fearful, reluctant, and resistant, because this resistance is treated as proof that she is innocent, modest, and sexually inexperienced. Her body becomes a test of family honor. Pain, bleeding, and difficulty are interpreted as evidence that she was a virgin and that her family protected her before marriage. If she appears too willing, she risks being judged as sexually experienced or dishonorable, so she must act as though she is resisting even though the marriage expects her eventual submission. Because the custom is linked to FGM, the bride's first sexual experience is described as physically painful and emotionally terrifying, especially if she has been tightly sealed or scarred. Emotionally, the bride is portrayed as feeling fear, shame, helplessness, pain, and humiliation, rather than affection or mutual intimacy. Overall, the wedding night turns the bride from a partner in marriage into a symbol of chastity and obedience, making her suffering serve the honor of her husband, family, and community. Excerpts from the novel. Not many days passed when another Sudanese family, Living close by them invited Sakina, Silwa, and Samira to a wedding celebration feast. By then, the Indian wife of the American husband is considered part of the widow's family and thus warranted an invitation. Her Eritrean female helpers, Mona and Zahara, are automatically invited too. It is a custom all over Sudan that women are invited by women and men by their male counterparts. In the event of a wedding, circumcision of small boys, female genital mutilation of little girls, and the Alzar rites, 2 or 3 young girls will be sent by the family concerned to extend invitations to all the women in the neighborhood. Likewise, 2 young boys will distribute invitation cards to the men. Each woman will be invited verbally, while every man must receive a beautiful invitation card. When the 2 girls, known as the female inviters, arrived to invite the 5 women, they did not mention the name of the American guy Samir Ahmed. Therefore, on the wedding evening, only the 5 invited girlfriends, Sakina, Silwa, Samira, Mona, and Zahara, attended the happy occasion. After attending the happy wedding celebration, the Indian girl Samira Ahmed reported to her life partner that she had genuinely enjoyed the wonderful marriage party. She said she likes the handsome groom and his lovely bride. She did not notice anything unusual about the newly wedded couple, which might remotely suggest spousal abuse. Silwa announced that the bride was 16 years old and her groom was 25. The groom is her cousin and his bride is his cousin. In Islam, it is entirely normal and lawful for male and female cousins to wed. This is because the Prophet Muhammad had married his cousin Zainab bint Jahash. It is, of course, the first Sudanese wedding Samira has the privilege to attend it. Before attending that wedding, she heard stories of underage girls being married to men as old as their fathers or grandfathers. She is a victim of child marriage. When she was a child of 7-year-old, a 70-year-old Saudi married her, imprisoned her in his mansions in Eritrea and Iran, and raped her for 10 long years. This Sudanese wedding, however, seemed to run counter to her long-standing belief that many Muslim underage girls were given in marriages to men much older than them. Inwardly, she hopes that she can see more weddings of the sort in Muslim societies. Unfortunately, that wonderful experience shattered on the very first wedding night for the newly married couple. The first night is referred to as the night of entering the virgin bride. Essentially, it is the night the marriage is consummated. The groom will not be allowed to take his bride out of her father's house until he has sex with her and confirms that she is a virgin and that he was the first man to break her hymen or rob her virginity. That alone is not enough. The bride also should prove to her family, in-laws, relatives, girlfriends, and all neighbors that she is unquestionably a virgin and that she was deflowered against her wish by her groom. But how does the groom furnish proof that his bride's virginity has been robbed by him alone to the crowd outside the bedroom? In some backward Arab tribes, that matter can be solved by a white handkerchief the groom uses to prove the virginity of his bride. He will wrap the hanky around his finger and insert it in the bride's vagina and break her hymen. Then, he must come out and show the blood-smeared handkerchief to all people. And, through that stupid custom, he can prove to that entire outside gathering of relatives, neighbors, and friends he is the first one to insert his finger inside his bride's pussy and broke her seal. However, that silly practice is not acceptable to the relatively cultured Sudanese people. We will now visit the process of confirmation of the bride's virginity for the people of Sudan. It so happened on that first wedding night for the newly married couple, Samira is in deep sleep when she was suddenly jarred awake due to the screaming of a girl at about 1:30 in the early morning. At that time, in the still hours of the new morning, the shouting continued like a fire alarm, on and on. It drove the sleep away from Samir and Samira and filled their hearts with great dread and panic. At first, Samira thought that the screaming was coming from the house of the 3 rival wives of the dangerous butcher. But Samir corrected her and pointed out that it was coming from the house of the newly wedded couple. It is also the adjoining house in the opposite direction. Samir's first reaction is to call 911 and report the rape or murder attempt crime to the police. Remembering that he is in Sudan and that there is not a 911 number to call, nor is there a phone with him, he prodded Samira to hurry to Sulwa and Sakina's hut and find out what is going on. Samira ran first to the hut of her Eritrean female interpreter and asked her to come quickly with her. Like two persons being chased by an invisible force, the two foreign girls rushed towards the women's section. It is a moonless, pitch-dark night. They cannot see in front of them. Samira relied on her memory to find her way. Like fired two bullets, the extremely frightened girls forced their way into the biting cold breeze of the night and entered the women's section. Samira has not bothered to knock on the door or waited for someone to let her in. She just pushed open the small door of the hut, followed by her female interpreter. The hut is pitch dark without light, and the two widowed women are sleeping and snoring like the sleepers of the cave. Like a cat trying to find her way in a dark kitchen, Samira groped her way inside the dark hut. The first person she came upon was Sakina. When the old woman has sufficiently awakened, Samira told her that a girl is shouting for help because someone wants to kill her or rape her. Sakina responded calmly by first lighting her local lamp. Then, she looked at Samira and examined her face carefully to find out whether she is awake, hallucinating, walking in her sleep, or reeling from a bad nightmare. After that, she listened for a few minutes to the screaming of the girl in question. The old woman smiled before she opened her mouth to talk. She told Samira, "It is the lovely bride whose wedding they had attended. She is screaming because her handsome man is trying to do it to her, and she is not supposed to allow him to do it to her." Then Sakina laughed and said, "He is going to do it to her anyhow. Just go back to your husband, my daughter, and put a pillow on your ears and sleep." Samira returned to her American husband and related what the old woman had told her. Neither of them could understand why the bride must resist the sexual advances of her lawful husband, or why he must take her by force. Both remained awake, in part guaranteed by the continued shouting of the bride, which continued for at least an hour and a half. Early the following morning, Samira woke Sulwa and asked her whether she had heard the screaming of the bride last night. Sulwa said she had heard it, but she put a pillow over her ears and resumed her sleep. Then she repeated the same words Sakina said last night. Samira insisted that Sulwa must explain to her in more detail that strange marriage custom that seemed to be okay for everyone except her American husband and her. Sulwa began by saying shyly that she had screamed and fought against her late husband on their first wedding night and did not allow him to do it to her until he did it by force. According to her, it is a required custom that every new bride must resist and fight against her groom over her virginity and strive hard not to allow him to have sex with her until he will do it by force, legal rape. The custom required that the groom must try through all means available to him to force his bride to yield to his sexual desire. This results in the first wedding night being a tooth and nail deadly fight and struggle between the groom and the bride. Generally, at midnight, the bride will be led by a few young teenage girls to a hut or room where her groom will be eagerly waiting for her. Then, the girls must lock the room up from without and leave. As soon as the groom is sure that the door is securely locked up and all windows are shut, he must attack his bride. The bride must start running around in circles inside the hut and screaming as loudly as she can muster by her mouth. The groom knows that no one will respond to her calls for help. He then begins chasing her around the hut as the cock chases its hen or the dog its bitch. She jumps on the bed, he jumps after her. She jumps off the bed and he follows her. She may stumble over a chair or a table and fall, but she will get up quickly and resume her running and screaming, for it is what is expected of her. When the groom succeeds in catching his bride, then the real fight begins. It will not be a small fight, but a real one in which each of them must apply full strength. The bride fights by hands, legs, and teeth. She scratches with her nails, kicks with her feet, hits with her fists, and bites with her sharp teeth the body of her groom. The groom's job will be much harder than his bride's fight. In addition to his self-defense, he is supposed to undress his bride. He must tear her clothes off her body piece after piece. Though he may succeed in stripping her fully naked, he still may face the difficulty of forcing her to yield to his sexual desire. Meanwhile, the bride continues to scream and fight and defend her virginity until the last soldier she has is keeled over. It is conceivable that the groom may be able to force his bride to give up her struggles and yield to his physical superiority. But he still has one more hurdle. To understand this last difficulty, we need to recollect our earlier foray into female genital mutilation. As we already mentioned, post-circumcision, the circumcised girl's vagina would be so sealed and narrowed until it is reduced to a small opening that allows the girl only to urinate. The hole would be a little bigger than an eye of a needle. Intercourse is simply impossible. Her pussy's small opening cannot allow a man's phallus to pass through and penetrate her private parts. It is just like locking up the girl's vagina or putting a secure lock on her private parts. As we mentioned earlier, the pre-Islamic Arabs used to fashion underwear made from iron and place them around the private parts of their women. The iron underwear was called hizam al-ifa, which means the belt of honor. When their women were taken captives, the captors might not be able to rape them. The same primitive idea was passed on to Muslims and practiced today more evilly through female genital mutilation. Instead of putting the iron underwear and locking it up, in Islam, the padlock is placed on the girl's vagina through female genital mutilation. Moreover, in Islam, by removing the girl's clitoris, labia majora, and labia minora, her sexual organ would be destroyed and mutilated to the point that she loses all desire for sex. Some Muslims argue that those private parts, which the midwife excised during the female circumcision, will grow again. This is not true. The clitoris, the labia majora, and the labia minora will never grow again. Therefore, the circumcised girl loses her sexually sensitive private parts and has no desire for sex. She is what they call a dead pussy. Sex for her is worse than rape. Accordingly, on her first wedding night, the bride will experience terrible pain and feels as if she has been raped by her groom. In many cases, grooms could not be able to penetrate their brides' small pussies until their brides were taken to the hospitals. The small hole that is left open cannot allow the groom even to insert one of his hand's fingers. An erected man's phallus will be too big to go through such a small opening. Those hospitalized brides must undergo surgeries to widen their private parts so that their grooms can have normal sex with them. Sometimes, the fear of being labeled as impotent or gay drives the groom to attempt everything to effect penetration. There were cases when the grooms used knives to widen their brides' vaginas. Moreover, a groom may not like his bride's pussy to be widened through surgery. He believes when his bride undergoes such surgery her vagina will become too big and hence, he cannot enjoy having sex with her. Before we dismantle the morals behind this strange custom, we must explore its consequences. In so many cases, the wedding nights of the honeymoons ended up with admission to the hospital with serious injuries, not only to the brides, but also to their grooms. Sometimes, the bride might be healthy and stronger than her groom. Cases of brides having broken hands or legs of their husbands are not rare occurrences. In some rare cases, the grooms were the ones screaming for help before their brides could murder them. If there are no morals behind such bizarre custom, then we can conclude that it had been taken from beasts. Firstly, the bride's resistance is supposed to prove to all sundry that she was born and raised so strictly and correctly that even her groom must not be allowed to violate her. In other words, there is no acceptable way to have sex with her except by utmost force. Secondly, By screaming, she must prove to her family, in-laws, relatives, girlfriends, female schoolmates, and neighbors that she is a morally good girl and that she abhors sex. Thirdly, she must prove to her husband and all present that she is indeed a virgin. This last claim can be verified by her mother-in-law and her mother by examining the bloodstain on the bedsheet the following morning. The bloodstain will be clear proof that she was a virgin, and her hymen had been broken only by her groom. Fourth, through her yelling and wailing, she must announce how painful sex is for her because she is circumcised, her vagina sealed together, her female pussy securely zipped, eternally zapped, and securely closed up, and a perfect virgin. Fifth, she will not agree or allow herself to practice sex with any man, including her lawful groom. Her husband can penetrate her securely closed-up pussy only by her halal raping her in her parents' house. For that reason, the American couple heard the lovely bride screaming throughout the night until they saw the first rays of the sun of the new day appearing on the far horizon.